Que tem que ativar o coisa.
No, ya está. Olá, muy buenos días a todos.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you? Nosotros hoy tenemos un momento para respirar, para respiración, un momento de desconectar y conectar con nosotros mismos.
So right now we will start with a moment with like a respiration.
Tenemos a Luísa apresentando el yoga para Smart Cities.
We have a Luisa. She will take like a class of yoga.
Hello, good morning. My name is Luisa Batista, and today I invite you all to breathe with me and do some spine movements to connect with your body. And
Bueno, les dejo con Luísa. Podem
thank you so
empezar.
much. Okay, so first of all, I'll invite you to getting up, to standing up with me, and then we can start slowly to relaxing the tensions here on your neck. So you can do a small circle with your head. Just relax first here. And very, very slowly you turn. Relax your shoulders. Down. Okay. If you feel more tension, you can stay longer to really, really relax. And then you can turn the other side. So do 2 circles. So the other side. You can really follow your head back and in front. Okay. Now let's lift your shoulders up. Inhale. Now exhale and fall down. Again, inhale. Exhale. Now lift your arms here. And arms straight, close to your head. Join your feet a little more. And do now a breath, inhale. Now exhale and turn to the right side. Yes. Now another breath, inhale. Continue, exhale. Very good. Now here straight and go to the other side. Now inhale. Exhale to the left. Beautiful. Now another breath. Inhale. Exhale. Nice. Now relax your arms down. So a small movement with your spine now. It's very important to awaken the body and to connect to all your body. When we are in center, it means that you are connected and you are in the present moment. Okay, so this will help you to release tensions and also calm your mind and stay here. So now you can do like chin to chest, and we will run the back very, very slowly. Just relax here to stretch your lower back. So chin to chest, and we start to go very slowly. Bend a bit your knees. The hands will fall, touching the ground or almost touching. And then to return, come back very, very, very slowly. Okay, the head lifts in the final. So very slowly we go and we return. Okay, so we can stretch all the way our spine. Okay, let's start again. Inhale first and then exhale and start to go. Chin to chest. Very slowly. When you are here, almost touch your hands on the ground, you can turn both hands to each other and push your wrists down. So it will help you to stretch your shoulder blades. It's very good. Now return, relax your hands to lift again. So here in the final, again, your head. So when you are down, you do this. So we turn here, your shoulder blades, and we do this pressure, okay? So here will help you. Okay, again, one more. Inhale, exhale. Going down, 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 stretching. And then inhale again to return, but the arms are very soft. And again here. Okay, now let's breathe. So the breath, it's the most important thing we have in life, air. It's like life. It's life moving inside of the body and brings oxygen. So the breath is one of the most important tools to wellness and to well-being. And I will like to guide you in some small exercises to connect to your body. Okay, let's start. So first, it's the belly breath. So we can start to observe the abdomen expand first. You connect here. So when you breathe, do the inhalation very slower, very soft and not fast. So you do count 4 seconds to do the inhalation and then 4 seconds to the exhalation, okay? And focus here. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now exhale, 1, 2, 3, and 4. When you exhale, push the belly in again. So you will start to observe here. It's like a balloon. We are fulfill and empty. Okay? And again, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Continue. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Continue 2 more times. Inhale. Exhale. Just one more to finish. It's like you will breathe 2 times, like push, and then through the mouth, okay? So this will help you to relax and to release tensions, to detox your body. Just one more. Inhale. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale. Inhale. Continue 2 more times. Okay, now close your eyes just a second and just observe how you feel. Observe how it feels to connect without thinking. Okay, thank you so much for today. And enjoy. Tomorrow, I invite you to come to Smart City Yoga. We'll guide the full class, so you are all invited. Thank you so much.
Over the years, and whatever else that appears, I remembered I cried when my father died, never wishing to hide it.
Okay. Thank you so much. We wish we had more time for that, but we have absolutely amazing guests coming to virtually visit us. Do you know who I am talking about? But I bet everyone's heard about Carlos Moreno, right? There's no need probably to introduce him. I hope so, at least. Right? Yes, some nodding or not? Do we need an introduction of Carlos? Seriously? No? Yes? We don't. Okay. I hope so, right? Because like concept of 15-minute city was like a buzzword in like last years, I think, in every possible environment. And like many people think that they know everything about it. I hope that Carlos will tell us something more, maybe something secret that, we don't know yet. And I'm just looking at our backstage. How is the situation? Do we have Carlos, or because we had him and we lost him for a moment? Some music, great, yes. Did you have a good night? Yes, some rest? Are you ready with your energy for today? Yes, I see like very weak nodding, guys. Let's hope it will change.
Get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, let's sex machine, get on up, get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, let's sex machine, get on up. Wait a minute, hey, shake your arm, and use your phone up, stay on the scene, let's sex machine up. You got to have the feeling. She lost your girl. Get together. Riding. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Stay on the scene. Get on up. Let's sex machine. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get on up.
You want to get up
Good
and
morning.
do some chit chat?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there is some energy needed here.
Absolutely.
I can share some of mine. I don't know how about you, Jason.
What's that?
Should we share some energy with everyone?
I've got lots of energy.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not here.
But it was.
So I know that we still got people kind of trickling in from the hotel. We had a late night last night, I think. And then some people had an even later night I saw in the bar at the hotel. So did everybody have a good time yesterday? Yeah. Okay. Good. This is, I have really had a great time so far. I'm actually not supposed to be up on the stage right now, but we're waiting for Carlos to jump on the Zoom. So I'm going to talk to you guys for just a couple minutes. One thing that I heard from multiple people yesterday, which was really nice, is that even that this is a smaller event, right? It's more like a summit than a conference, I think. But it's really given everyone here the chance to get to know each other a lot better, which I think most people in this room kind of know who each other is from a distance. Oh, hey, I've seen you speak. But at these big conferences, we don't really get a chance to mingle and get to know each other. But everyone in this room is essentially trying to solve the same problems in the world, but from different angles. And so getting a chance to hear all those different angles and get to know each other and talk more about them, I think we've got a much better chance of solving those problems together. So that's been really exciting. The food's been great. This hotel has been fantastic. So maybe a short round of applause for Melia. They're not here. We're just going to give them one anyway. But also for the tech team. The tech team at Alonso has done amazing. Thank you so much, guys. They've made my life so much easier. So just while we're waiting, does anybody want to maybe share a highlight or something interesting, an interesting conversation that they had yesterday, kind of off the record? I know everybody really loved the presentation from NVIDIA. That was really impressive. I think it was mentioned in almost every panel for the rest of the day. But was there anything else that was really special, stood out to you guys? Is anybody awake yet? Olga. Yeah.
regret.
Oh, request.
Yes. No, regret.
Oh,
I have a
regret.
Yes. I have a regret that we went with the flow, with agenda and everything, and that I didn't ask questions to our audience to ask Sandra. After her, after her speech yesterday, which was, I hope you remember, right? Mega powerful and like.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was just, I think it was like a lot. And then, so if anyone would like to ask anything to Sandra, I think now would be the perfect.
Sandra, are you willing to do an
moment for
impromptu Q&A?
Like a little fire chat, or Sandra, woohoo!
Come on.
Not yet, I think.
Nice examples. I mean, I just have to say this because certain people know that I'm crazy about it. It's like you can give a presentation, but then you have to give examples. You have to make it real to me. Like if you we were talking last night, about what what are the green jobs that are happening in the world that are going to replace the old jobs. And I have trouble getting my arms around what those are. Is Esther here? No. Well, where is everybody? Anyway, the idea being that, giving these examples and talking about what are the green jobs that are going to be, people like, oh, we're all going to lose our jobs to the robots. I mean, that's the craziest thing, isn't it? Anyway, I doubt that anybody has questions, but I'm happy to talk about this forever and ever. Thank you. Chris.
Well, Sandra, I don't have Chris first, but I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. But Chris beat me to the point.
Morning, Sandra. So the question is, you're writing a book on trust, and the technologies that we've been talking about over the last day and a half. To all of us, they're exciting. We're looking forward to seeing them put into action and understand the potential. But to a lot of people, it's quite scary. They don't understand it, and it's moving at such a pace. It's undermining trust and making room for misinformation, which we heard about yesterday. So how do you think we can address that?
Thank you for that impossible to answer question. But we talked last night. We were all talking about a million things, but Chris was saying, and I totally agree, no one can keep up with the speed of change, especially regarding technology. I mean, really, no, even these smart people here today, you can't keep up with it. And so the idea is to go at the speed of trust. In other words, not the speed of change or the speed of tech, but actually make sure we can develop bonds of trust and be trustworthy. And then I think maybe things can move forward. I mean, without it, as I say, Dr. Lawrence Jones, by the way, who is my co-author, we talk about, what is it? What are the reasons that we don't trust each other? And you see it all over the world. I mean, I think the cause of all these wars is because we don't trust each other. And I think the idea being that if we could not be so fearful, just say what you're thinking, go out there, right, Tasha? and watch your words, but also just really have a sense that, inside all of us is a compassionate, trustworthy person. We just have to discover them. Yeah.
I wanted to add, because I think that we introduce a new product into the marketplace across the world simultaneously. And I think the most important part is actually to build trust. And this is the reason my company is named Economy of Trust.
Yes.
Is because of implementation, when people actually see the results, see the effectiveness, see that. So that's the biggest obstacle for the industry, I think.
Yeah, no, I love the title of your book, The Economy of Trust. In fact, I meant to talk to you about it. I mean, your company, not your book. Right. I have a book on the brain. But yes, I love the name of your company. And I think, we should talk. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're
much,
so
Sandra.
cute.
No.
Thanks, Sandra.
If anyone would like to ask something later, I can try and sneak the question to Sandra if she will be so kind to answer. So please, you can just, Okay, I think that we can just go with the flow. And now I would like to ask our speaker, Jose Antonio Ondiviera, professor. And also, if you could briefly introduce yourself before the speech, that would be lovely, so we can hear it. Okay. Thank you.
I need your mic.
Or,
No, it's working? Yeah.
Can we see if it's working? Yes? Perfect.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. Okay, it's all I had to say, so thank you. No. You will need to stay another 20 minutes. Let me introduce myself. After 30 years managing all the European cities from the Microsoft point of view, I left the company and now I am dedicating myself to what I really love, cities and technology. But now from a different perspective, from the academia and also from inside the cities. I'm helping some of the Spanish cities in their digital transformation, and also I have my research institute at the university is the Human-Centered Intelligent Cities Research Institute. And basically we are producing one annual worldwide observatory for talented, for attractive cities for talented citizens. Here we are studying 175 cities across the world in their fierce competition to retain and attract talent, okay? Because we think this is one of the main concepts today. And cities are using technology to serve their citizens and also to be prepared to become attractive for the talent. So this is what I do at my university, Francisco de Vitoria in Madrid. And well, in the next minutes, I will try to understand how the metaverse could be useful for cities in their digital transformation, okay? Well, most cities are now facing these twofold challenges. In one hand, they need to combine the control of the physical environment, and here the digital twins are perfect, with the social aspect. They need to protect their citizens. They need to understand their citizens. This is very well described in the Amsterdam City Donut approach. You can do whatever you want, but don't go outside this green donut. You need to prevent your citizens not to fall in this middle hole of inequity and inequality, but do not go to the exterior, do not destroy the environment. So a combination, a balance between these two areas, physical and social. And the digital twins are evolving from the industrial IoT, digital twins. And those are perfect to control physical things. Traffic, water, energy, pollution, wonderful. But apart from things in the cities, we have people walking outside. We have citizens, and we need to place them front and center of everything we do. So we need to take care of them and add social information into this model. This is not easy because it's completely new. And we need to be extremely careful with the sensitive data of our citizens. But this is not optional anyway, because we need to use all this technology to serve the citizens. Okay, if we go back to the academics and from the metaphysics point of view, what is a city in a sense? A city is a place. No place, no city. Okay. So, well, what if I change this physical place by a virtual place? Wow. It's a place with humans. No humans, no city. That's obvious. That's clear, no? But here I can replace the physical humans by their avatars. And the third essential component is that they should meet, they should encounter themselves. The city is just placing the conditions and the area for the people to meet. If people are meeting, are encountering themselves, their creativity is boosting. I always say that 1 + 1 + 1, in terms of creativity, if we go and work together, is closer to 111 than to 3, because we multiply our creativity. We complement our creativity. So the cities are providing the conditions to make the creativity boost and to help the citizens to exercise our social aspect. Everything that is social is happening in city, okay? So if we observe that, well, we are replacing the physical components by virtual components, in a sense, a metaverse is a meta-city. I prefer to say meta-city than cityverse, because cityverse, well, is all the verse or the data associated to city. No, I prefer to say meta-city because we are escalating, we are positioning the city in a different area, in the different concept, okay? Well, from Gartner, the metaverse has all these different components, and all of them, let me say, are absolutely useful to create a new digital transformation plan for our cities. I remember a question yesterday from you, I think. What is a metaverse? In a sense, a metaverse is the materialization of our imagination. Imagination, everything could fit. And then this is materialized. And this is not new. You can see from the people living at the caves to our most famous artists, all of them have previously tried to materialize imagination. Now we have wonderful technology, GPUs from NVIDIA, okay, wonderful technology that can help us materialize this imagination in futuristic worlds, in wonderful areas, wonderful places, metaverses that are helping us to take control of the physical environment and also improving the quality of the services to our citizens. So I can finally describe 3 different metaverses. One is the consumer. This is very traditional. It's associated to gaming, social, shopping. And this is the main, let me say, source of new technologies. And this is absolutely crucial because it's taking care of consumers. Consumers are humans, so it's trying to adapt technology and products to the preferences of humans. And this is the main, again, the main source of technology that we are taking advantage in the other 2. Second is the enterprise metaverse. Is helping us to change the way we work. In the hybrid work style, we need these kind of tools to connect and to work with our teamwork, with our company from a hybrid perspective, okay? So this is something that we will use and we will find in the next versions of Zoom, Teams, Google Meet. All these different tools will help us connect with our other working colleagues using this enterprise metaverse. And finally, the industrial metaverse. And here we have the industrial digital twin as we know it, but we need to adapt it to the urban concepts. From the physical point of view, it's relatively easy because we can control the water and the energy same way as we do in a factory, but now in a city. But the main difference is that we have citizens. And then we need to think about the urban social digital twin. Well, the technology is helping us. These are some examples that are coming from the consumer metaverse, helping our tourists, our visitors to take advantage of these technologies. The Wayfinder is a clear one. This is not very new, honestly. Pokemon Go is very similar to that. And all your children are using this every day, no? To the left, you have a solution that was implemented for the FIFA Football Championship Cup in Qatar. This virtual representation that is helping us to go to the stadium our next match will happen. Or we can adapt the APIs from a Flight Simulator, that is also very, very traditional and common solution, to show our visitors all the different points of interest of our city in this super realistic way. Or using a mixed reality to help our visitors find the right platform in the train station. Or this other example that I like very much, and it's a good example of how technology can help us highlight something special in our city. From my point of view, this is one of the ugliest places I have ever been in my life. It's an abandoned shipyard in Belfast, UK. But in this, let me go back. This was the place where Titanic was built. So if you go to this abandoned place that is absolutely ugly, but if you are equipped with a smartphone or maybe some glasses, you will see Titanic and you can go inside Titanic. Only because of this virtual attraction, this is making more than 300,000 visitors every year. Okay? And you need to do nothing. It's just a place. Imagine that this is a rock. What? But if you are physically nearby that rock, or in this case, that shipyard, you will get this experience. And this is pointing us to the concept of the combination of a physical and a digital experience, the phygital concept. We are doing something like this for some famous wineries. The physical experience is your glass of wine. But you can combine this with a virtual tour from the grape this wine was made from, okay? And this grape is from a vineyard that is in this hill. You can go directly there and see all the process from the grape to this wine of glass of wine. No? And this is really, really exciting and is helping us to show our cities. No? Also, this is a great example. My reminders about Olympia are not very, very nice, to be honest. A lot of heat, dust, many stones in the middle, but nothing that is helping me imagine what was there. No? Now technology is helping us to recreate these ancient buildings and see how much magnificent they were. Also, mixed reality can help us navigate in the city or highlight different services like the postal services, or this mixed reality where we can mix amazing things to delight our visitors or whatever. Okay? Good. Going to the enterprise metaverse, we will see very soon these kind of technologies where we can interact as a team. We can create new products. We can share ideas in a very visual, advanced technology using holograms or working with a virtual avatar of someone that is not attending the meeting, but the avatar is representing this person and is taking notes and finally creating a summary of everything that has been decided, or just have a virtual visit to your doctor, right? Very, very interesting how you can control everything that is physically existing, but now in a model where you can interact and you can apply solutions or detect any kind of issues. And this is linking with the next concept, the digital twins. With the digital twins, we can simulate everything that is happening in the real world with the main purpose to test alternative solutions without spending money or wasting time or disturbing the life of our citizens. We are mixing metaverse and digital twin, and in my opinion, we cannot do that because a digital twin is an exact replica of the physical world, and the metaverse is free, is imagination. It's also good because we can create a virtual world that is representing the main imaginary of our city and is creating identity, the virtual identity that we are showing to our citizens or to our visitors. But it's not real. It's not exact. Cannot be done or cannot be used to measure any physical component or to finally make decisions that will apply to this physical world because it's not true. It's not real. From my point of view, the main application for the digital twins is simulation. I have seen many people claiming, I have a digital twin. You don't have a digital twin because you cannot do simulations. You have a wonderful image, or you have a wonderful GIS mapping of data, but you don't have simulations, you don't have a digital twin. With these simulations, we can test all the potential alternatives to any given problem. Instead of sending people with brick and mortar and changing this square once and then testing, then another time, and probably you will remember in your cities some areas where the works are continuous. For example, the airport. The airport is a place in works where planes are taking off, okay? So it's continuously in works, okay? Instead of doing that, please, do simulations in the digital twin and then choose the best one in terms of budget, in terms of time, in terms of a short disruption of the life and the citizens, and then apply this solution that you have found. In the digital twin, we need a model, we need data, we need a standardized, more or less standardized data model, then synchronize the physical and the digital environment. We need to take all the IoT data from the physical world and loading this into the digital model. And we can use this to monitor, to track the past. This is relatively easy. And what is very, very much important is analyzing the root causes of everything that is happening and predicting the future. The future is something that we as humans worry very much about, basically because we don't know it. And we are trying to predict the future or to simulate what if scenarios. What if I do this or that, or I apply these specific solutions. In the future, that was another question from yesterday. In the future, we can allow some systems in the city to be completely autonomous, okay? We can trust on the machines to take care of some of them, even with no human supervision, right? And interact with the complete model. So if we can define 5 different stages of digital twin, in my opinion, only stage 4 is a real digital twin. And the future is a completely autonomous digital twin. We need to jump from one to another, improving the use of technology and also the quality of the data. No good data, no good AI, no good digital twin. Okay, so we need to be extremely careful with that. Different scenarios. I have selected these 15. All of them, you can see, are based on physical conditions and the physical city, let me say. Okay, everything that we can control with sensors, which is perfect. Okay? But I see some first projects. This is the case from Tampere in Finland. I have seen some other from Rotterdam, from Istanbul, where we are also adding human data, social data, trying to find a human-centric transformation, okay? Instead of just serving tasks, no. Let's think about the for what? For what am I doing this? Okay, because most of the times the technologies like me are creating something that is absolutely wonderful, but it's not useful for the citizens. And if this is not useful, please get rid of it, start again from scratch, and this time ask your citizens first. Or use something like a Scrum methodology where you are initially providing something very simple that you are adding complexity or adding functionality as soon as this is adapted from your citizens. I have seen this model from Carnegie Mellon University where we are studying the social behavior, the way our citizens are using the city. Wow. Again, we need to be extremely careful with privacy, with data protection, and not identifying any of them. But come on, the inaction is not an option, okay? So we need to use all this wonderful technology to understand our citizens. Okay? We understand much better the gorillas than the humans. Come on. We need to pay attention to that. We know more your preferences in a Starbucks than your social behavior. Come on, we should better use more technology for that. And in the university, we can find very advanced projects like this from a university in Barcelona, where we are placing humanoids, non-playable characters. Yeah, this is from Metaverse, with the propose to simulate the use of the city spaces by people that are walking around or that are using those facilities. Well, what if we move from exclusively IoT to something that is more human? Okay, adding social or socio-demographics data, not any personal information that we cannot use, no? And try to first understand your citizens. Can we create a map of vulnerability by district? Only using this data, I can tell you, we can do it. I have seen projects in different cities doing that. And this is pure goal for our mayors to make decisions. Predictions, what if inflation comes back to more than 10% next year? Which are the people, the families in your community that will suffer the most? Come on, we have data to simulate this. And we are not simulating wonderful physical conditions, no, but social conditions. Yeah, can we do that? Yes, absolutely yes, no? And incorporate also the citizens in the co-creation of these services, analyze happiness, analyze vitality. There are cities that are doing this. The happiness index is something that honestly I don't know how they are building that, because the main or the happiest country in the world is Finland. That is also the country with the highest suicide ratio. Well, sometimes these studies are not very clear or very prescriptive, no? Also, the persuasive city. If you continue with your car in this road, you will face 25 minutes delay. It's up to you. But I'm trying to persuade you, okay? If you approach the city with your car and you try to put 2,000 kilos of iron inside the city, then you will face all these consequences. So, alternative, I am offering you this alternative parking in the surroundings of the city, and if you use it, you can park your car for free, will be secured, and you will get a free ticket to move inside the city. Wow, thank you very much. This is the persuasive city. And to make this happen, we need to incorporate to our teams psychologists, yes, psychologists, people also understanding language, linguistic people, because we are using LLMs. So we need to create a multidisciplinary teams, not only technologies. We need to have these people that are understanding the humans, because we need to place the humans front and center of everything we do. Prevent crime. Yeah, we have police, but we can help the police and anticipate and try to prevent crime. And we need to move from a super resilient city to an adaptive city, a city that is changing as much as possible, depending on the physical conditions. Wonderful. We need to be resilient against the natural hazards, but we need to adapt our city as well, depending on the preferences and the behavior of our citizens. There is a concept of the plug-and-play urbanism that is now used by many Nordic cities, repurposing even our buildings or rackling them and rebuilding them just in case. They are rich, so they can do that. But rethinking each and every of the spaces of our city, the postcard concept, gaining spaces for humans, reducing spaces for cars. No? And then, why not? We can use the latest artificial intelligence technologies to get alerts or opinions in real time and change the main logical concepts that are finally creating code. Yes, the artificial intelligence can create code, and this code could be immediately incorporated to our digital twin. That way, we are changing the way we control the city, responding to the demands that we are receiving from sensors, perfect, but also from opinions, from humans. I am waiting too long in this queue for the bus. Well, can I do that? Can I add more frequency to this bus line? Okay, so this is something that we can do from the digital twin, responding to this social demand. So wonderful. But in addition to that, we have some wonderful cities that are also using the Metaverse to create a new city in the virtual space. In my opinion, this is a nice exercise, and they can do because they have the technology and the economic power to do so. And this will create the concept of two cities. A city where I live and I have a mayor that is taking care of my physical body, providing me water, energy, safety, avoiding pollution. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. But I will probably have another virtual city when I am exercising my intellectual career or professional services. Then I can make money directly in this Metaverse placed city, and we can think about this dual concept of two cities. A city where I physically live, and a city where I am doing my intellectual profession, okay? And this is not new. You can go back and see Dickens, The Tales of Two Cities, or Augustine, a physical city where I am, and an aspirational city where all of us want to go, or going even back and back, we can go to Plato, talking about the physical and the spiritual cities. Well, this is where we go, and if we experience the advances of the neurotech, maybe we can think about working all collectively as a beehive community, like the concept we saw at the Avatar movie. Okay, all of them connected to a mother tree, right? But this is just, no, I have finished. This is just food for thought. Thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful place.
Okay.
All the line of research is in attractivecities.com, so you can go there and see all the articles and books that we have published in my research institute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. Amazing. If there is a question, but it will have to be, again, a short one, right? So, like...
Thank you. I think most of us agree that metaverses are the technological realization of the ancient concept of a non-physical plane of existence, like in Hinduism, the astral plane, and you mentioned Plato and St. Augustine. However, you described, I think correctly, that today you can distinguish different metaverses, the industrial, enterprise, and consumer. What is Microsoft's vision as to the long-term future? In terms of planes of existence, we only have one physical plane of existence. Will we have multiple planes of non-physical existence, or will these three different types of metaverses be fully integrated and only be one plane of non-physical existence?
Well, I no longer work for Microsoft since last February, but I worked for 30 years, so I cannot talk on behalf of them. Well, it's very clear that we have a physical reality and a virtual reality. That's obvious. And most of the governments are now worried about who's the owner of the virtual space. Because in your city, most of the space, the owner is the city. Okay? But in the virtual space, I cannot see many governments owning the space. So it's mostly a private space. They don't like it very much. Okay? So we will see an evolution of this, and the main concept is for what? What is the purpose? And if the purpose is something that is creating values, then will be incorporated. That's also the reason why many of these social virtual worlds had no merit, and they are now declining in the adoption. Okay, if you are providing value to your citizens, then please add more and more and more technology. If I am interacting with my city with a virtual wall with all the iconography of my city, and I feel comfortable with, and I am obtaining good value services, wow, wonderful. Because this is something that I want to have, I want to experience. And my children are using Pokemon Go, so they will immediately move and interact with the city. Wonderful, come on. We need to understand that the next generations are almost digital native. So they will immediately incorporate these solutions and in the way they live. So no distinction. 2 planes, 2 cities, absolutely, yes, 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 or multiple cities.
Okay, thank you so much, Jose, one more time for answering and also presentation. Yes, big applause. Thank you. And I see Zaina, you're already ready there, is standing. So without further, I think, introduction, you can invite your panelists and go on.
No panel, no? Later.
Later,
okay.
yes.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was
Thank
staying
you.
because I thought we have a panel.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay. My name is Zaina Nazir. I'll be moderating a session on revolutionizing mobility, integrated transport system in smart cities. So I'd like to first invite my panel, Dr. Stephen Brown and Mr. Barry Gillespie. So on their way here, I would like to, please take a seat. I would like to thank Dirk, Joe, Rosie, Olga. I thought it was a joke when I was invited to Tenerife Island. It's like, really? Tenerife Island? That's awesome. So yeah, anyways, I'll take a seat. So, yeah, my name is, so this is a very informal and kind of relaxed session, interactive, natural, relaxed. You can talk. I'm going to talk about myself. I'll give you time to talk about yourself, but I still want to talk about myself. So, yeah, my name is Zaina Nazir. I'm co-founder of Cities Forum based in London. And I just want to share kind of my passion, how I got into ITS, Intelligent Transport Systems, 15-minute city, smart city, whatever you call it. So since I started in this field, a lot of names came up. But yeah, so I studied civil engineering at American University of Beirut, Lebanon. God bless our country, Lebanon. And so in my summer training, I had the opportunity to do a summer training with in Honolulu, Hawaii, with IBI Group, which is now Arcadis, and a lot of names are changing. Anyways, that was back in 1996, and it was even called like IVHS, you know, you're American. So, so it wasn't even called ITS. But anyways, and there is a joke about this, because in Tripoli, where I come from, Lebanon, when people disappear, they say, "Where have you been, to Honolulu?" And I said, "Yes, I actually have been in Honolulu." So it was for real. My first trip was going to Honolulu, so that was amazing. So I mean, when I studied civil engineering, like I was out of 60 people, 2 girls, myself, and another Zaina, which is so annoying. But anyways, I had no idea what I was doing. Like civil engineering, I hate concrete. I don't want to do buildings. I got into intelligent transport systems, and I found my passion. So we're going to talk about our passion. And it was building Route 1 in Honolulu, using AVDS, you know, CCTV, all these RTMS, all these amazing like equipment for intelligent transport systems. So it was interesting to kind of learn about these things. And this is how I decided to get into this field, do my master's in University of Texas, Austin, and then work in the US, moved to London since 20 years. I've been in London. Working in this field of smart mobility, autonomous vehicles, smart cities. So now that's my story. Barry, what's your story? What's your passion, and why are you here?
Wow. It's hard to follow this from my colleague. I am more of a generalist when it comes to smart cities. I worked initially for telecommunications at the time that they were building all of the wireless infrastructure in the US. And my father lamented that I was selling car radios instead of building the wireless network for what was to come. So I spent about 15 years in telecom, and the last 20 years in energy services. So the two together felt like a natural connection, and I began meeting people like Dr. Jonathan Reichenthal, and he became a bit of a mentor for me. I went through his program at Pepperdine, and was sort of the unofficial smart cities guy within the ESCO space. And then the last 2 years sort of went around as the preaching the smart city narrative within the United States. And then 2 weeks ago, I am thankful to have come to work for BizTech, because after I found my passion for smart cities, I met Jason, and I found I was even more passionate about the metaverse and what the possibilities were for that. So some of the things that I've done in the past include the Montgomery Project, working on holistic smart campuses like at Tuskegee University, doing workshops all around the country for cities and colleges and even school systems. And so that's really my background and what I'm excited about. So I am not as well versed probably as Stefan and Nazar is
Zaina.
Sorry, are about smart mobility, but I will be glad to contribute what I can.
Okay, Dr. Stefan.
Thank you. Yeah.
Tell me.
Mentioning Jason, why is Jason, by the way, not on stage? Jason, hi. Okay, one seat free, but feel free to jump in whenever you like. But yeah,
He's not on stage because I am on stage. I was told to come up here, so here I am.
Yeah, that's just kind of a running joke since yesterday, I would say. But yeah, definitely thank you for this question. As you heard yesterday, of course, I started in kind of academia in urban planning, and for me it was kind of an accident, you can say, to switch to applied research in a field where it was 15 years ago, more or less, just the first larger projects on electric mobility came up in Germany. So there was quite the idea, hey, now we are really into new kind of mobility, clean mobility, and so on. And I guess everybody from Germany knows that we haven't proceeded so far from that 15 years ago, but these were a lot of public funding and that. And yeah, already at that time, we did kind of research projects, developed future scenarios. How can the cities of the future look like? And of course, mobility plays a very large role. Just looking on the change towards electric mobility, it's more than the car. You need a city around it, of course. And I think since then, over the last 10, 12 years, a lot of developments gained up. Smart cities got popular in Germany, Europe more and more. And yeah, for me, it has always been kind of this passion. How can, and we heard it this morning and yesterday, of course, technology, and especially, for example, in transportation, shape future cities. And if you just consider this picture from yesterday for me with this 3X, yeah, I think you can really see how large the impact has been of mobility so far. And I'm really eager, of course, to find out how can we change this mobility paradigm in the future, looking maybe on kind of new technologies, autonomous driving, and so on. And for me, I think it's always important to understand, I guess for everybody of us here, is that technology doesn't shape itself, right? It's always a question or a task for society, a mandate to do that collectively and to think, okay, there's a new technology, how can we integrate it in the right way? And this is, I would say, is our job, definitely in research, also to help in terms of shaping it in the right way and putting it into practice as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start asking you about some hype or buzzwords that we heard a lot in this conference. So just now, I'm going to start asking you, and probably I'll give my point of view as well. So since you're hands-on, I'm going to ask you a question. You're more like a kind of real-life person, and you're more like academic person, and I'm like,
let's put us into these drawers. That's fine, right?
So, I mean, I'm still, after 6 years, still doing my PhD on autonomous vehicle, the safety of LiDAR for autonomous vehicle. And I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I'm not going to tell you my age, but it's over 20 years. So what I want to ask you about, and I'll give my point of view, 15-minute city. We heard about that. So from my point of view, I mean, I live in Hampstead, London, since over 20 years. And it's Hampstead Village. I don't know if anybody's familiar with it. And so Hampstead literally has got, since over 20 years, I've been there, it's got banks, shopping, everything around me. My office in Utopia Village in Primrose Hill, which is where the Notting Hill movie was played. So literally within 15, 20 minutes, everything is there. I didn't think about it. It was just there. I love where I live. I have the park, so I can go do the park run, do the running. Everything is there. So now we hear the hype of the 15-minute city. What exactly they added other than the name 15-minute city? Because I've been living in 15-minute city. I just didn't know it had a title. So I guess that, yeah. So Barry, why don't you start with your concept? But you need to, because I want to see his beautiful face.
Yes, no, I'm sorry. I just
okay.
Start with.
You start, yes.
Yeah, sure. Listen, I'm going to give you guys just some what my observations are, both as an individual and a professional in this business. But number one, I'm very jealous of you.
Oh.
I do not have that. Most Americans do not have that. We live in neighborhoods that are way outside of things that we need. We take a car to go to the park. We take a car to go to the bank. We take a car to go everywhere. And we spend our lives in cars. And so I'm not proud of that. I don't think that's the right way to go, but I don't think I have to tell all of you that the US is way far, and I'm looking at Sandra to see if she's going to nod, that we are far behind the Europe and the rest of the planet. Now, there are some reasons for that, right? Dense population.
So can we say 15-minute city was made for the US?
Could I say the 15 minutes? I would love personally to have a 15-minute city.
Okay.
Americans love their cars. But let me give you a little bit of my I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. All right. Everybody flies into Atlanta at some point. Raise your hand if you've flown into Atlanta.
I lived in Atlanta.
You lived in Atlanta. Sandra lived in Buckhead in Atlanta. Listen, which was like very congested. Here's the thing, guys. I went to see my grandson and my son in Atlanta prior to this trip. I'll lean back.
Then you'll be more
Yes. Do you want me to trade?
I want to see him.
Okay. All right.
But not every minute, so it's okay.
I grew up in Atlanta. I drove everywhere at 16. There was not an issue. I don't know, around 1996, Atlanta was they got the Olympics, right? The Centennial Olympic Games. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. The Atlanta Regional Commission was trying to plan for traffic. Here's my point. Atlanta wanted to be an international city. They became one. Be careful what you wish for. Because here's what's happened since then. Those that are building roads are making a lot of money. Those that are working to provide better traffic flows, they're making a lot of money. Guys, here's my opinion, okay? Number one, I think you can boil down smart transportation to efficiency, safety, efficiency. But in the case of Atlanta, Georgia, and by the way, Atlanta's 7th worst in congestion for the US, all right? And Atlanta drivers annually lose 200 million hours in wasted time. Not to mention what it's doing with emissions. So in my opinion, we're sort of in the US rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Are you with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? We are treating symptoms instead of the actual problem. Why are we not talking more about high-speed rail? Why are we not using public transportation? Why are we not doing the things that seem logical? Instead, we're sort of adding to the problem almost.
Who is first in traffic jams in US? LA?
I'm sorry?
Who is first in traffic
jams?
LA,
yeah.
LA,
I mean,
okay.
Are you familiar with the study in LA
Yeah.
where they found out that half of the commute time was people just driving around looking for a parking place? We have some issues we have to resolve. Now, I know that this is a international forum, but hey guys, help us out. We really get, and I'm sure these problems exist in certain areas. If you've been to America, you've probably been to Hawaii, New York, LA, Atlanta, San Francisco, but have you been to most of the towns are small and medium-sized towns with a lot of green in between, and people drive and drive and drive, and oh boy, camper sales are through the roof. So we continue to do the things we should not be doing. My opinion, but I hope you see my point. All right.
Yeah, speaking of Atlanta, I lived and worked in Atlanta for a couple of years. And I remember when I was working for Jacobs, and we were doing consultation for Georgia Department for Transport.
Yeah.
And they have this HAR, the HAR system where they have patrol and they can see with the CCTV and the control center. So I was running late to the meeting, and I got into an accident because I had my brakes, which I knew were problematic, and I didn't fix them, and it was raining. So I got into an accident. Nobody died, But it was easier to call 911 and say, just come and take the car, I have to go, because it was so messy. But the funny thing is, they saw me. I was calling work and say, I'm gonna be late. They say, yeah, we can see you on CCTV. So luckily, I didn't make up any lie because they can watch me. So it's good to see that the system is working. So yeah, so it's my experience with Atlanta. But it's quite nice. I mean, they do have a good ITS system, to be fair. But still, I agree with you. When I lived in the US, I was so dependent on a car. In London, I don't need a car with the public transport. So it's a mindset, but also even with the provision of good public transport in the US, because the public transit in Atlanta is not so bad, still people prefer to drive because it's a culture and it's just personal preference rather than it's not provided. So it's actually, we're going to talk about the traveler behavior.
Well said.
But what's your position about 15-minute city?
Well, I would just like to pick up from what Barry said, and coming to coining the current term, of course, 50 minutes, my understanding is pretty much like yours. I would say it's the opportunity to reach these kind of facilities in your daily life without a car. So, of course, not having this dependency on a vehicle which costs money, takes space. So I think that's a large problem today, is this kind of space taking of individual mobility with cars. And maybe what I would like to add, of course, everybody on here maybe has its own opinion of the 50-minute city, and what I have really as a kind of a physical, let's say, appearance of that concept, for me, it's the superblocks concept in Barcelona. And yeah, having the idea that you, of course, Barcelona, everybody has this kind of city plan, I guess, in mind, really has this kind of strict grid where you can just, or where they put out or take out, I think, every 2 out of 3 streets, and then just, of course, minimizing the space for car, maximizing the space for alternative means of mobility. And that would be my strongest, or my opinion on how to move forward. I think in cities we have to take away the space for cars, because there's a kind of a clear correlation, and I think US is a great example. The more lanes you put out on a highway, the wider you make the streets, the more traffic you get in the end. And this is something really since the 60s, which is actually, of course, well researched and profound. But I think it's really hard in a lot of countries, regions, the US, in Germany as well, maybe in Spain, Barcelona, it's easier. But yeah, we have to minimize the space again for individual mobility. And then I guess we come closer to the idea of, distributing the means and the facilities we need around in this maybe more district-oriented areas, which of course can be then reached without cars, hopefully.
I mean, yeah, I guess that you have the option of the regulation, the policy, making it difficult to drive, making the parking more expensive. And my favorite topic is congestion charging, because if anybody knows me, you know that I believe there should be no free road. So people who drive should pay. And we have the best option, example in London, which is the London congestion charging. So it's a success in Stockholm, Dubai RTA, Salim. So I've been involved in all of these. They have in Abu Dhabi now. I don't know if in Qatar you have that soon or no. Well, we will come to you. We will come to you. So it's everywhere. In California, you have the hot lane, high occupancy, toll lane. So if you have over 3 people, you don't pay, or is it over 3 people you don't pay? So I mean, you have all these options to regulate the traffic, to make it more difficult for individual, car or road users. So now my next question is autonomous vehicle. So I've been doing my PhD on the safety of autonomous vehicle using because LiDAR has been like, a big thing since many years now. And so LiDAR is light, like similar to radar, but it's emitting light instead of radio frequency. And what it does is basically it has a lot of advantages and disadvantages. So anyway, so since 6 years, and with the autonomous vehicle, basically it was a lot of promises happened and you don't see anything. You see a lot of issues now, a lot of car accidents. So you don't know the Tesla issue and the Tesla saying LiDAR is not required. So I'm not pushing for LiDAR. I'm not pushing for autonomous vehicle. I just want to ask your opinion in terms of, is it realistic? What is the value of autonomous vehicle? Is it really going to be happening? and what are your views? So I would say my views are that I do see use, I mean, you're in Germany, right? So I would see a lot of use of autonomous trucks and probably shuttles within like communities. Probably they make sense, so it's a bit like contained. But in terms of cars, to get this passion out of people who love to drive and take it away from them, because you're not reducing the number of cars. You still have cars, right? When you have autonomous vehicles. But then again, as like my question to you yesterday, what I said is that they have spoken about autonomous vehicle, but it's engineers like yourself and myself, and I don't know about yourself, but then they forgot the social side, the legal side, all these other issues, because it must be everybody should work together. It's not just engineering and design. It's far beyond that, because it's a life-changing thing. So Barry, why don't you start with your opinion about autonomous driving and your views?
I think, generally speaking, wherever we live, we have somewhat of a behavioral change that has to take place for this to be successful. I see some advantages to it, but it's not high on the list of priorities for most states in the U.S.
Okay.
I still go back to public transportation and high-speed rail and using those types of ways to eliminate accidents, improve safety. I think there's a big trust issue in my country anyway with autonomous vehicles, although they have launched in California and New York and larger areas, more urban areas. And from what I have read, people generally like it.
Okay.
But to your point, it doesn't take more vehicles off the road, right?
If I can just jump in on that, because I think that's the point we often miss. And unfortunately, having the Tesla autonomy day, it's not so long ago, right? It was last week. I think also a lot of people didn't get, for me, this kind of game-changing opportunity which lies in between. I think what we have done, and I think too much people in general are primed on this idea that, okay, I still have to own a vehicle, right? So if I have an autonomous car, okay, most people think, okay, where can I buy it? Okay, it will be mine and I will possess it and own it and so on. And Elon Musk, for example, mentioned it briefly, and this is where I see really a great potential in the future to understand that autonomous cars, autonomous mobility in the future will not be owned, it will just be used. And if we think about that, we have this kind of ideas of robo fleets or being optimized with data. We have heard a lot on the presentation before, always trying to put as many people with the same target then together and of course reduce this kind of ratio of individual cars, because in the end there's a great quote, I don't have the name of a MIT researcher in mind, who said, I think 15 years ago already, my other car is a bright green city. And if you consider that having the city actually as your mobility provider, and of course understanding that autonomous cars are kind of at your fingertip, and maybe with waiting time. So we did some studies with MIT some years ago, and there is a difference, of course, if you have to wait 5 times or 5 minutes or 3 minutes and so on. But yeah, in the end, I think it can be a game changer where there will be maybe only in Atlanta, I don't know when, but let's just think about maybe in 20 years, could be a future scenarios where there will be only 10% of cars providing the same amount of mobility and people traveling like today, but with much less technology and much more efficiently used. And then I would say autonomous driving is really a game changer for the future cities. Yeah. But it's definitely tricky to get there. So the transformation and the path towards there and where it will take place, maybe first in San Francisco, having Waymo and so on and others, I think that's a challenging question in every region of the world at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we still talk about revolutionizing mobility.
Yeah.
And so
we're still on track, yeah.
Yeah, so no, we're still on the same topic. We're just going into small pieces and we'll try to put everything together. So my next question now would be about active travel, and I will add to this micromobility because I believe this is part of active travel. So if I'm happy for you to give me use cases from your cities or countries or examples that you know of, but I would like to give the example of the UK, which I believe they've done a good job in spending money on active travel. And clearly with that, because in the UK, you know, we have the National Health Services, NHS, it's free for everyone in the UK. So it makes sense to give the option to push people to travel in a way that they start walking more and they move a little bit more, which basically makes it easier. So there is a study showing that healthier travel, you know, makes healthier travelers, and then hopefully less pressure on NHS. So it's quite smart. So I would say that this move from the Department for Transport, I'm also expert for the UK Department for Transport. So this move of pushing and kind of promoting active travel, well, when it comes to micromobility, so we get into the scooters. So that's another thing. I mean, I know in Paris that it's banned in the center of Paris. So, I mean, there are questions about whether that's right or wrong, and I'm happy to hear your opinion. But when it comes to scooters, while it's solving some problems, it's creating other problems, because it's if it's not kind of organized in a way that, I mean, for example, as a scooter rider, you are a vulnerable road user, but you still need to be responsible. You can't just throw yourself in front of a vehicle and say, you know, I was talking to Chris yesterday about that at lunch, fantastic lunch, by the way. So you can't just throw yourself in front of a vehicle and say, I'm a vulnerable road user. It's not fair, right? So there must be some responsibility, some regulation. So in Germany, what are you doing when it comes to active travel and micromobility?
Let me just point out two examples. I would say that the scooter is a great example, for example, how slow we are in city administrations to find the right regulations and the guidance how to deal with technologies. And if you consider this whole scooter mania, you can say, in Germany still a lot in a lot of cities, is only 5 years old. The first pilot, I did some research, was 2019 in Santa Monica, and there was no regulation for that, right? And we still figure out, in Germany, we're definitely slower here. I like the UK way a lot, maybe just to jump in briefly, because I think the UK, I had a discussion with Luisa yesterday, understands very good to find smart regulations, maybe the congestion charge is an example. And this is something we lack, I would say, in Germany and in a lot of countries, that we don't have an understanding how to find the right mechanisms and regulations for new technology in a smart way, not only prohibiting, for example, that's the Paris way, but finding maybe a good way how to shape this kind of technologies as I said before, kind of a social best case for this kind. And yeah, so I would say, regarding your question for Germany, there is a variety of offerings at the moment. There are a lot of different providers, for example, in the field of micromobility. There are different providers at the moment in the field of on-demand mobility, for example. So larger cities are experimenting. And at the moment, I think the idea is to let the market decide maybe what will be the best way. But I don't see it, because it's competing with each other, and it's not synchronized, and it doesn't add up, for example, to the idea of 15-minute cities or an active travel way. And what I miss, and this is maybe just an outlook, being also from architecture perspective, very interesting in good design. If we consider, of course, and I think Tenerife is an example for that, and a lot of other parts, we really have crappy design of public spaces, right? So why would I like to go from A to B if I have really unattractive space to cross or to walk through? And I see so much opportunities, and maybe that can be touched or connected to the Metaverse discussion later. Why don't we create kind of a gamification for active travel, right? There's kind of easy example, I saw it yesterday. If you just put on the stairs, for example, the amount of calories you burn with each step, it's really triggers a lot of more people to take the stairs and start taking the lift and so on. Considering maybe how to transfer this idea in our public spaces, that it encourages you, motivates you. Of course, I could take a car, but hey, maybe we find, it challenges me, for example. I'm totally into tracking when I go running and so on. This is something which triggers me, and I think we should definitely go much more into that to find the right behavioral triggers for a lot of people. And I think it have to be different ones for different types and mobility demands. And then we could be much further in terms of active traveling, of course, for short distances, up to maybe 1 or 2 miles, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, and Barry?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of scooters. I think it's a clever concept, and I'll tell you why. I mean, initially I thought I started seeing them pop up. I said, this is a great idea. But I asked one of my sons, who has since graduated from college, and I said, why did you never ride the scooter on campus? It's a great, beautiful campus with sidewalks. He said, most of them don't work, or the other ones just end up in the lake. I don't think that we have the right infrastructure, a little bit to your point, Stefan, in most places to do that. Now, I also don't think it's very inclusive, because I have like a really bad knee. I had a knee replacement. I can't really get on one and feel comfortable riding it. I've tried. But can I ask the group this real quick? How many of you own a car? Honestly.
Enough.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's my
Everybody
point.
don't have a car? Wow.
Wow.
Well done. Oh, okay. I didn't see you.
Okay. Because
one of the problems with scooters on campus is drunk driving, right? But I wanted to address
that's true.
Students are drinking, right? They're driving the scooters, and one of the reasons they got in the lake. But I wanted, if I may ask, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but can we get a microphone, please? Because I can't hear you.
Is it working? Yes. And I think we can now start the, let's say, public session.
My question, actually, I was lucky enough to spend a great deal of my time living in America, so I understand how important it is for Americans to feel free. First of all, you cannot really live in America without a car because there's lack of public transportation. I also always spend time living in Kyiv, Ukraine, and currently, due to war, I'm living in Netherlands. And it's a very three different environments in terms of public transportation. And I think the legacy infrastructure, for example, United States highway system is ideal to build a monorail on top of it without adding its stuff. Now, what the problem is, across everywhere in Ukraine, there's no infrastructure to build on. You need to start from there. But in Netherlands, they solved the biggest problem, I believe, at least in part, is the last mile. If I'm getting off the highway in the United States, I still need to have a couple miles before I get to my house. How do I get there? So what we are contemplating for Ukraine is a whole different environment, because we don't have all the issues that big cities like Paris or London or whatever, Atlanta is dealing with. How do we solve, the question to the panel is, how do we solve the last mile problem? Because in my view, I believe the transportation of a last mile within the municipality must be embedded into the tax base of the municipality. And then you have basically automated, driverless shuttles, simply like on the resort. When we go to the resorts, they have those golf carts going around, right? That constantly go around, and I press the button, boom, it pulls up, it gets me to my train station, I get on a train, I go to work. So my question is, how do we solve the last mile problem? Thank you.
That's a great question.
Do you want to?
Well, actually, I think you had the answer. Yeah, having this kind of driverless fleets, which can provide this with high efficiency and, of course, database is, I think, on a municipal level, on a local level, hopefully this kind of answer which will solve the last mile, or let's say maybe the last 2 or 3 miles, where you don't find most people using active travel. So yeah, I hope that we will have the solutions very soon. And of course, we already have a lot of on-demand shuttles experimenting, still based with human drivers, but that will be changed, I think, within the next 2 or 3 years soon, and faster in the US than elsewhere. But I see that definitely as part of the solution. Yeah.
And Henry, I'm sorry, Zaina, give me 1 second. Henry, I think that's an excellent point. You're very gracious to say it's only 2 miles from the highway, especially since you lived in Boston. But I think that's a great case for autonomous vehicles, Zaina. If we're going to do something like, if I park at MARTA, they take me to, the airport, and I get home, my car is still at the MARTA station. I would be exhausted. I would love to have someone take me back to my house. That'd be great.
Think about Netherlands, right? In Netherlands, they solved that primarily by the bicycles, right?
Mm-hmm.
The majority of people in Netherlands bike to the train station, get off, God knows where, they have a second bike, and they go to work, right? The last mile. Now, if you think about babushka in Ukraine, living from the road 3 kilometers, right? It's going to be difficult for her to get on the bike, right? Or a scooter, or whatever it is. So how do we get the babushka to the supermarket is by having her a big button where she presses, and automated vehicle comes in, she gets in, like in the Golf cart, and she gets to the supermarket and then does the same thing to get back. So I think that is a huge transformation, which will reduce tremendous amount of cost for the municipality at the end of the process. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Olaf.
Henry. And
What are your views, Olaf? Microphone, please.
well, we don't really have much.
I really want to hear Olaf saying something.
Yeah, but also Charbel wanted
That's
to
fine.
add
Let him
something.
just say
So
something and we can go.
I would say the solution he foresees can be called the babushka solution.
Thank you.
Yeah, Henry, let's call it the babushka solution, right? Because it's an on-demand what you're asking for, and you can also organize it by the community. The communities are able and capable and paying and financing such on-demand shuttles because they are always enterprises and employees and so on. So based on these resources, financial resources, you can easily build it up on the private level. You don't need the public for this.
Okay, so are we out of time? Out of time?
yes, we have to be.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys, but we have to be
that's fine.
respectful for
So,
you
yeah,
know.
we can
other
wrap it up
panelists.
with the speakers giving their last statement or last message they want to. Barry, you want to start with your last message?
Sure. I mean, I think traffic congestion basically has been the impetus for, the economic and really the mobility revolution, right? I mean, that's what's driving the need to change. And I like a quote from Lucas Neckerman with his vision where his 3 zeros are: let's work towards zero emissions, zero accidents, zero ownership.
Okay. Stefan?
Yeah, I keep it short. I would just rephrase, as I said, this idea of my other car is a bright green city, and understand or trying to understand how can we make our cities today as this kind of mobility mean, which we don't have, replacing the ones we still have in our mind and are highly dependent on.
Okay. Dr. Stefan, Barry, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks to you. Yeah.
Zaina, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Even though we didn't have the author of 15 Minutes concept here, I don't know how about you, but I feel like I have gained some new facts and numbers, and thank you for your thoughts. And now I would like to invite Jason Shuster. Jason, yes? Yes? And I think you can go on and invite your panelists.
Absolutely. Thank you, Olga. Today's off to a great start. That last panel was fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so our next panel here, and I have to look at it because it was done slightly last minute. No, not really. It's just a long title: Data-Driven Decision Making, Leveraging Big Data in Smart Cities. So big data is obviously a hot topic. As we've actually heard more than once in this conference, data is the new oil, right? The new gold. So I'm going to invite my panelists up here. We should have one virtual speaker if he's able to make it, who is Antonio. But I'm going to invite Jose Antonio back up on the stage. Come on. Jose Antonio had a fantastic presentation earlier. Thank you. So I'm looking forward to having him up here today. We're also going to have Luisa from IDC once she's mic'd up. And tech team, do we have a Zoom participant, Antonio? No? Okay. Does anybody else want to talk about data? No, it's okay. I won't put you on the spot, but it'll just be us. That's okay. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to turn this just a little bit more. So, okay, to get started, Jose, you gave a great introduction earlier. If you just want to remind the audience a little bit your background and why you're the right person to speak about this topic for this panel, and then same for you, Luisa.
Well, data is the fuel for all of these concepts, and especially for artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence needs a massive amount of good quality data.
Good data,
And
yes.
we don't have this. In all my experience talking to different municipalities, I found data sprawl on many silos. I remember some years ago a meeting in Manchester, in your country, and my question was, how many citizens' main databases you have? 22. Wow. One per each new service we contracted, and then the first day they got the data from the census, and since this day they have evolved the database with new citizens, new data, blah blah blah. So most of our databases include something like 10-15% of noise, and we need to live with that, because reducing this noise would mean a massive amount of investment and time that we don't have. So we need to understand that we are using 90 or 80, 90 good data in our databases. But in the other hand, our mayors need data to justify their decisions. I remember our conversation with someone from Barcelona, a former mayor from Barcelona, Mr. Trias, said, I must rule based on data. So give me data. Give me data and I will make decisions. Don't give me rumors or surveys or opinions. No, no, no. Give me facts, data.
Yeah.
With data, we can go to the data-driven concept in our cities. And they can justify everything. They can put the data analyst in front of that. And this is also a movement in specialization of the civil servants. Most of the municipalities are now hiring data specialists because they need to manage all this pure gold they need to finally create wonderful services to the community or make well-informed decisions. So again, this is something that the cities are now embracing, definitely, as the base line to build advanced services and improve the community well-being.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Luisa, a little bit about yourself and why you're the right person to be up here.
Yeah, absolutely. So my background is in urban development and planning, and I've worked in that area across multiple different ways. So I started off working at a few urban innovation accelerators in London, Future Cities Catapult, now the Connected Places Catapult. I then went on to work in urban policy and development, particularly around built environment and resilience. And there's been lots of great conversation about climate change adaptation and resilience here. And now at IDC, I research and look into how governments are best using data and technology within public services and operations. So really interesting and topical panel that we have today. And another area that I'm working on at the moment, which I think brings some of the topics together, is around data spaces. So I'm working on the EU Commission project on data spaces for smart cities and for the Green Deal. And I think this is really talking to the point that lots of people have touched upon, which is where the magic really happens when there's data sharing. Yes, within City Hall, but also beyond City Hall. That's where we can get some of these really holistic views and tackle some of the really meaty challenges that city leaders have today.
Fantastic, thank you. And in terms of, and for IDC, maybe a little bit more, what is IDC doing in this space? Like, how are they trying to leverage data specifically for smart cities, for governments?
So at IDC, and this is why I love my job, we have the really interesting role of talking to technology companies, to innovators, and really understand what they're doing, what their value proposition is, what their tech does. And then the other half of our time talking to city leaders and governments about, okay, at the coalface, to use someone else's expression, what are my day-to-day challenges? What are my problems? And then, creating an interface between the two. So that is essentially what we're doing at IDC, but we also collect a lot of data and do a lot of research to help guide decision makers see what the direction of travel is. And I think particularly at this event, there's been lots of visioning and discussion around the future.
Yeah.
And we're part of that discussion, and that's why I'm here and have been so interested to hear different views of where we're going here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So same question for you, Jose Antonio. You gave a wonderful presentation about data, especially from like IoT devices, but what is Microsoft doing for cities when it comes to big data?
I don't know. I don't work for Microsoft anymore since last February. But, well, I can tell you, this is a main concern. We need large quantity of data. That's clear. And we have this. But we need more. And the modern AI models are consuming intensively data. So the main problem they face is that they need more data than existed.
Yeah.
And quality data, second. And third, from the city perspective, I have said in my pitch that we need to incorporate data from humans into the digital twins and into the metaverse-based models. No? And this is a main concern. I have seen many cities that are almost inactive on that because of the potential consequences of making a failure on correctly dealing or managing very highly sensitive data from citizens. Okay?
Yeah.
So it's clear that we must protect the privacy and the identity from our citizens. Here in Europe, we have strong regulations, the GDPR in terms of the data protection, the ADAS 2 in terms of the digital identity of the citizens, but inaction is not an option. So we need to incorporate this data to much better understand our citizens and then adapt and personalize the services that we are offering them. So main problem is how to do this correctly.
Right.
Okay. How to use advanced confidential computing from the cloud point of view, or special algorithms to mask the data, systems that you can trust on, cybersecurity. In addition to that, cybersecurity is one of the main problems they are facing because this is based on criminal organizations that are massively making more money than drug trafficking. So it's incredible the problem, no? And the cities cannot afford the investment on hiring a cybersecurity professional because they would need to pay that person more than to the mayor.
Yeah.
No, that's what it is, the labor market. So they need to trust on external companies, mainly hyperscalers, that will take care of their data. And then how to use data, avoiding personal information. To make this happen, they need to apply data classification processes, which are also complex because you need to go and watching all the millions of documents you have in your city and classify them into open. You can publish them directly. This is the source of data for the traditional open data projects. Data I can share. The temperature in the IoT sensor outside is something that I can share. Yeah, immediately go. Okay. But you can classify private or very highly sensitive information. They have about citizens. They know your properties, your tax forms, sometimes data associated to your healthcare conditions, super sensitive. So they need to use the data they know about you to improve the services they are offering to you, but be extremely careful with that. And when I see some cities even thinking about using the data for selling this or making money, I am very, very much concerned about that. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one of the, in my opinion, one of the main challenges they are facing today.
Absolutely. Now, Luisa, question, just following up on what he's saying here. I saw you taking some notes.
Yeah. Well, I think I really like this idea of a social digital twin, and it's something that we've been chatting to a lot of different cities about. Those that are leading, right? It's not commonplace yet. But there's a really good example in the Isle of Wight, the Centre for Digital Built Britain, which is leading the digital twin program there, is setting up a social digital twin of the island, mostly to look at mobility planning, actually. And one of the main issues that they're looking at is exactly to this point on scooters. So it's trying to look at how people are actually using this mode of transport, where they leave them, where they shouldn't be leaving them, but what's happening in reality, to then optimize and plan around people's behaviors rather than trying to get people to necessarily, I guess, prescribe or work to a certain set of rules. And another example of that kind of behavioral change aspect that I really like is, so I used to work in disaster risk management,
okay.
Mostly natural disasters. And there was this great example of a social digital twin, which looked at fire evacuations. So there is a rule book of what people are supposed to do in the event of a fire, right? They're supposed to go in this direction, congregate here. When you look at the reality of what people actually do in that environment and use technology to do so,
right?
Exactly, you can then set evacuation plans around what people are actually doing. So I think that kind of intelligence, bringing psychologists, behavioral change experts into that conversation using data is very interesting.
Absolutely. And in your opinion, I'm going to start with you, Luisa, and go back to you, Jose, Antonio. How are cities receiving this? I mean, obviously, there are lots of tech companies that are pushing this message that you need to be using data. You need to be using more data. You can't have enough data. Are cities embracing this, or are they resisting? Are there some good examples of cities that are doing a great job with it?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it's a very exciting time to be working in this space for a few reasons. Firstly, there's a huge proliferation of different types of data that have been very difficult to access previously. So Earth observation data, IoT data is so much more accessible now than when I started working on this 10 years ago. But on top of that, and I think this is the game changer, is we now have the tools, particularly with advances in AI and a lot of what Charbel shared yesterday, to far more easily interpret and analyze this data, including unstructured data, which has previously been relatively untouchable, of which there is a lot within City Hall, as we all know. And then I guess the layer on top of that is then the interfaces to make this easier and more accessible. So to be able to ask questions in natural language, in terms of a more visual interface. Clearly, we've heard a lot about this at this conference. So I think the data's there, the technology is there, but it's the trust piece that Sandra was talking about that we really need. So there was an interesting conversation yesterday around the role of data in public policy and decision making. And yes, absolutely, it's great to have, I think it was referred to as a kind of impartial voice at the table, but everyone else at the table has to trust that voice. And is it impartial? So I think it's really making sure that we're taking people on that journey, talking a lot more about bias, talking a lot more about transparency, understanding, even to use these tools that are easier interfaces. You have to know how to ask the right questions in the right way. You have to maintain your critical mindset. So I really see that, being the main challenge.
Absolutely. And from your perspective, I mean, in your experience, are there cities, are they embracing this? Are they resisting? Are there some really good examples of cities that are doing it right?
Well, you may find innovative cities and cities that are just using technology to send the taxes. Just
Right.
it's the opposite place, no? And this is mainly relying on the kind of innovation the mayor and their team is designing to lead the strategy of the city. Is strongly associated to that, in my experience. All cities have the same needs, no? But they use the technology in a different way, no? First question is to listen and learn. And this is something that very, very few cities are doing today. Come on, we are analyzing the social networks only in a pre-electoral weeks. Come on, what about the rest of the year? Our citizens are also sharing a lot of information. And if I can determine that there is a clear complaint about lighting in this district, come on, go and try to fix it, okay? Well, then with all this real-time or almost real-time data, plus all the massive amount of data we have, the municipalities must hold 5 years by default, but most of them keep 15 or 20 years data. Come on, this is pure gold, okay? In combination with the real information, real-time information we have from the sensors, from the IoT, plus all the inputs from the social networks, we can create an image on, or we can pulse what's happening outside, what is the main problems our citizens are facing, what is the different degrees of vulnerability they are now experiencing. And with that, we can create a plan and then execute it. To create a plan, there are other tools. To execute, there are other tools, okay, that I am not covering right now. But I want to emphasize the need to listen to our citizens. We cannot continue working that in this way, everything for the citizen without the citizen. No, come on. Start with the citizen. And then with all this information, you can provide something that will be useful for them. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's a different way.
Absolutely.
And very few cities. Your question. Best city managing data, Helsinki.
Helsinki.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They are using all this data. They were using AI algorithms for 15 years. So
wow,
probably leaders. Also maybe Amsterdam with a wonderful dashboard of everything that is happening in the community. And well, in the other area, I am not providing you examples, not to put them in a problem.
Yeah, fantastic. Now we only have a couple minutes, and I do want to get some questions, but this just popped into my head. Should, with the leveraging of big data, and when we say big data, I think we're hoping to include live data from the city if there's IoT capabilities, et cetera, but we're also talking about social media and as much information as we can get on the people that are actually living in these communities. Does that lead to cities building their own LLM models to help make those decisions? Or is that leaving that to private companies to build LLM models to help specific cities? Just curious. Throw it to Luisa for a second.
Okay. Well, I think generally what we're seeing at the moment is cities not necessarily building the in-house capacity to build LLMs for obvious reasons,
Sure.
right? And sometimes an LLM isn't what's needed. Actually, a small language model can fit the task
Sure.
very well. But generally, I think they are looking to external partners for the large language models, but then heavily customizing them and using them on their own data, because the number one concern in our IDC surveys when it comes to AI data use is trust, privacy, security. You know, we're in Europe, digital sovereignty. So yeah, I think working with a partner, but then heavily customizing it is the way that we're seeing it moving.
Okay, absolutely. And you made a good point earlier about cybersecurity, that hiring the right cybersecurity in-house might get paid more than the mayor. I think hiring an AI specialist is the same, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Well, I think this is a clear trend. All the cities will incorporate their own, not large, but a small language model based on the quality of the generic LLMs, but not using them continuously because they cannot pay for such a massive amount of transactions.
Right.
Imagine that I'm giving free access to one of these models to all my population. I cannot pay for that. Okay. So I want to use this intelligence, but combining this with a small model in something like an evolution of the existing retrieval augmented generation, RAGs. RAGs will disappear because we will replace RAG by small models. And these small models are very well using and understanding the data I have. And also with the clear security that my data is not feeding the big monster, right?
Yeah.
So this is something that will be implemented very, very soon, and many cities are now looking on how to take advantage of that, okay? Because the quality of the service to your citizens is incredible, incredible, eh? Because you are using your own data, but combining with some intelligence that is coming from the exterior.
Yeah.
Right? I think this is a trend.
Very, very good. Fantastic. Thank you both so much. To the audience, do we have some questions? Olaf, Olga, do we have a microphone? Thank you so much.
It's going not now. A
There we
question
go.
to Luisa. You mentioned that you are working via your engagement with ITC on the data spaces, and you especially mentioned the Green Deal. So my question will be how you compare or how data spaces can enable or work, or what is the relationship between a metaverse and a data space?
That's an interesting question. I think, what we've been talking about over the last few days is really the foundational base of being data on which then the visualizations are created. And I think data spaces hugely increase the opportunity for public-private participation, data sharing, and really just that ecosystem approach. So I think it's kind of a federated data space on which the metaverse can, or various metaverses to the conversation earlier, can more easily pull the visualization layer above all of that. Absolutely, as an enabler. It's I guess, a foundational step. And I think in lots of these conversations, it's the foundational step that's missing is data sharing. We're still talking about it, and data sharing within a city is complicated enough. Creating the right incentives, trusted mechanisms that you can share with private sector organizations is really what we need. So yeah, absolutely an enabler.
Fantastic.
So the metaverse will be connected to these data spaces sources, and as soon as they have a change real time, the metaverse will change the behavior. So that's the connection in my latest slide with the mother tree.
I love it. Thank you so much. More questions. We still have a little bit of time for questions. Sandra.
So I agree with Luisa about the social digital twin. I think we should expand that. And after your talk, Jose, I was really interested in, we haven't talked about it much here, but what about war and peace? Could we do something collaboratively, collectively to solve these problems? I mean, really, we're not even, the world is in chaos because of these wars. And now, I mean, if you've heard the latest, it's just more acceleration, more death, more. Can we use this to fix that? What do you think?
Were you guys prepared to answer war questions on the talking about big data? It's a good question, Sandra.
Yeah.
We're talking about cities and commerce and money, and we can fix this.
It's a question of time. It's the same answer to the previous panel. Time. Time is the only physical condition that we don't control yet. So We are doing this to save time, and this is meaning an acceleration of the acceleration, and this will continue, because the sooner as I go to the market with a new proposal, I'm gaining this advantage. So, and also we are humans, and we need everything, and we need it all now. So, and as soon as you are clicking in the Amazon, you need to have this book now. And so saving time, and it's unstoppable, I'm sorry. But in the other hand, the city is creating something like a relativistic effect, trying to make the city slowing down, so we can take advantage more of it, no? And also with the improvement of the urban mobility, the space of the city is increasing, right? Because you take less time to go from A to B, and the distance to your home from your work is no longer measured in miles, but in time. So this is this competition between the city and time, but time is unstoppable. And come on, we need to live in a different way, and using AI to help us control time.
Sandra, to your point as well, I think absolutely, and what a great group of people here to talk about that problem. So some of the research I've been doing is around humanitarian technology, and actually that's how Michal and I first met. Was on a panel talking about how we can leverage data and technology to make lives easier in any way possible for refugees. And of course, tech and data isn't the silver bullet, but there are specific ways that that horrendous process of moving and uprooting your life can be made easier, can be easier to access help, to communicate, easier for governments and local cities to predict how many refugees will be coming to their cities and how they can prepare better. So probably a conversation for over lunch, because I know we're running to time, but yeah, let's continue talking about it.
I love it. Very good questions. Olga, do we have time for one more question? It's okay. I'm wondering if we need more time, or if we're good. One more question. One more. I'm going to pick David because he was just a little bit faster than you, Henry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Henry. Louisa and Antonio, you mentioned trust being vital to, well, data sharing being vital to everything that we're talking about here. And I've encountered myself that trust can be a barrier to data sharing, and really, really useful things can get blocked by people going, well, we can't share that, it's too risky. You are both quite experienced in this field. You've worked with people and with the public sector. Have you encountered any ways to get past that mistrust?
So I think a couple of things spring to mind. Firstly, trying to make it as easy and as unbureaucratic as possible. If you have to create a new data sharing agreement every time, then as soon as you put a barrier up, it's a step and people stop, and it's too difficult, which is part of the data spaces discussion. How can you make data sharing as easy as possible? I also think that trigger events are really important here. So something like in the pandemic, you're in a crisis situation and suddenly you have government departments out of necessity sharing data. The same thing happened when I was working in natural disaster management. You have a flood event, and then suddenly out of necessity, people realize, oh, actually, okay, in this situation, when you really need to, we can do these things. But what's often missing is then the follow-up from that trigger event to say, okay, let's build on this momentum. We shared once, how can we maintain that and continue the lessons learned from, for example, data sharing in the pandemic or after a disaster?
But let me be realistic. We cannot be naive. I have attended many congresses. Cities will share data with other cities. No. They're not sharing, they're competing. Period. I will share data from my city if I'm not obtaining something in exchange, and better value for my citizens or from any of the stakeholders or utilities I have around that are using this data to improve any service. Good. But sharing data with other cities, first, legal questions. Second, all cities are competing in a fierce competition for talent. So I don't see that, honestly. And it's a pity, but let's be realistic.
Yeah. Fantastic. Good questions. Great panelists. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Jason.
much.
Thanks a lot.
And Olga, who do we have next?
So now we will ask Rosie to introduce the next two sessions, which will be held in Spanish. So till 12, two sessions in Spanish.
Funciona, ¿no? El micrófono. Perfecto. Hoy tenemos la presencia de Juanjo Martínez Díaz. Ele é el concejal de Innovación, Investigación y Desarrollo del Cabildo de Tenerife y presidente del Parque Científico y Tecnológico de Tenerife, PCTT, España. Es un honor tenerte aquí, Juanjo.
Tengo algo para... Aquí. Vale, muchas gracias. Bueno, lo primero, agradecer la participación en este foro, un foro tan cualificado como este, quizás un poco especializado, pero no por ello interesante por las perspectivas que se abren en tantos y tan diferentes campos de actuación a partir del metaverso, de lo que significan las Smart Cities, lo que significa al final avanzar en soluciones tecnológicas para los territorios. Mi nombre es Juan José Martínez Díaz, soy el consejero de Innovación, Investigación y Desarrollo del Cabildo de Tenerife y quería en esta presentación, que espero no alargarme mucho, darles una perspectiva sobre lo que estamos haciendo en Tenerife y por qué Tenerife es un destino ideal para las empresas tecnológicas como las vinculadas con los sectores que estamos hablando, desde muchos puntos de vista. Para nosotros es una prioridad el Cabildo de Tenerife y de hecho la isla de Tenerife se ha convertido en los últimos años en un destino de primer nivel en el ámbito de empresas vinculadas con la tecnología entendida en sentido amplio y en aquellos sectores que hemos priorizado porque entendemos que son, bueno, donde tenemos alguna ventaja competitiva con respecto a otros territorios. A lo largo de estos minutos intentaré trasladarles, sobre todo para aquellos que vienen de fuera, que Tenerife es un sitio ideal para desembarcar en territorio de la Unión Europea, porque a todos los efectos lo es, y tiene una serie de ventajas que ningún otro territorio de la Unión Europea tiene de cara a facilitar la entrada en el territorio europeo. Toda esta estrategia la enmarcamos en el ámbito del Cabildo de Tenerife dentro de un plan que es el Plan Director de Innovación, a partir del cual establecemos una serie de objetivos que tienen que ver, son comunes, probablemente otros territorios pues, puedan hablar de planes con objetivos similares, que tienen que ver con impulsar el crecimiento económico, con crear nuevos empleos en sectores prioritarios, avanzar en la diversificación de la economía de la isla y mejorar el desarrollo económico sostenible de Tenerife. Muchas veces hablamos que cuando hablamos de Tenerife como destino de inversión para empresas tecnológicas, nos encontramos con un gran hándicap, que es nuestro éxito, sin paliativos, como destino turístico de primer orden mundial. Son en conjunto para las Islas Canarias 18 millones de personas que nos visitarán este año. Nos hemos convertido en un destino consolidado, con una oferta diversificada, de calidad, ofrecemos toda la gama de servicios vinculados con el producto turístico, pero eso hace también que nos cueste identificar Tenerife cuando la planteamos como un destino también para inversiones y sobre todo para inversiones en materia tecnológica, ¿no? Y ese es el objetivo que tenemos de cara a los próximos años. Nos hemos centrado en una serie de sectores que, como decía, tenemos algún tipo de ventaja competitiva sobre otros territorios. Hay algunos que son muy evidentes, la economía azul, la Blue Economy, pues es lógico, estamos en una isla, estamos en un entorno bueno, con infraestructuras portuarias y de todo tipo, donde, bueno, es una posibilidad real el desarrollo de estas iniciativas y, de hecho, sí lo están siendo. La biotecnología, quizás esto no parezca tan vinculado con un territorio como el nuestro, pero tenemos muchas oportunidades de desarrollo. Tenemos centros de investigación en la isla vinculados con la biotecnología, con el desarrollo de actividades en este ámbito. Por ponerles un ejemplo muy reciente, porque una de las formas que tenemos de incidir sobre el sector es con lo que llamamos proyectos tractores. Recientemente hemos firmado con uno de los centros dependientes del Centro Superior de Investigaciones Científicas presentes en Tenerife, el Instituto de Productos Naturales, un proyecto para hacer un análisis químico y genómico de los 2.000 endemismos vegetales que hay presentes en la isla de Tenerife. Después de Galápagos, Canarias es uno de los territorios con mayor número de endemismos y a partir de ahí ese estudio que va a determinar esa composición molecular y genómica de esas 2.000 plantas que solo existen o bien en Tenerife o en Tenerife y otras islas del archipiélago canario, pues todas las posibilidades que pueden surgir para la industria farmacéutica, para la industria de la cosmética, para el ámbito nutricional incluso. Tenemos un ámbito muy importante de desarrollo en este ámbito. El ámbito tecnológico, donde además, como veremos más adelante, contamos con algunas infraestructuras críticas que lo hacen viable. El sector aeroespacial también sorprende cuando hablamos de Tenerife como destino de empresas vinculadas con el sector aeroespacial. Lo cierto es que somos uno de los pocos territorios en España, de las pocas comunidades autónomas que han tenido la capacidad tecnológica de lanzar un satélite al espacio. El Alicio 1 se lanzó en noviembre del año pasado y en base a una de esas ventajas competitivas que tenemos, que es la presencia en Tenerife del Instituto Astrofísico de Canarias. En instalaciones del parque científico que gestionamos nosotros, se desarrolló todo el proceso de investigación y desarrollo de las cámaras, de las ópticas, que ese primer satélite canario, el Alicio 1, está bueno, ya emitiendo desde el espacio desde noviembre de este año. Ese es un hueco también importante donde nos estamos posicionando. Los ámbitos de la sostenibilidad, somos, en ese sentido, tenemos infraestructuras vinculadas con la producción de energía eólica, fotovoltaica, y ahora mismo estamos en un proyecto muy ambicioso y de mucho impacto que tiene que ver con la exploración de recursos geotérmicos en la isla, lo cual no solo es una energía renovable y como tal, todas las ventajas que supone, sino que además bueno, es una de las pocas que puede sustituir realmente a la energía fósil porque es estable, porque cubre las necesidades 7, 24, 3, 6, 5. Las industrias creativas vinculadas con el mundo de la animación audiovisual, de los videojuegos, etcétera. Son las áreas que hemos, en ese sentido, priorizar. ¿Por qué Tenerife y no otro territorio? Bueno, tenemos algunos aspectos que son comunes a todas las Islas Canarias. La mejor fiscalidad europea. Eso se traduce en los incentivos que tenemos para la actividad de investigación y desarrollo e innovación, de tal manera que tenemos la posibilidad de bonificaciones fiscales de hasta el 90% de la inversión o el gasto que se produzca. No tiene que ver con futuros beneficios que se pueden generar o no, es directamente sobre el gasto. Es un sistema de cashback por el cual al año siguiente la Hacienda Estatal devuelve todos aquellos gastos que se hayan certificado como I+D+I en ese porcentaje del 90%, siempre y cuando cumplan los requisitos que en ese sentido se establecen. Es un incentivo muy poderoso, similar al que comentaremos a continuación, que se ha desarrollado para el ámbito de la industria del cine y audiovisual. Por otra parte, tenemos la fiscalidad más baja de Europa en impuestos de sociedades, el 4%, vinculada con la instalación de empresas en la zona especial canaria. por poner un ejemplo, la siguiente más baja es la de Irlanda con un 2,5%, es un 4% y con unos requisitos relativamente sencillos de cumplir para cualquier empresa. Un mínimo de 5 empleados, una inversión en activos fijos de unos 100.000 euros para disfrutar de estas condiciones. No es un paraíso fiscal, no tiene tratamiento de paraíso fiscal y en cambio pues puede operar en todas las condiciones normales de una empresa dentro del ámbito de la Unión Europea. Por eso es una de las herramientas atractivas, como decía al principio de mi intervención, de cara a esas empresas que están pensando en desembarcar en territorio europeo, poner una primera instalación en Europa, en la Unión Europea. El destino Canarias en este sentido y Tenerife en particular, pues es idóneo en ese sentido porque cuentan con una herramienta que les puede permitir acumular todas las ventajas fiscales posibles en territorio europeo con el tratamiento de una empresa que puede operar en las mismas condiciones que otra cualquiera en el resto del territorio europeo. Les decía antes que tenemos un caso de éxito, que es el de las producciones audiovisuales. Es un beneficio fiscal que se instauró mucho antes que este que les comento, que está en vigor desde el año 2019. Ha supuesto la generación de 3.000 puestos de trabajo vinculados con empresas de I+D+I en Tenerife en este periodo de tiempo, a pesar de la pandemia. Previamente, y siguiendo la estela de esta bonificación, fue el de I+D+I, fue el determinado para las producciones audiovisuales. Eso ha hecho pues que tengamos una industria del cine, donde antes no lo teníamos, muy importante y se hayan rodado en Canarias y en Tenerife en particular más de 2.000 producciones en los últimos 20 años. Algunas tan conocidas como Furia de Titanes, Wonder Woman, Rambo, Jason Bourne, series como Foundation, The Witcher. Han sido series, películas filmadas en Tenerife, no ambientadas en Tenerife. Dependiendo de la película, pues somos un territorio u otro. Hemos ido desde México a Grecia, a territorios escandinavos, porque la ventaja de Tenerife es que tiene mucho tipo de ecosistemas y de paisajes que en ese sentido pueden recrear distintos ambientes y que, bueno, que supone el desarrollo de una industria relativamente importante en Tenerife vinculada con las producciones audiovisuales. Hemos hablado de beneficios fiscales, pero como sabemos no es el único motivo por el cual una empresa toma una decisión de instalarse, ¿no? De hecho, en ámbitos como el que estamos hablando, el ámbito de la tecnología, es más importante incluso el poder disponer de talento local pues para hacer posible el desarrollo de estas actividades. Tenerife es uno de los destinos, según The Guardian, entre los 7 primeros del mundo más atractivos para nómadas digitales. Contamos con unas condiciones medioambientales de primer orden que nos convierten en un destino turístico de primer orden y a su vez un sitio donde la calidad de vida, por tanto, es atractiva de cara a poder atraer talento. Pero no solo podemos atraer talento y tenemos esa capacidad, sino que también tenemos la capacidad de generarlo dentro de la isla. Tenemos universidades, tenemos más de 25.000 estudiantes en todo tipo de titulaciones que se forman todos los años en Tenerife, centros de formación profesional, centros de investigación de primer nivel. El Instituto Astrofísico de Canarias es uno de los principales centros de investigación astrofísica del mundo, pero también tenemos el Instituto Oceanográfico Español, tenemos 2 centros del Centro Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, el Instituto de Investigación de Enfermedades Tropicales, de Tecnologías Biomédicas, una serie de instituciones científicas que nos proveen de la ciencia suficiente para avanzar en muchos de los ámbitos que comentábamos antes que hemos establecido como prioritarios. Aparte de eso, Tenerife también ofrece una serie de infraestructuras críticas que para el ámbito de la tecnología son también muy importantes. Contamos con, en su momento fue el segundo supercomputador más potente por capacidad de cómputo de España, el supercomputador Teide. En estos momentos estamos trabajando en una ampliación que lo va a situar entre el tercero o el cuarto, porque estas cosas cambian todos los meses en capacidad de cómputo de toda España. Contar con esa infraestructura crítica pues posibilita que muchas iniciativas del sector tecnológico sean viables en Tenerife que de otra manera no lo serían. También contamos con centros, con un gran CPD con la calificación Tier 4 que también pues, reúne todos los requisitos de cara a poder dar servicio y de hecho está al servicio, son infraestructuras públicas, pero al servicio de la iniciativa privada. Otro de los grandes esfuerzos que hemos hecho en Tenerife es la conexión por fibra óptica. Somos uno de los territorios probablemente mejor conectados del mundo. Tenemos 11 cables submarinos que pasan por la isla, también a partir de las iniciativas de una empresa pública del Cabildo de Tenerife, Canalink, que nos conecta pues, con América, con Europa, con África, a través de 11 cables submarinos. Y estamos trabajando ahora en colaborar en una red de satélites de comunicación 5G, que también pues, va a darnos un plus en ese sentido en capacidades de comunicación. Por último, contamos con la herramienta que todo este tipo de políticas pues, las hace viable, que es el Parque Científico y Tecnológico de Tenerife. Su misión es desarrollar pues todas las políticas que hemos mencionado, hemos ido desgranando en materia de promoción, de la innovación, de la inversión, en materia tecnológica en esos sectores que hemos considerado críticos y donde tenemos ventajas competitivas en Tenerife desde distintos frentes, desde proveer de infraestructuras especializadas, servicios de apoyo al emprendimiento local, a la formación en materia tecnológica en aquellas cuestiones donde no llega el sistema formal, donde las universidades no llegan, donde no llegan los centros de formación profesional, porque son formaciones muy novedosas, emergentes, muy específicas y que requieren, por tanto, de instrumentos diferenciales sobre la oferta formal educativa y ahí es donde nosotros intentamos cubrir ese hueco en la atracción de inversiones de fuera, en la generación de talento interno y en proveer de facilidades de cara a la financiación, a la formación, a el networking incluso del ecosistema innovador en cada uno de los sectores que hemos determinado como prioritarios, también el de las energías renovables. Estos son los distintos enclaves especializados, cada uno de ellos en algún ámbito que tenemos en la isla, fundamentalmente en el área metropolitana, que es donde se concentran los grandes centros de investigación y las universidades, como digo, trabajando en materia aeroespacial, en materia de nanotecnología, el enclave de Cuevas Blancas de reciente puesta en funcionamiento, esperamos que en el primer semestre del año que viene, el Innova Park de la Universidad de La Laguna, tenemos un parque tecnológico dentro de la Universidad de La Laguna para favorecer pues, todo lo que tiene que ver con spin-off, con startups vinculadas de alguna forma con el conocimiento que se genera en la universidad. En la dársena pesquera, una de las dársenas del puerto de Santa Cruz de Tenerife, vinculado con la economía azul, un nuevo enclave que va a estar vinculado con el mundo de los videojuegos y la innovación, y en el Instituto Tecnológico de Energías Renovables del Cabildo de Tenerife, uno vinculado con energías renovables, con proyectos también muy novedosos. Por ponerles un ejemplo, la última empresa que se ha instalado, EAVE, pues tiene un proyecto para reutilizar las baterías de los vehículos eléctricos, que como saben es un coste muy elevado el poder reciclarlo, las reutiliza para generar dispositivos de almacenamiento domésticos que a su vez, conectados por internet, son capaces de almacenar en los momentos valle de precios bajos y usar por el usuario, por el hogar, por la fábrica, en función de la escala de lo que se instale, en los momentos en que el precio es más alto, incluso con la capacidad de verter y revender esa energía almacenada al sistema, ¿no? Son oportunidades de negocio que surgen en distintos ámbitos donde, como les decía, Tenerife cuenta con ventajas que la hacen diferencial frente a otros territorios y que suponen una oportunidad muy importante. Estas son algunas de las empresas que han elegido Tenerife para instalarse en el Parque Científico y Tecnológico de Tenerife. Es curioso el ejemplo de Pricewaterhouse, que fue la empresa que contratamos para el diseño del plan director de innovación y diseñar toda esta estrategia de ventajas desde la fiscalidad a la capacidad de generar y retener talento que tiene Tenerife, que bueno, al realizar el estudio, pues fueron los primeros en estar convencidos y han puesto una de sus 3 oficinas de servicio al resto de Pricewaterhouse en Europa en Tenerife. Y son ya más de 110 los trabajadores de Pricewaterhouse que están dando servicio desde Tenerife al resto de Europa en una serie de cuestiones vinculadas fundamentalmente con el desarrollo de aplicativos, con el desarrollo de tecnologías aplicadas a la gestión. Poco más, salvo ponernos a disposición de todos ustedes. Esperamos también que, como digo, ese componente turístico que siempre tiene una visita a Tenerife la aprovechen, pero sí me gustaría que se quedaran con esa idea de que Tenerife es una muy buena opción de cara a hacer negocios, a desarrollar iniciativas en el ámbito de la investigación, el desarrollo y la innovación en los próximos años. Muchas gracias.
Por favor. Where's the mic? Aquí. Va. Un segundo, tenemos una pregunta.
Tengo una pregunta,
Sí, por supuesto.
Perfecto. Yo soy Gianfranco Todesco de la ciudad de Torino, Italia. Ha entendido que tiene un supercalculador con competencia computacional muy grande. No ha entendido si es también computador cuantístico y si tiene proyecto para desarrollar ahí inteligencia artificial.
Sí, es uno de los retos que nos estamos planteando con el supercomputador. El supercomputador se instaló en el año 2012, respondía a la tecnología de aquel momento. Nos ha servido mucho de cara a desarrollar la industria de la animación audiovisual en Tenerife. Se han renderizado muchas películas de animación en el supercomputador. Ha sido uno de los usos, de los casos de éxito que hemos tenido, que a priori no teníamos definido, pero que al final pues, hay que adaptarse a las necesidades del mercado. Y ahora mismo estamos trabajando en una ampliación que tiene mucho que ver con darle capacidades al menos de simulación cuántica, es uno de los objetivos que tenemos ahora mismo en la nueva licitación, y por otra parte darle la máxima capacidad que estemos en condiciones de darle para todo lo que tiene que ver con la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos la ventaja, uno de los hándicaps de instalaciones de este tipo, de supercomputadores o data center, es el consumo de energía tan elevado que tiene. Nosotros tenemos la ventaja de que tanto el supercomputador como nuestro data center están vinculados con el Instituto Tecnológico de Energías Renovables, de tal manera que todo el consumo de energía que requieren, que necesitan y que prevemos que vayan a necesitar, están respaldados por los más de 105 megavatios de producción en energías renovables que tenemos en el ITER, ¿no? Con lo cual, esa es otra ventaja que nos está posicionando muy bien de cara a, bueno, una de las posibilidades que estamos explorando es no limitarnos a la gestión directa por parte nuestra, sino que abrirlo a la colaboración de otras empresas con más capacidad seguramente que nosotros de llegar a mercado y conseguirnos, en ese sentido, ampliar las posibilidades tanto del data center como del supercomputador de atraer otras inversiones.
Excelente.
Bravo. Muchas gracias.
Vamos arriba.
Muchísimas gracias. Me gustaría de invitarte a
Encantado.
sentarte para nuestro painel en español con América Latina y España. Gracias.
Perfecto.
Muchas gracias.
Edwin, Omar, Francis, por favor.
Vamos a continuar con las
¿Qué tal?
sesiones en
¿Cómo estás?
español. Muchas gracias, equipo.
¿Qué tal? Encantado.
Thank you very much.
Mucho gusto, Francis. Mucho gusto, Omar. Muchas gracias. Bueno, mucho gusto.
Un dato, Juanjo, nos interesa. Cuenta con nosotros.
Por supuesto.
Tenemos que
encantado,
conversar
¿eh?
porque no solamente vemos oportunidades, vemos más.
Seguramente sí, ¿eh? Y todo es bienvenido.
Qué bueno, me alegro mucho. Bueno, hoy contamos con Edwin, con Omar, con Francis, con Juanjo que ya conocen. Me gustaría brevemente que haga una pequeña introducción cada uno de a qué se dedica el país. Bueno, ya tenemos cosas importantes, aquí estamos hablando de Latinoamérica, y vamos a conversar sobre educación. Vamos a conversar sobre cómo utilizar estas potentes herramientas tecnológicas para educar, atraer a los próximos ciudadanos digitales. Entonces, por favor, Edwin, cuéntanos un poco.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Edwin Acosta, soy ingeniero electrónico de profesión. Estoy aquí de parte del Colegio de Ingenieros del Perú. Y también aparte represento a la empresa CAPT. CAPT es una empresa líder en lo que hace sistemas inteligentes de transporte y está residenciada también en Lima, ¿no? Donde hemos desarrollado e implementado toda la parte tecnológica de Lima Metropolitana.
Excelente, excelente. Muchas gracias. Omar, por favor.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Omar Duarte. Yo trabajo para una asociación colombiana que es de ciudades inteligentes y alumbrado público. Ese es su origen. Adicionalmente he trabajado con temas de Smart City en algunas ciudades colombianas como Bogotá, Cali, Pereira, para un estado, una gobernación, bueno, en fin, con varias ciudades. Y adicionalmente hacemos un evento importante de Smart City en Bogotá y tratando de impulsar toda esta tendencia en el país.
Excelente, excelente. Francis, por favor.
¿Se me escucha?
Sí, perfectamente.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. Es un placer, gracias por la invitación, es un placer estar aquí. Yo soy Francis Ortiz, soy director de una empresa que se llama Ubicua. Está en todos sitios al mismo tiempo.
Bien.
Estamos especializados en geolocalización, realidad virtual, realidad aumentada. Entonces creo que encajo en este proyecto.
Me gusta.
En el entorno y somos fotógrafos de Google, nos dedicamos a hacer Street View y visitas virtuales en el interior de locales y espacios y también en las carreteras, paseos y demás.
Excelente.
Y bueno, sí, el objetivo de la empresa es básicamente integrar a las personas y a las compañías y a las instituciones en este concepto de las ciudades inteligentes, los destinos inteligentes y el metaverso, que es la forma de verlo.
No son solo proyectos de educación,
Nosotros
sino que
trabajamos
educas a las
estoy
personas.
asesorando a un importante destino turístico de Tenerife en la implantación del destino turístico, proyecto de hace 5 años. Estamos ya a punto de entregarlo el 22 de diciembre. Será un hito importante.
Estaremos atentos a ese lanzamiento. Queremos conocerlo. Juanjo, por favor, cuéntanos un poco.
Bueno,
una buena presentación, pero de ti.
Sí, no voy
por favor.
a repetirla, ¿no? Pero ya digo, somos los responsables de toda la política que tiene que ver con el desarrollo de la innovación, investigación y desarrollo en la isla, ¿no? Que es mucho porque va incluso desde los colegios. Tenemos programas, no sé si conocen la First Lego League, es un proyecto que lideramos nosotros en Tenerife, es una franquicia mundial, pero tiene mucho que ver con el desarrollo de vocaciones en el ámbito STEM desde muy pequeños, ¿no? Desde muy pequeños, pues hacer, y sobre todo en el ámbito femenino, pues que tengamos cada vez más científicas, más investigadoras, más ingenieras y más vocaciones en general vinculados con este mundo, ¿no? Es fundamental contar con el talento para que luego eso propicie otros desarrollos.
Absolutamente. Qué bueno, tenemos un panel tremendo y vamos a hablar de educación. Vamos a hablar de cómo desde nuestras experiencias hemos visto que estas herramientas digitales potencian la educación, ayudan a, por ejemplo, traer ese talento a realidad, cosas concretas. Y aquí es que nos cuenten un poco desde sus experiencias. Brevemente, tenemos tiempo acotado, pero brevemente. Y me gustaría partir contigo. Perú, ¿cómo está actualmente?
Perú ha partido primero de la parte de las normativas para diseñar cualquier tipo de Smart City, o justamente ya ha comenzado el desarrollo de las Smart City desde el año 2019. Justamente yo migro a Lima justamente para implementar o ejecutar esa obra que estábamos desarrollando ahí a través de la empresa, ¿no? De CAPTCH, desarrollando todo lo que es la Smart City de Miraflores, y a partir de eso empiezan a surgir, digamos, como el detonante para que ese sea la réplica para todo el país. Entonces, para que se implemente cualquier tipo de norma de Smart City, hay, digamos, 4 fases normativas, y la primera es dar origen a que esa ciudad tenga un PDU, que es un plan de desarrollo urbano, o sea, su visión fundamental de lo que quieres tener ahorita hasta 10 años, y en función a eso ejecutar todas tus tecnologías y todos tus servicios que le vas a prestar al ciudadano. La segunda fase es la parte de implementar todo lo que es la parte de normativas ISO, que se fundamenta mayormente en Perú para hacer el autodiagnóstico de cómo está la ciudad ahorita, con qué ciudad quiero yo o qué modelo de ciudad quiero yo implementar y la que más se adapte a esa ciudad. Una vez que tú recopilas, autodiagnosticas toda tu ciudad, entonces pasas a la tercera fase, que es mayormente la normativa técnica, donde tienes un estándar de tipo de norma, digamos, de dispositivo electrónico, si es para movilidad, tipo de controladores, si es para seguridad ciudadana, qué tipos de cámaras tienes que interconectar, protocolos, ya algo mucho más técnico. Y la cuarta fase es la parte de su plan director, cómo yo voy a cumplir esos objetivos que me estoy planteando en estas 3 primeras etapas. Perfecto. ¿Para qué? Para poder desarrollar y que en un momento todas las tecnologías se puedan integrar y no, digamos, casarnos con una sola empresa que desarrolle todo, y si en algún momento esa empresa se retira, entonces perdamos toda la integración.
Bien, una mirada amplia y holística. Muy bien. Colombia.
Bueno, en Colombia, más o menos hacia la misma época, 2019, se salió la política nacional, la lidera un ministerio del gobierno nacional, el Ministerio de Telecomunicaciones, y se definió pues cuál era el concepto de Smart City para Colombia, donde se le puso preponderancia a la inclusión y a la sostenibilidad, y bueno, la tecnología como un habilitador. De ahí surge también un modelo de madurez de ciudades y territorios inteligentes para Colombia, que pretende más o menos, como decías, una metodología, unos indicadores, y donde se integra lo que en Colombia llaman la cuádruple hélice o quíntuple hélice, una interacción entre la tecnología, las empresas, el gobierno, la academia. Entonces empieza a aparecer todo el tema de capacidades y pues la sociedad. En fin, se ha visto pues una visión de que se tiene que llegar a una mejor educación, a tener mayor cobertura en todos estos temas también de digitales, o que la gente comprenda porque un proyecto de Smart City es beneficioso. También cómo logramos temas de participación, entender qué es lo que necesita la comunidad para pues, definir realmente qué es lo que se va a hacer. A veces se han dado casos de pronto de tecnologías que de pronto son demasiado para lo que se requería.
Quizás no era el momento.
O no era el momento, incluso algunas han sido rechazadas por algunas, pues, por de pronto no consultar. Y creo que de eso se ha aprendido. Yo veo que hay varios ejemplos. Nosotros tenemos algunas ciudades pues, que tienen cierto nivel de reconocimiento en este tema, que son Bogotá y Medellín, pero pues son de las grandes ciudades de Colombia, y el gobierno le está apostando también a ciudades más pequeñas, generar capacidades, generar pues algunos temas técnicos, conectividad. Entonces te doy un ejemplo, una apuesta que hay ahora específica en Colombia que se llama Mompox.
¿Ya?
Mompox es un patrimonio reconocido por UNESCO. Entonces ahí tuve un enfoque hacia el turismo, ¿no? Turismo inteligente, usar todas esas tecnologías. Y es un municipio que logró este apoyo desde el gobierno nacional, desde el ente de gobierno subnacional, y recibió unos recursos que para el tamaño de esa ciudad pues, son importantes. Sí, creo que está claro pues, todo lo que requerimos en Colombia referente a educación, de capacidades, también para generar que los jóvenes que están de pronto en municipios más pequeños no se quieran ir todos a las grandes ciudades o salir, sino que encuentren también una capacidad de vida, de modus vivendi en sus territorios y que puedan tener de pronto otros ingresos, que no se pierdan las vocaciones de los municipios más pequeños. Entonces, en eso también nosotros estamos trabajando de tener ese tipo de opciones tanto para las ciudades grandes, también trabajamos con ciudades intermedias y ciudades más pequeñas que están trabajando sobre esta guía, pero lo que hemos encontrado para redondear es que al final cada ciudad pues se ajusta, tiene que hacer su propio modelo. Esto ha sido solo como una comparativa, decir, bueno, ¿cómo estamos? Cada ciudad tiene su particularidad, sus temas, pero sí vemos que hay al menos una intención de mejorar los niveles de educación y de cobertura.
Perfecto, perfecto. Tenemos la lógica quizás más estructurada, tenemos los ambientes culturales que son fundamentales de cómo nos adaptamos. Francis, por favor, cuéntanos, ¿cómo ves tú esta situación actual desde tu experiencia en España?
Sí, bueno, yo creo que la parte de la formación y la capacitación de las personas que van a tener que gestionar, desarrollar y trabajar en los entornos smart cities y metaversicos, geolocalizados y virtualizados, que son el futuro, que toman los datos, se aplican en una capa de conocimiento y la gente, las personas responsables en cualquier nivel digamos, de la escalera de gestión y control y de habilitación de los servicios, necesitan capacitación. Lo que está sucediendo en este momento es que, exceptuando muy fantásticas excepciones que tengo el placer de tener aquí a mi lado, digamos que el nivel político está bastante poco capacitado en el sentido no de interés por llevar adelante los proyectos, sino la falta de conocimiento de la importancia de llevar adelante esos proyectos y el de crear lo que se llaman las oficinas técnicas o los equipos especializados que estén formados por empresas externas y no por equipos de funcionarios, que suelen ser poco operativos por la intrínseca burocracia que significa el proceso político y demás, y los cambios políticos periódicos que hay y demás. Entonces, eso hace eso que se ralentice mucho la implementación de todos estos proyectos que son totalmente básicos, que empiezan por la captura de los datos. Sin datos no tenemos nada, para luego poderlos analizar y sacar provecho de ellos. Entonces, lo que se suele hacer es poner grandes infraestructuras que son infrautilizadas y en muchos casos no al servicio digamos, del territorio, sino para otros objetivos que no son los que inicialmente seguramente estaban pensados en ello, pero ¿qué ocurre? Como no van al mismo nivel las inversiones, ni se capacita a equipos políticos, funcionariado, al personal, empresas locales y demás. Yo puedo poner un ejemplo. En nuestra empresa, yo personalmente me dedico prácticamente más ahora a dar formación y a dar consultoría que a crear proyectos y productos o a prestar el servicio. Entonces, he detectado que hace una falta brutal la formación y que la demanda no coincide con la oferta. Es decir, resulta que cuando yo propongo formación, imaginaos que este pasado año yo propuse robótica, inteligencia artificial, inteligencia de negocio, realidad virtual, realidad aumentada, business analytics y uso de big data, machine learning, etcétera. Eso es mi propuesta de información. El resultado fue que querían cursos de Facebook.
Ok.
Entonces, ese es un problema muy grave. Es decir, cuando no coincide con lo que la gente quiere, con lo que la gente necesita y con lo que el equipo político decisor cree que la gente necesita. Me gustó antes una intervención que hizo un compañero que obviamente estamos hablando en español y salió a tomar algo, pero que comentaba que claro, que si no estamos integrando esa información y poniendo lo que necesita, el conocimiento que necesita a disposición de la ciudad nunca va a crecer y nunca va a evolucionar y se quedarán estancados los proyectos de ciudades inteligentes. La formación debe incluir pues preparar a los usuarios, preparar no solo en el uso, en la generación, en la gestión de los sistemas y el independizar, que también me gustó sus comentarios acá, es que cuando viene una gran empresa como PricewaterhouseCoopers, como Atos o como cualquier gran corporación, Telefónica, Vodafone, cualquiera de estas grandes corporaciones, que son las que consiguen los grandes proyectos multimillonarios para establecer proyectos acá, al final subcontrata empresas de Madrid, de Barcelona, de cualquier sitio, menos locales. Y entonces lo que sucede es que se gastan cientos de millones en proyectos muy inteligentes que no utilizan la inteligencia para recordar que quien se va a gestionar, donde se va a gestionar es el local. Es decir, el técnico que va a tener que reparar tiene que ser una empresa local. Y al final lo que sucede es que las empresas locales, hablo en el caso de Tenerife, jamás consiguen un proyecto grande porque lo primero que solicitan es una facturación previa superior a 2 millones de euros, que va a ser imposible conseguirla porque aquí jamás se hace un proyecto grande. Entonces, esa formación no es solo a los usuarios, no es solo a las personas, sino también un poco una formación más general que no tiene nada que ver con el metaverso. ¿Sí?
Bien. Me gustaría saber, Juanjo, la perspectiva de Tenerife sobre utilizar herramientas digitales para potenciar la educación, para atraer a los ciudadanos y al talento a la realidad.
La verdad que he estado escuchando, ser el último da la posibilidad de ir
visión,
tomando
¿no? Eso.
algunas de las cuestiones, la verdad que todas muy interesantes que han puesto de manifiesto. Sobre tu pregunta concreta, yo creo que una de las principales consecuencias de la revolución tecnológica que hemos vivido en los últimos años, solemos hablar de los aspectos negativos. Hablamos de, pues, hay una reciente serie en Netflix de Bill Gates que habla sobre todas las dificultades que ha supuesto la fake news, en fin, todo lo negativo y las amenazas, incluso la inteligencia artificial que tenemos o que pueden surgir para en los próximos años. Lo cierto es que cada revolución tecnológica ha llevado aparejado esos miedos y a la postre, por supuesto, con algunos problemas, han supuesto siempre una mejora de la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos. Yo creo que esta última, uno de los aspectos más relevantes desde mi punto de vista que ha tenido ha sido la democratización del conocimiento. Hasta recientemente, pues el conocimiento estaba restringido a quienes podían tener el acceso a determinadas escuelas de formación, a determinadas centros donde el conocimiento, pues bueno, se daba a unos iniciados, ¿no? Por así decirlo. En muchos casos también era una cuestión que implicaba hasta, vinculados con la distribución de la riqueza, con la clase social a la que se pertenecía. Ahora, cualquiera tiene acceso a Google. Cualquiera tiene acceso gratuito a versiones gratuitas de inteligencia artificial, de programas como ChatGPT, etcétera. Es decir, esa es una de las grandes revoluciones, ¿no? Y eso permite también que todo el talento que sin ese conocimiento no se puede generar, pues ahora tenga esas posibilidades. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer nosotros? Pues todavía fomentarlo más. Una de las cuestiones que comentaba que nosotros hemos intentado o estamos intentando corregir es muchas veces esa visión desde la administración pública, más que de los políticos, de los funcionarios, de pensar qué es lo que los sectores quieren o necesitan y muchas veces sin escuchar lo que los sectores quieren o necesitan. Nosotros le hemos dado un giro completo a esas políticas en materia de formación. Como les comentaba antes, tenemos un programa de formación que cada 3 meses sacamos porque tampoco las necesidades de formación están pendientes de los 15 días en que se abre un periodo de convocatoria de subvenciones en el año. Las cuestiones son dinámicas, sobre todo en empresas tecnológicas, y están constantemente en movimiento. De 1 millón de euros cada una de ellas, y en lo que consiste es, la única condición que ponemos es que esté enmarcada dentro de alguno de los ámbitos de sectores prioritarios que pedimos. Pero en lo que vas a formar a tus empleados, y que por supuesto los contrates, en lo que los vas a formar, con qué metodología, qué profesorado vas a requerir, qué va a incluir el plan de estudios, es absolutamente una decisión de la empresa que sabrá lo que tiene que hacer porque, entre otras cosas, se obliga a contratar al personal que va a formar. De tal manera que todo eso que la universidad, que el sistema público de formación, incluso el privado, no llega porque son tecnologías emergentes, son necesidades muy específicas de una empresa en concreto que no da respuesta el sistema formativo tradicional. Con esta herramienta que es muy flexible, son hasta 6.000 euros por trabajador, desde 2 hasta 25 trabajadores, para que sea algo que no solo llegue a las grandes empresas instaladas, que al final lo que, como bien decías, pues generas una dependencia de esas grandes marcas y lo que queremos es que haya ese tejido de empresas locales que, por supuesto, compaginen con esas otras grandes que también pues muchas veces son tractores de otras inversiones, pero que necesitamos el tejido local, pues tenga la posibilidad de tener su personal formado a primer nivel, es decir, cualquier iniciativa, si hay que traerse a alguien de Silicon Valley para formar un equipo de 20 personas aquí, pues va a poder hacerlo, ¿no? Esa es la línea en la que estamos trabajando.
Excelente. Y ojalá tengamos a esos profesores de Silicon Valley entregando herramientas para que después...
Y a lo mejor se quedan aquí, algunos de ellos.
De seguro.
Buen tiempo lo tienen.
¿Por qué no? En mención al tiempo, vamos a ir rápidamente con los desafíos que tenemos actualmente. Porque podemos ser bastante concretos en algunas barreras que detectamos. Y estoy seguro que a cada país, a cada continente, tenemos diferentes etapas. ¿Qué ves tú? ¿Qué ves tú en Perú?
En Perú, a nivel de implementación, lo veo como algo que se va a adaptar más rápido a la parte de metaverso, porque justamente Perú, a nivel de país como tal, es un país, digamos, tipo museo. Es un país completamente que en cualquier lugar que vayas vas a conseguir una pirámide, diferentes tipos de museos, ¿no? Pero ese no es tanto un atractivo para el ciudadano local. El ciudadano local mayormente no va a los museos y eso está a nivel estadístico, ¿no? Que dentro del mismo país existen, digamos, dos tipos de tarifa. Una tarifa local y otra tarifa para el extranjero, ¿no? Pero dentro de la tarifa local, tampoco que es mucho más económica, ninguno de los ciudadanos va, que el país llegó a un momento de decir, todos los domingos pueden ir gratis a todos los museos las personas locales y aún así el monto es un poco mínimo que las personas lo valen, no es suficiente, ¿no? Entonces, porque la mayoría de las personas está, como lo indicaba él, que no quieren ver, digamos, inteligencia artificial, sino mayormente se ven a los que están en el momento, Facebook, TikTok, quieren manejar toda la parte de redes, pero con esta herramienta le intensivas a nivel de educación a todos los niños o a todas las personas de por lo menos no recrear no solamente la ciudad tecnológica, sino recrear, digamos, un Machu Picchu, que justamente yo le estaba comentando que quiere el ministerio recrear eso, todas las partes de las esencias fundamentales, porque Perú no es solamente Machu Picchu, en Perú existen cientos en todos los lugares, tiene Choquequirao, tiene Chan, tienes infinidades de lugares, entonces meter todo ese sistema arqueológico dentro de un metaverso para que los niños que están surgiendo en la nueva generación se empapen de su propia cultura, de que quieran conocer y cuando lo vean, porque mayormente ni todo el mundo después de la pandemia, Perú era algo que no quería tener las tecnologías, ni siquiera en las universidades te aceptaban las partes de, digamos, de carreras virtuales, no te las aceptaban, todo tenía que ser, digamos, presenciales. A raíz de la pandemia todo eso evolucionó, cambió, giró.
Como en todo el mundo.
Como en todo el mundo. Los colegios adaptaron todo ese sistema, entonces a través del Ministerio de Cultura, porque también aparte, como es un museo enorme para hacer una obra, tú tienes que haces la obra, estás con el Ministerio de Cultura, por si haces digamos, una canalización, encontraste, digamos, una momia, todo no hay posibilidades, entonces levantan mayormente utilizar estas herramientas a nivel académico para que todos los niños vean, conozcan su cultura y mayormente mostrársela también a al mundo toda esa información, porque mayormente nos conocen a nosotros solamente como todo país, un punto y dicen Perú, Machu Picchu, comida rica. Entonces ahí ya vas a tener un mejor abanico de información.
Me alegro mucho y estamos ahí. Conversemos.
Okay.
Por favor, Colombia.
Bueno, en Colombia creo que hay algunos puntos interesantes de, digamos, de afianzar, como la biodiversidad que tiene. Colombia, pues, es un país que sí tiene unas regiones bastante diferentes, hacia el interior es diferente, hacia Antioquia, hacia Medellín, hacia el Caribe o hacia el Pacífico. Pero sí tenemos, creo que esa riqueza cultural, también creo que hay un potencial turístico importante. Tenemos unos retos también fuertes en el tema de seguridad en algunas regiones, pero también hay ciudades que han avanzado mucho, que han tenido un cambio. Creo que en el mundo se conoce el caso de Medellín, que pasó de una ciudad hace mucho tiempo con muchos problemas, con mucha violencia, a hacer otra cosa hoy en día y como destacar. Y tenemos muchos temas ahí. Yo creo que la educación sí es un catalizador importante de cambio. Estamos viendo incluso nuevos esquemas de educación, las universidades, nosotros tenemos convenios con universidades. Por ejemplo, hay una tendencia que las carreras ya no sean tan extensas, ¿no? Que antes eran, no sé, 5 años, no sé, y los jóvenes ya de pronto no quieren eso, quieren de pronto otro esquema diferente. Hay un déficit importante en el tema de todas estas nuevas tecnologías, de programación, ¿no? El ministerio tiene un cálculo de unas, bueno, de muchas vacantes, llamémoslo así. Muchos jóvenes pues trabajan ya para el exterior, ¿no? para empresas. Pero Colombia pues sí tiene casos en este momento de éxito, como en implementación de Smart City. Hemos tratado también de que los tiempos sean más rápidos, aprender digamos, de no chocarnos con la misma piedra que han chocado otros, sino tratar de aprender de otros países. Se han dado temas un poco complejos. Por ejemplo, la ciudad de Bogotá tiene ahora todo un esquema para territorio inteligente, es una visión territorial, no solo de la ciudad, sino regional. Pero mientras hicieron toda esa planeación, eso fue una planificación de 4 años, ¿no? Entonces,
4 años
demasiado planificando todo ese territorio inteligente.
Es una carrera universitaria.
Sí. Bueno, hice una carrera, Bogotá en este caso, ¿no? Aprendiendo cómo iba a ser su territorio, porque pues tiene mucha influencia con una región y con muchos municipios. Pero bueno, ya surgió el modelo del territorio de Bogotá, territorio inteligente, y también unos recursos pues, representativos para el programa, pero tal vez esa planeación hubiera podido ser más rápida en algún momento. Entonces sí, creo que hay unos casos de éxito de ciudad, de tecnología. Creo que nosotros sí hemos tratado de tener algunos modelos bajándole un poco el tono tan tecnológico a veces del concepto de la ciudad inteligente, subiendo el tono de la inclusión de alguna manera, porque tenemos ciudades bastante desarrolladas, pero otros territorios no. Y tener tecnologías como el metaverso y demás, creo que serían muy interesantes para allanar ese camino, que era lo que te comentaba, y también adaptarnos a los requerimientos que tiene la sociedad, pero también a lo que piensan, por ejemplo, los jóvenes, ¿no? En cuanto al tema del uso del tiempo, del uso de la tecnología, y que la oferta académica también se adecue a eso, sea flexible, ¿no? Porque también las universidades se han dado cuenta, ¿no? Ha bajado el tema de las inscripciones en las universidades. Entonces, bueno, hay todo un periodo de adaptación también en el tema educativo y de tecnología.
Excelente, excelente. Muchas gracias. Qué bueno que están tomando cartas en el asunto.
Exacto.
Franci, ¿qué nos cuenta? Brevemente, lo siento, pero brevemente.
Sí, seré breve. En mi caso estamos trabajando ahora además también estoy colaborando recientemente, he empezado a colaborar con Bistec. Hemos detectado que hay Llevamos ya una serie de pilotos, de proyectos pilotos para capacitar a los trabajadores. A veces pensamos siempre en la gente joven que está estudiando, pero nos olvidamos de que cientos de miles de personas que están en su puesto de trabajo y que siguen con procesos antiguos o poco optimizados o poco eficientes.
Tenemos que seguir
Y
educando,
claro,
exactamente.
entonces estamos desarrollando trabajos ahora mismo con la Asociación Hotelera de Tenerife, Asotel, estamos desarrollando una aplicación de realidad virtual en la que se podrá formar a los equipos de los hoteles en actualización de sus conocimientos en atención al cliente, cocina, seguridad, etcétera, etcétera. De forma que el proceso de onboarding o de updating de los conocimientos de los nuevos trabajadores y los trabajadores existentes se puede hacer en cualquier momento, en cualquier lugar, simplemente con unas gafas de realidad virtual y sirva la misma formación estandarizada para los 240 hoteles de la asociación. Son decenas de miles de personas que se pueden beneficiar del metaverso para adquirir esos conocimientos. Y bueno, hay mucho más que contar, pero
lo
ahí
sé,
dejamos.
muchas
Ahí lo
gracias,
dejamos y muchas
pero qué
gracias.
bueno que existen cosas concretas.
Sí, sí, me
Qué bueno,
comentaste,
qué
he
bueno.
intentado ahí meter
Eso,
la
bien,
cuña.
Bien. Por favor, Juanjo, cerramos contigo. Cuéntanos.
Bueno, poco que añadir, salvo que estamos ante un cambio tecnológico de primer orden. No estamos utilizando, a veces lo comentábamos, el propio smartphone que llevamos en el bolsillo de la chaqueta, no usamos ni el 5% de sus capacidades, ¿no? Y el mundo que tenemos por delante es un mundo fascinante, ¿no? No hemos terminado de digerir la última revolución tecnológica y ya se nos viene encima la inteligencia artificial que va a cambiarlo absolutamente todo. Y detrás de la inteligencia artificial viene, como comentábamos hace un momento, la computación cuántica, que también va a ser una revolución en el ámbito tecnológico de primer orden. Es decir, no terminamos de digerir las posibilidades de una revolución tecnológica y estamos a la puerta de otra, ¿no? En cualquier caso, el mundo que nos queda por delante es un mundo fascinante y que desde luego el próximo año, este mismo encuentro, estaríamos hablando de cosas pues radicalmente, si no radicalmente distintas, sí muy distintas y que a lo mejor ahora mismo solo atisbamos.
Realmente. Bueno, muchas gracias al panel, muchas gracias a todos por su perspectiva. Bueno, les quiero pedir un gran aplauso y seguimos avanzando. Muchas gracias. Por favor, adelante.
Muchas gracias.
Olga, where are you?
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Muchas gracias. Rosie, you want to? Yeah, good. Okay. And now we will be going straight to another session. Yes? Can we do this microphones or you prefer to have? It's okay? Yes? And the second one? Okay. So now we can invite to the stage. You can already follow me, yes? Gianfranco Todesco, representing City of Turin, and also accompanied by Massimo Migliorini. That's correct. Okay, the floor is yours, gentlemen. Or you can go.
You can sit, I guess.
Yes, but maybe we can move the table so it will be because you will be. Do you want to stand or walk around? Standing maybe. Yes, because you have presentation.
I mean, we will present together, so
yes,
yeah.
so maybe we can just move it a bit so it will be more comfortable.
We have introduced innovation in
then
this presentation because I speak in Spanish and Massimo speaks in English, okay?
Yes, to testify the cosmopolitan nature of this meeting. Yeah. Please.
Okay, so this is the city of Turin, okay. Perfecto, vamos un poco a presentar qué es la ciudad de Torino, que no es solo un lugar, mas tenemos número para visualizar el impacto que tiene esta ciudad en Italia. Tenemos mucha innovación social también y tenemos una visión de introducir tecnología ética, porque los datos que utiliza la ciudad son datos de los ciudadanos. Entonces, necesitamos que hablar siempre de una tecnología ética para la ciudad de Torino. Tenemos así muchos proyectos de impacto. Y ahora tenemos muchos financiamientos también de gobierno y de la Unión Europea para desarrollar startups, empresas y otros. Tenemos también un proyecto con Techstar, que es una empresa de América para desarrollar startup innovativa en Torino. Aquí puede mirar, por ejemplo, el coworking de la ciudad, que la ciudad también es un acelerador de empresa. El tema ético es muy importante para nosotros y tenemos impacto sobre el financiamiento por desarrollar proyectos por los ciudadanos, de introducir innovación para los servicios de los ciudadanos. Aquí puede mirar también Torino con proyectos sobre el tema sociales. Y también el río que se llama Fiume Po de la ciudad. En Torino hay el Centro de Inteligencia Artificial del Estado italiano sobre el tema de la empresa. Y para nosotros es interesante hablar siempre de AI ética, no solamente de AI. Ah, no hay sonido, ¿verdad? Perfecto. Perdón, ese es un pequeño vídeo sobre el tema de innovación que tenemos en la ciudad, pero el vídeo no hay sonido, no sé por qué. Ahora vamos hablando del tema del metaverso, después de este vídeo. Perfecto. Ahora, que cualquier ciudad en el mundo tiene muchos conciertos, eventos, etcétera, etcétera. Vamos desarrollando un proyecto para utilizar una central multiagencia en el metaverso por poner en condición en inglés se llaman first responder, por trabajar mejor sobre el tema de la seguridad de los eventos. ¿Okay? En el metaverso, que es esta central por todas las agencias de seguridad, vamos a poner la cámara de seguridad, IoT para el counting de las personas, la bodycam de la policía, el tablet de la ambulancia, etcétera, etcétera. Esto es interesante para mejorar el trabajo de los servicios a los ciudadanos que están ahí, porque hay muchas informaciones que llegan en la central en tiempo real. Otra implementación que utilizamos en la Academia de Policía es utilizar training con la virtual reality sobre muchísimo tema. Es interesante porque tenemos bibliografía de universidad, tenemos recerca de la universidad que dice que si el empleado va a parar jugando, es un aprendimiento muy profundo. ¿Okay? Es interesante por eso. Tenemos también ejemplos sobre el tema de Educational y Museum, hablamos después. En todo eso tenemos una colaboración con Fundación Links, que aquí está Massimo Migliorini, porque la ciudad de Torino trabaja muchísimo sobre muchos temas con Fundación Links. Massimo.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here for me. I have the really bad task of being, I think, the last before lunch. So, I mean, none yet. Okay, that's relief me. Thank you. So, what I'm giving you today is just a really brief overview of what is the work of Links Foundation, especially connected with the city of Turin, especially in the field of extended reality. Links Foundation, it's my research institute. It's in Turin, in Italy. It's about 200 people right now. And I have the immense honor to be the responsible of the extended reality laboratory in Links, which is a research unit whose aim is exploring. We are explorers. We explore the potential of different immersive technologies, from virtual reality to augmented reality, mixed reality, metaverse, even holograms, video wall, anything which is not flat. So we worked a lot. We have been working really much time with the city of Turin, with police, with different first responders. And what we achieve right now is that there is a big need for innovation. Big need. We really know that technologies are rushing, are evolving really much, but regulations and responders and the users fatigue to understand this evolution because it's too fast, simply too fast. Um, you know the radio, the whole the radio. Before coming to 30 million users, it took something like 5 years. For ChatGPT, it took 1 month. Just to give you an overview about this faster and faster evolution. So I would not spend a word about defining what are these kind of technology, because I think that the audience is very much scale upon that. But just to mention augmented reality, so superimposing images on your perspective, virtual reality, projecting people on other worlds, and mixed reality, which is the fusion of digital and real element. While you see what you see, we are working inside digital element which you can interact with, which is really huge. And of course the metaverse, which whose definition is quite interesting, because actually it's include more technologies, a set of words, so 3D modeling, of course, where to move virtually, so virtual reality again, leaving unalterable signs, so blockchain, of course, is needed, interfacing with other users, so internet. This is the key real definition of metaverse, and this is what we use to apply and to explore. But why we want to explore this for training, I mean, or for training of police or for first responders? I mean, there is a lot of advantages, really many. If we think about, for example, time, faster sessions, higher repeatability, faster debriefing, it's really something that we save. And time means, of course, money for everybody, but also costs really money, I say, because when you are in virtual reality, you have no displacement of manned vehicles, no resource consumption, and you don't need to interrupt functionalities of infrastructure. Think about a virtual reality exercise in a tunnel. In a normal exercise, you have to stop the tunnel, to put down the traffic, to block it. In virtual reality, no. Of course, virtual reality cannot substitute the real world, but can really complement it at a very high level of effect. So efficiency, I mean, it is digital. Everything can be customized, can be created, can be modified. You can represent even collapses, fires, or whatever, things that normally people are asked to imagine when they get trials on site. And so even a dimension of safety is triggered. No harm for CBRN or substances or fire or whatever, and no infrastructure damages. I mean, but we don't imagine a collapse. We see it, we perceive it, but we are safe anyway. Monitoring, this is a key advantage of virtual reality and metaverse in general. You can monitor people in any second, in any gesture they do. So you can really track what they have done, the mistakes they've taken, either in terms of logic, but also in terms of gesture. For example, if there is a specific manual operation and they do it wrongly, then you can track it, and this is quite interesting. Not to talk about the reports, so the briefing stuff after action review, whatever is needed to support, and of course, last but not least, worldwide. I mean, the possibility to act remotely is meaning that we are here in Tenerife and we can train with people in Italy. I mean, this cooperation will have a follow up, and we are enthusiastic about that. So there are many use cases. I mean, I wanted to focus on training because it's the key pillar of our presentation, but actually there are many use cases. We work in a lot of sectors, from ranging from training at a multi-level perspective, even with we have a contract with Italian Ministry of Defense, but also with first responder, within industrial safety and security, and even in health sector. 2 days ago, I was in a hospital in demonstration for with virtual reality to support rehabilitation therapies for cognitive lesion, for cognitive illness. So just to mention, but there are also other sectors that in urban environment are really engaged. Education, schools, people that have to learn things, but also cultural heritage, fruition, accessibility. Think about people who cannot walk in a cultural site, how much virtual reality can bring them the culture of that kind of site. I mean, we are Italians, so cultural heritage is one of our key words, no? And so we are very much focused on that. And there are a huge number of projects that we as Link Foundation have engaged into in between years, ranging from different European programs, from European Space Agency to Interreg to Internet Security Fund for Police, DG ECHO, whatever, and of course Horizon Europe, which is the key program most known, I believe, in Europe. And in those sectors, as I told you, but also many public and private commitment. Public and private commitment. People who wants to pay to understand how virtual reality can help them. So this means that there is a huge, more and more understanding of this potential. Just to give you a number, from 2018 to 2023, when Links Foundation got about 20 XR-based projects for the total amount of 52 million euros as total budget, was around three were for Links Foundation actually, and many of those were in cooperation with City of Turin. So really a huge impact that we are in the middle of a digital revolution. We know that, but the things is that public administration together with research institute, together with the companies, can really make the difference. That's what I think. So last thing, and then I will leave you then with some practical testifies, let's say. It's what we are going to do towards the future. There are three ideas which we could be many more, but three key ideas that we are developing together. So a European Academy, which is a follow-up of the Paxur project we are running right now, that is creating an academy for police that is actually capable of training people, policemen at local level, but from different wards, from different countries. The case studies of this Paxur project are Turin, city of Turin, Italy, city of Nice in France, and city of Madrid in Spain. So since we are in Spain, there's even a connection here. The second is virtual control rooms. I mean, during a crisis, the control room is essential. And what they do right now is bringing people there with a lot of losing money for moving them, for making them able to see whatever. And it's just a seat where data, video data, sensors data are coming and can be seen and discussed. So this can be done virtually in a crisis without moving people, and we're gathering data from the crisis itself, from citizens or from the body cam of the policeman, for example. So virtual control rooms is one key pillar we are investing on. And the last is AI integrations, of course. AI is a keyword that is evolving that much. We experimented already some avatars with artificial intelligence that can be used. In our cases, we use it for museums guide, but you can use at any level, even for elderly that come for a municipality to understand how their retirement works. Instead of having a website, we'll have an avatar, digital avatar talking to them. It's humanization of technologies, and this is really relevant. And of course, ethics of AI, because how we apply the AI and how people should be educated to apply, it's another story. I mean, we cannot throw it on the table like we did on internet, for example. And after a while, we had cyberbullies, haters, young suicides, and so forth. So we really have to educate people now to use, and that's a part of our mission. So before leaving you, I would like to bring in your vision of two specific experience we created with the city of Turin concerning educational and cultural heritage sectors. So this first is a project named CTNX, Musei nel Metaverso. I'm sorry because the video is quite in Italian, but I think that it's a video, so it's the relevant thing is giving you a flashlight of what was happening there. So the idea is creating a metaverse space, not platform, but space, where the rich collection that we have in Turin, in Palazzo Madama specifically, of medieval medals could be told to young people. We averagely are not that much young. We are not kids, but I think that your first thought in the morning is not medieval medals, I suppose. Mine, yes, actually, but no, neither mine, of course. But this is something where we want to count to young generation. So they asked us how to do it, and we created a space in Metaverse where the character figured into medals come out from the medal and count themselves, why they are there, represented, who they are, how can they interact with the world. And in this gamification experience where in Metaverse made on the spatial platform, where basically the user can collect different medals and being aware of how they were, who is represented on the medal and why. Then there is a second experience, which is done on virtual reality, where actually we throw the user from the previous environment, which was a medieval city, to a medieval shop, where those medals are created with ancient techniques. Is something that we don't have today. And so imagine coming 800 years in the past with your hands and with your style and giving you shape to your medal. This project is coming to an end right now, and the last stage will be the inauguration of this exhibition of those medieval medals in Palazzo Madama, where the medals created by the users will be printed in 3D and will be part of the collection of the exhibitions. So bringing people from digital world to the real world. That's this is an example of how the potential of digital can really be improving the lives of nowadays museums. One more thing about this specific experience, the guide there is in artificial intelligence. So it's not a predefined dialogue. You can chat like you would chat with me, and they say chat, but it's talking. You can talk with him like you could talk to me. Maybe it's even smarter, that guy. We could say. So the second experience I want to show you is another experience connected with museums and with cultural heritage, and basically this was related not to virtual reality and metaverse, but more on mixed reality. So giving you a full overview of how of many technologies can be connected, mixed and augmented. Sorry. So what we did is, I think you know, and everybody knows Ayrton Senna. And everybody knows that it's a pilot, car pilot that died accidentally 30 years ago exactly. And so in this here, which is the 31, the 30, basically the car museums of Turin wanted to give a sort of celebration to the Spirito. And so we created the mixed reality you can see out there and augmented reality where avatars can really give you an overview of what was the life of Ayrton Senna, but also about the museum, which cars are hosted at, how they can be seen and shaped. And for example, when you do this operation, the girls start talking about the car, but then you can do this, seeing inside, around. This is called the Iron Man effect, because you look like Tony Stark putting things around, and everybody, even we got this feedback from people, not from us actually. I didn't even talk about it. So this is again another thing, a portal when you get into a digital space, but there is the portal is your only window on the real space. So complete fusion between digital and real. And this is another thing on augmented reality, where those dices were actually each face of the dice has a specific avatar telling you what is happening in that face of the dice. I don't know how many of you played Dungeons and Dragons, but this is really a killer application. So I really thank you for that. I hope this was interesting. Okay, please.
In my personal experience, for introducing in the public administration the metaverse or the other technology, the problem is not the cost. The problem is the mentality of the public employer. We need the training for public employer for new skill, new soft skill for this. Is very, very important, this point.
And we are lucky to have a student city such illuminated. Thank you.
I think for one question, if there's anyone. Okay, can I borrow one? Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for this presentation. It was marvelous. I have one question related to the virtual control room. Can you elaborate more regarding the virtual control room?
Yeah, sure. Stanno chiedendo sulla virtual control room come dal punto di vista tecnico. Vuoi che risponda io o tu mi?
Sì, tu dal punto di vista tecnico, poi se vuole qualcosa di organizzativo.
Okay, so basically it's metaverse space shaped like a control room where in real time data coming from crisis monitor devices such as CCTV or sensors or even data coming from citizens can be visualized. It's a prototype, it's not a service so far, but is something that is going to be further developed. And there was a trial of this prototype on the 15th of October, so really not much time ago. And but if we are interested to know how it evolves, we will be happy to give you further feedback.
But in this project, we have introduced also the cybersecurity protocol for the data. Okay.
Yeah.
You need it or?
The clients will be convinced to replace the physical control room in a certain project with the virtual one.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I always say that virtual does not substitute real, but complement. But in this specific case, since the control room is a space where people discuss and consult data, basically, I think that it could, because it's really the only thing to be careful about is that it has to be stable. Because when a connection is lost and you are inside, you can always talk and think about another crisis on the crisis. But in this case, if the connection is lost, you are alone. So this is another risk that should be dealt with.
Okay. Thank you so much. One more time. Plus.
Our pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Henry, I can see you're already there, ready? Perfect. I think that a lot of us were waiting for your speech since like yesterday. We've heard also a lot. I think you'll need it. Yes? Okay.
Can you, my mic on? Yes, great. So first and foremost, I'm grateful. I want to say this right away to Joe, to Dirk for inviting us here, because as entrepreneur, every day you deal with lawyers, with accounting, with employees, and here is the place where we can actually dream, right? We can imagine the future. And I want to start my speech today by thanking, first of all, my new best friend, Philip, because Philip, basically think about what we're going to discuss today. We talked about metaverse, we talked about digital twins, and what we are doing in Ukraine is very different compared to everything we've been discussed here. So one of the challenges, Joe, when we talked last time, he goes, I used to call it metaverse in reverse, what we're trying to do in Ukraine, right? And sitting yesterday with Philip, he goes, Ukrainiverse. So today is going to be about Ukrainiverse, right? So this is exactly, so Joe, Philip, thank you so much for that. I want to start with something I usually finish my presentations to investors, to strategic partners with. We all understand, and all of you have been obviously following the news, that history is unfolding in front of our eyes. The world has changed, and Russia has invaded and committed gazillion of atrocities against Ukrainian people and Ukraine as a country. So today, what's important to us as a team, what's important to me, that's what gets me up every morning, that today we're actually sitting and we're able to really consider one thing, that today we as an organization can actually influence those historic events that will impact literally tens of millions of people. But one thing I want to start before I get to the actual speech is to put your mind frame into the following that we're going to do. First question is, why Ukraine? Right? Second question, why now? And just keep them in mind as I go through that, because that allows you to understand the opportunity that I believe that going through yesterday, having dozens of conversations, listening to great speakers, I have realized that Ukraine represents a phenomenal breakthrough, in my opinion, opportunity for the industry that we all want to be part of, right? And with that, I want to make sure that as I go through what you're about to hear, keep that in mind, that Ukraine can be the playground, the laboratory, where we can actually demonstrate the power of the previous speakers. All of those tools are clearly, and why? Because those tools, first and foremost, will drive transparency across everything. We can actually use those tools to change behaviors. And that's what I strongly believe in. So coming back to what I'm about to share, as you see, so for Ukraine is for all of Ukraine. Actually, I'm starting a podcast next month, so I'm going to be inviting a lot of you to talk about what we do. Thank you. So, and it's going to be it's going to be named after that. But the company, my vision started back in 2014, and it was after Crimea. And the vision was very, very simple. From a conceptual point of view, I wanted to build a platform that connects Ukraine and the world. That's pretty much it. Right? And part of the business model is to be in the middle and to basically facilitate all the economic activity. So coming back is what we're trying to solve is really drastic. Since 1917, Ukraine was under centrally planned economy from Soviet times, which more or less remained in effect through 2021. I personally moved back to Kyiv in 2017 because Parliament has passed the decentralization in its first reading. And I'm somebody who spent a little time on Wall Street, investment banking, entrepreneur. I understood the power of that decentralization that will allow us to build ground up the economy, not top down, right? And that's the opportunity on the whole. Now, how do you get from central planned economy to market economy? So part of what we need to solve is the problem of institutions. Municipalities as institutions. So if you think about 1,472 municipalities in Ukraine, and Mayor's Club that we are managing as an organization now has 637 members. I want to give you one number. When we took over management in October, November of 2022, there was about 20 members, 25. Today it's 638 as of this morning. I got a report. Right? That just demonstrates the need. What's the need? Municipalities as institutions as institutions, not individual mayors, had no idea how to work in the market economy. Because in the past, let me simplify it for you. Any municipality, and we discussed a lot of them today, have three components. First of all, administration, business, and people. So administration, right, has to do everything possible to attract business, to generate taxes, to serve the people. And those people work. So this simple triangle is the core of what all the data we talked about is going to be flowing through. So the key is, how do we give, what type of instruments they need to move from central planned economy to market? And everything you see on this slide, we are giving to the municipality at no cost. We are now testing our first commerce department in Ukraine, because part of what we're doing is we're creating what we call economic unions, which I'm going to refer to, which basically definition of what we come up with is multiple municipalities, small ones. None of you would ever be attracted as an investor into the city of 20 to 30 to 50,000 people, especially in Ukraine. But now when you combine them all together, 10 of them, we're talking about opportunity to truly build large cities, as you're going to see. So what is our job? You know, elephant in the room, right? So, and this is a part of the presentation I presented in DC in our trade mission a couple weeks ago. So if you look at the right side of the slide, right? If you look at the capital demand, right? Digitalization, decentralization, all of those inevitable trends that will be transforming Ukrainian economy. Now, the education, we haven't talked, that's one of the questions I had to one of the panels, is because part of what we need to do as an industry is to educate why do we need everything that you guys offering, right? Technology-wise, it's so cool, but why do I need it? If I am sitting in a small village, why do I need it? How do I use it? How is it going to make me more effective, save money, generate more income, attract more people, blah, 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 blah. And remember, I'm a sales guy. I'm a business development guy. So everything I looked at is how do we get it to the market? That's my job, right? So now coming back, and I want you to realize from the risk, I'm pointing in the wrong thing, sorry. The risk perspective, our job is very important. We, as an organization, must mitigate all risks. That's the key, right? And you know all the risks listed there, but I want to address decentralization. As I mentioned earlier, decentralization is opportunity of a lifetime. Truly is. There's 1,472 municipalities in Ukraine, and every one of them needed, including the big cities, right? But decentralization also is a massive risk. And why? I want you to realize who is Ukrainian mayor today. The mayor does not trust the central government of Ukraine. The mayor will never give up recently gained independence. Doesn't matter who that mayor is. Because decentralization means you now, as a local municipality, control your own economy versus listening what's coming from the top. Third, right, those individuals, administrations are sitting on vast amount of physical resources. Ukraine is estimated in the ground has 4 trillion to 25 trillion of natural resources, right? Ukraine has every element of Mendeleev table in the ground. So we're talking about massive opportunity from every angle you look at. The fourth element is the future of administrations, municipalities, and politicians depends on the one thing and one thing only, creation of local jobs. And last piece of it, where we come in, people on the ground in Ukraine are very smart. It's a very little country. But people, they don't know what to do because they never had a need before. And that is our opportunity to provide all of them and actually build the market ground up. There's one big other thing to compare, the size of the opportunity. I use this, as I mentioned, in Washington. That's why you see Texas, right? Not Poland, for example. But it's a great slide to indicate the size of the opportunity. More or less, you're looking at 695,000 square kilometers, right? 603,000 square kilometers, right? 695 is in Texas. But the economy, look at the size of the economy, is not comparable. So that's the precise. And the other big thing about Ukraine, there's $1 trillion coming into the country post-war, 5 to 7 years, from over 100 countries in the world. We now clearly see governments are competing for Ukraine, not corporations, governments. And I want to address the money part as we go through this, right? We represent the whole country. We don't represent any specific project, although we have many of them, as you're going to see in a minute. But our job is to make sure that we'll build the ecosystem platform for everyone to come on to and provide whatever they need to provide. But if you look at the right side of the slide, right on my left of yours, right, you'll see the stack we're building. And the stack starts with the technology at the bottom. Because the question on the top is the only question we need to answer. Does that improve quality of life or doesn't? That's what we're after, quality of life. So if technology at the lower level, let's come back to corruption, right? It will by itself eradicate corruption to a maximum. Then we can integrate the technology, right, in order to know how much pressure we have in a water pipe and how much tax has been paid on a $100 million investment or a cup of coffee bought. We can integrate this at the concept stage, all different technologies. Now, let me address the next point on this very simple slide, right? If you look at this stack, it allows us to really integrate and iterate very fast and fail cheap, right? In order to find a solution. I was speaking in one of the conferences in DC, I think I mentioned it yesterday, and basically the biggest problem you're all addressing is legacy infrastructure. Ukraine has every other problem, but does not have that problem. Does not have a legacy infrastructure problem. We can build everything literally ground up without dealing with the buildings that are already there. We can bring the best practices, best policies, best governance through this mechanism. We can use Metaverse, Ukrainiverse. We can use Ukrainiverse as the teaching tool to educate how we expect the behavior to change. What are the rules? And make it very easily available to all. Now, coming back to the next slide is how we build our business model. So if you look at the top, I'm a president of World Trade Center Kyiv, very proud that I was a big part of bringing World Trade Center Association to Ukraine. That's the 318 World Trade Centers around the world. So it's a global network, plus United Nations, USA, everybody's talking to us. I'm very proud to say that today we're the only organization that is being looked at as we can meet the very stringent standards of governance and transparency with ability to execute at scale in Ukraine. We are being looked at as the most anti-corrupt path into the country because we are avoiding the central government. We go directly to the people. We can do much better control. So the part of the model is a global network. The second line is what's really exciting because Ukraine, what I realized in my journey, right, does not have a commerce department as we know. So what we have done is create business units that have a very specific functionality, every one of them, and there's more coming up, which in aggregate create a commerce department, a one-stop shop, irrespective of what your needs are as a company, as a service provider, as a developer of future manufacturing in Ukraine. Ukraine is destined to become a home and probably one of the best countries in the world in smart manufacturing. Why? On the geopolitical level, North America, as well as obviously Europe, are decoupling from China. Ukraine is a big country. Ukraine is the center of Europe, right? Ukraine will become a member of the European Union. So part of what we do is you see economy. Think about the challenge. Every industry, every profession in Ukraine will have to go through recertification, every person working in this industry, in order to comply with European standards. That is a massive opportunity to change. Last piece on the lower level, you see companies listed there. And I'm going to use one example, Sweco. Sweco is a $2.2 million giant, 23,000 architects and engineers. And they already have applied and received the grant from government of Finland for 323,000 to do one feasibility study in Ukraine for one industrial park. But they applied for 100. Think about the size of that opportunity. So what we do in our business model, we identify companies, including many that I'm going to be talking to separately, obviously after the transmission, of bringing them in and making sure that we bring them all across Ukraine. Because we have a capability to do a very quick MVP using, as we talked about focus group, the previous speakers talked about talking to people first. I think it was Jose who's talking about it. We have focus group of mayors, literally. I set this up. We're setting up investment council within the Mayor's Club in order to give direct access to mayors and local projects to capital. And if you look at our business model, we have three components. First component is Ukraine. We connected Ukraine through municipal network. Second is international community, which part of why I'm here, right? And the third one is capital, liquidity. And liquidity comes first, and it can come from grants all the way to angel investment. But this process here that we develop is a proprietary process because Ukraine is acquired taste. There's a big difference, cultural, and all kinds of difference being ready. So what the world does not see today, in my opinion, is that there's an enormous gap between what Americans, Europeans are expecting of Ukraine and what Ukraine can deliver. And we are the company that integrates that. And that process allows companies to onboard step by step. For example, in discovery phase, right, we have 3 types of projects. We have private projects, PPP projects, and municipal projects. And we have 3 types of discovery phase. We're building something in Ukraine, we want to buy or sell, or we want to distribute. So we are standardizing legal documents. Right now, this week, we're launching sign-up of municipalities by giving their communal land to be industrial park for 49 years. It's going to be public-private partnerships, which allows us to then bring all kinds of players to develop that. So coming back, SWECO is going to develop architectural engineering designs of industrial park, but also add 3D, because that's part of their toolbox. But that 3D element allows everyone sitting in the room is very quickly, very low cost to convert it into virtual reality. So now I, as a sales guy, can go out and say, company X, would you like to be in this industrial park, in this industrial cluster that is go step by step, and that's the process, and that particular process creates competition. So if I'm processing raw material as a company, just using it as an example, in that agro-processing industrial cluster, there will only be one company doing that. Therefore, I'm sending out to every association in the world who wants to come to that one spot. And we're creating, as we talked, Philip, yesterday, potentially a public tender right into the Ukrainiverse in order for everybody to see who's going to be there. And then we can allow immediately for the company, when they want, to go immediately to the public, all the citizens say, I want this company or I don't want that company. We have endless opportunities to pursue that. And remember, when you see on the bottom, money comes always, that majority of Ukrainians definitely don't understand, right? Because when I start doing this, I come to the man, he goes, what do you need? He goes, money. Just give me money, I'll take care of everything, right? That was the answer. I said, what do you do? Are you going to buy toilet paper? What do you do? So think about now the cost structure, the local level. What we can do is that if we can apply and say, okay, we have 1,000 municipalities and we have 10,000 businesses in Ukraine, they will buy, I use the example, everybody can relate to that, toilet paper. So we can go to the biggest production of a toilet paper company and say, give us the right price. It's a club model. I didn't come up with it. It works in US all the time. So this is coming back to the next thing, is the size of the opportunity for the smart manufacturing. Think about the data. We talked about just previously about all the data management and data being the new oil and all that. Think about $1 trillion over 5 to 7 years, 100 almost countries, tens of thousands of businesses coming into the country. How much data would that be generated from that activity? Ground up. But more important to think about this. It is a national security concern, that data. Right? We don't want Russians to know what's happening on the Ukrainian municipality level, all the activities, right? So we now have ability to use Ukraine as a laboratory playground for the industry to demonstrate the power not only of your individual company technologies, but how they work together. And that's opportunity, I believe, that nobody else can offer in the world today, right? And this is part of what I wanted to discuss with you, because creating these platforms, when we talked, I spoke to Charbel, right? Well, we're creating this ecosystem. The ecosystem now is going to be driving the behavior of the members of that ecosystem, whatever it is. And what's critical, we now can set up a very different rules, ethics, law, everything else to follow, because simply by kicking the person out of that, we're limiting their ability to do business. And that's inevitable, will come. And hopefully we all participate in that. So coming back, you see here the projects. Every one of these projects is now being considered for financing, as you see here. Now, I'm not going to talk about specific projects, but Sandra, I know you're big on education. So if you see the nest of the second project, that is how I built my career in America on that. And this is going to infrastructure of education and sports for the country. I used to be an athlete 20 kilos ago. And I basically, in Ukraine, when I was growing up in the Soviet sports system, pretty much all of the infrastructure remains exactly as it was. literally 40 years ago, right? So the idea behind this, that we have opportunities, but that unlike any other. And look at the top how we select those projects. The selection criteria is key to the slide. It allows us to really take the project, test it out, build a legal process, financial process, right? And then very quickly scale it across the country. That's the opportunity of a lifetime. So coming back and moving to the next slide, this is our first smart city of Ukraine. We are starting, as you see on the right left corner, a 700-hectare industrial park that company Sweco, we're starting on the first 20 hectares, right? Industrial parks in Ukraine are important because there's a tax benefits, no customs for 10 years, no VAT, and no income tax for 10 years. So you got to be stupid, as a company, not to go into industrial park in Ukraine, because if you have 10 million of equipment, you're not going to pay 2 million taxes, right? So, but the key to that park, we're going to be setting up 23 industrial clusters within that 700-hectare park. And instead of writing gazillion of reports of strategy, development, and future, we decided to go straight to the throat. Industrial parks will create local jobs. When we know when the industrial parks are physically, piece of land where it's going to be located, we now can plan the rest of the city. The leisure, inner mobility, communication, all of the infrastructure that needs to be in place. And I want you to imagine and take a look at the opportunity we are creating. The competition in Ukraine and all over the world, in my opinion, will not be for money. There's plenty of money. Will not be for projects, right? But will be for people. How do we attract people to Ukraine? Ukraine does have a demographic problem. So think about one idea. I'll give you two ideas. One idea is that I am coming and I'm becoming a resident of that city as a business, as an individual, doesn't matter who, right? I pay one fee per month that includes all of my costs, from daycare to electricity in my apartment. Why? Because smart technology, smart building, we can control temperature when nobody moves there. We can use the energy, right? If I like it hot, I can turn my room hot, but not the rest of my apartment. The ways to all of that. And the second idea is even bigger. Alaska, Qatar, right? This is a state in the country that are really paying dividends based on their natural resources to their citizens. My idea is very different. Today, because of technology caught up, we can actually offer dividends based on the growth of GDP. So every citizen, including animals, not doing stuff on the street, can participate in quality of life. And benefits of the growth of GDP will be divided somehow among the citizens. That's the opportunities we have in Ukraine. We can reimagine, but we also not just imagining, we are doing it. And what you see now is not a fantasy. We are doing it now. During the war, somebody asked, well, what about the war? All wars come to the end. And all you read books, right? Majority of the money is made after the war, as cynical as it sounds, right? But in order, if I met with many of you today for the first time, it will take me minimum 6 months just to put the paperwork together. It will take another 18 months to actually build something. But think about when the whistle is blown, which is hopefully yesterday would be, right? How much flood will come into Ukraine? We're building a platform where everybody can play, and we're saving 10x, I believe, us. And this is another big thing about risk management. Public-private partnership is economic, financial, and political instrument that changed economies from the United States to China. In Ukraine is non-starter yet. 95% of the projects will be public-private partnerships, which obviously reduces the risk. So I want to finish up my presentation before I open for questions with one thing. We understood very early on, we cannot do it alone. How do we get companies like yours to be involved in what we do in Ukraine? We have to give you, not come with an open hand and please help us. Ukraine got tremendous amount of help from everywhere, which is phenomenal from human point of view. But that's not why business people, investors make decisions. They make decisions because of their self-interest. That's why capitalism works. So I'm asking you to get involved, right? To become part of what we're doing. And most importantly, we have tremendous amount of capital to fund all of that, all of your developments, all of your work with us. Mayor's Club, as you're going to hear from Yulia, is an NGO, right? Which allows us to do that. And I want to finish it up with what I started with. We all living in the history that is unfolding in front of us. And we all have ability today to make and influence those historic events for tens of millions, not only in Ukraine, around the world. That's my personal opinion. And I want to thank you again for listening to me, and lunch is hopefully ready. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Henry, you have, it's 5 minutes till 1. I know we have some.
Oh, so no questions?
If you have time.
Oh, no, I do have to go now, but I would love to talk to after during lunch and discuss any questions you might have. But thank you so much for listening to me, and we'll go. By the way, the call I have, give you one example just before I go.
Of course.
A company out of UK, a big company, they do waste processing, waste to energy type of process, right? So they need to come to Ukraine. And the mayor is a very sharp guy. He needs help of putting the deal together, right? This is basics, right? That you would not deal with any other developed country. But in Ukraine, we have to take our, shirt off, roll off those sleeves and do the basic stuff. And that's another opportunity for others. So thank you so much.
So you can, catch Henry later after lunch with all of the questions. And now organizational information again. We will have a lunch now for 30 minutes, which will be directly next to us in the room where coffee is. So 30 minutes, let's keep up the time. And also to balance a bit the engagement of audience of you, we would like you to think about some potential questions for a panel discussion, which will be after the lunch, will be about sustainability of innovation. And the guests on panel will be connected to public sector. So now within the coffee and some snacks, maybe you will feel and have some inspiration for questions. And you will, like I said, we will balance a bit. Thank you and enjoy the lunch.
Oh, look at all the lonely people. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? All the lonely people, where do they all belong? Where do they all belong? Where do they all belong?
Close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal flame? I believe it's meant to be, darling. I watched you when you were sleeping. You belong with me. Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal flame? Say my name. Sun shines through the rain. Our whole life so lonely. Then you come and ease the pain. I don't wanna lose this feeling. Give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal flame? Close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal an eternal Every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. Oh, can't you see you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every step you take, every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I'll be watching you. Since you've gone, I've been lost without a trace. I dream at night, I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. Can't you see you belong to me? How my poor heart aches with every breath you take, every move you make, every vow you break, every smile you fake, every claim you stake, I've been watching you. Since you've gone, I've been lost without a trace. I dream at night, I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and I long for your embrace. I keep crying, baby, baby, please. Every breath you
She may be the face I can't forget, a trace of pleasure or regret, maybe my treasure or the price I had to pay. Maybe the song that summer sings, maybe the chill that autumn brings, maybe 100 different things within the measure of a day. Maybe the beauty or the beast, maybe the famine or the feast, may turn each day into a heaven or a hell. Maybe the mirror of my dreams, as my reflected in a stream, may not be what she may seem inside her shell. She, who always seemed so happy in a crowd, whose eyes can be so private and so proud, no one's allowed to see them when they cry. Maybe the love that cannot hope to last may come to me from the shadows of the past, that I remember till the day I die. Maybe the reason I survive, the why and wherefore am alive, the one I care for through the rough and ready years. Me, I take her laughter and her tears, and make them all my souvenirs. For where she goes, I've gotta be. The meaning of my life is she.
For once in my life, I've got someone who needs me, someone I've needed so long. For once unafraid, I can go where life leads me. Somehow I know I'll be strong. For once I can touch what my heart used to dream of, long before I knew someone like you could make all my dreams come true. For once in my life, I won't let sorrow hurt me, not like it's hurt me before. For once I've got someone I know won't desert me. I'm not alone anymore. For once I can say this is mine, you can take it. Long as I know I got love, I can make it. For once in my life, I have someone who needs me. For once I can say this is mine, you won't take it. Long as I know I got love, I can make it. For once in my life, I've got someone who needs me.
So the pound is friends, 'cause friends will be friends. Friends, right till the beautiful day. The postman delivered a letter from your lover, only a phone call away. You tried to track him down, but somebody stole his number. As a matter of fact, you're getting used to life without a linear way. It's so easy, love, 'cause you got friends you can trust. Friends will be friends. When you are in need of love, they give you care and attention. Friends will be friends. When you're through with life and all hope is lost, holds out your hand. We'll be friends, 'cause friends will be friends. Friends, right till the
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth. It's not all that glitters is gold. Half the the story has never been told, so now you see the light. Hey, stand up for your right. Come on, get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Most people think great God will come from the skies, take away everything and make everybody feel high. If you know what life is worth, you will look for your own earth. And now you see the light. You stand up for your rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, the smile's returning to the faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun. Here comes the the sun and I say it's alright. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun and I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, do 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 do. Here comes the sun and I say it's alright.
I have climbed high against mountains. I have run through fields only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run, I have crawled, I have scaled these city walls, these city walls, only to be with you. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have kissed honey lips, felt the healing in her fingertips. It burned like a fire, this burning desire. I have spoke with the throne of angels. I have held the hand of the devil. It was word in the night. It was cold as a storm. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I believe in the kingdom come. Then other colors will bleed into one, bleed into one. Well, yes, I'm still running. You broke the bones and you lose the change. Carry the cross of my shame, of my shame. You know I believe it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
but life still goes on. I can get used to living without you by my side. I don't want to live alone. Hey, get close, got to make it on my own. I've got to break free. I want to break free. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong. I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in and find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed my stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I had known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? You think I'd crumble? You think I'll lay down and die? Oh no, not I. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I feel alive. I've got all my life to live. I've got all my love to give. I'll survive. I will survive. You took all the strength I had not to fall apart, just trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. And I spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not that chained up little person still in love with you. And so you felt like dropping in and just expect me to be free. Now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? You think I'd crumble? You think I'll lay down and die? Oh
As long as I know how to love, I know I feel alive. I've got all my life to live, I've got all my love to give. I'll survive, I will survive. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? You think I'd crumble? You think I'll lay down and die? You'll know not I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I feel alive. I've got all my life to live, I've got all my love to give. I'll survive, I will survive.
No New Year's Day to celebrate. No chocolate covered candy hearts to give away. No first of spring, no song to sing. In fact, it's just another ordinary day. No April rain, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of June. But what it is, something true, made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. No summer's high, no warm July, No autumn breeze, no falling leaves, not even time for birds to fly to southern sky. No Libra sun, no Halloween, no giving thanks to all the Christmas joy you bring. But what it is, go all so new, to fill your heart like no three words could ever do. I just call to say I love you. I just call to say how much I care. And I just call to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I just call to say I love you. I just call to say how much I care. I just call to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart.
I'm free to do what I want in your time. I'm free to do what I want in your time. So love me, hold me, love me, hold me. I'm free in your time to get what I want. I'm free to sing my song, though it gets out of time. I'm free to sing my song, though it gets out of time. So love me, hold me, love me, hold me. I'm free in your time to get what I want. So love me, hold me, love me, hold me. I'm free to do what I please and no time. I'm free and no time to get what I want. So love me, hold me, love me, hold me. I'm free and your time to get what I want.
this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it?
Okay, hello again after the break. I know you're still settling, but we will slowly be starting. So now our amazing guest, who you also heard yesterday, would be Taisha Fabricius from Esri. I've practiced the last name before.
You did good. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna wait for my slides to show up, but that looks right. I have the fun task of trying to get you all back in the groove of it after lunch. So I'm gonna do my best. Yeah, woo, exactly. So thank you. So thanks for being here. Thanks for joining me today. I'm gonna start off with, saying like, so when people ask me what I do for a living, I often default to something that is more graspable to them, right? Because how do I explain to my mum, who still doesn't know what I do, for sure, has no idea what I do for a job, how do I explain to my mum things like digital twins, XR, Metaverse, as if she's going to have any idea? So I always sort of try and talk to people about the use of GIS in films, right? Because yes, GIS is used in films. So if you, and that's a topic for another day, but if you've seen Blade Runner 2049, if you've watched Game of Thrones, all of that, that is using Esri technology. So that was a fun space for me to be in. But in those spaces, it's often that tech is cool, right? Oh, cool, you get to create these virtual environments or these fictional cities. But we're actually at a point in time now where the tech that we're talking about today, it's not just cool and shiny and flashy, and it's not just for virtual environments or cities that are fictional, but it's actually helping to shape our cities and our world that we live in today. So with that, reimagining urban spaces, blending physical and virtual realms. So yeah, quickly about me, who am I? I'm Taisha, tech leader at a company called Esri, where I'm helping to shape our 3D urban planning systems and also leading our extended reality team out of the Zurich R&D office. So Esri is a American company, but we have R&D centers all over the world. So I'm lucky enough to call Zurich my home for the last 13 years after moving to Switzerland from Australia. So I think I'm in the right place here with you all today because I love talking about technology, creativity, changing the world. So hopefully we can have some good discussions on that together at the end of this session. Who is Esri? I touched on it yesterday already a little bit, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But Esri is a leading technology company specializing in mapping and in spatial analysis. And it enables organizations to visualize and to analyze, to simulate all different data types that come together in our technology. So what you see here are kind of like two key 3D technology types. So data-driven insights on the one hand, and then also capturing real-world environments in 3 dimensions. So on the left here, we've got so 3D models that are generated from data, so from parameters and other types of data sources that are then generated in 3D. And on the other side is reality capture, right? So drone imagery, other things like that then generate 3D models, but like they're meshes, for example. There's no like attribution to them at that point. But bringing those two things together really helps to actually bring information into your city. So imagine walking through your city, but it's not just the physical world that you see, it's actually a captivating blend of real and of virtual elements. And as you're strolling along your familiar streets, buildings, parks, public spaces, they all come to life with dynamic interactive layers of information that provide you with these real-time insights. And then these displays can give you history about the context of a location. It can talk to you about current events, or it can even tell you environmental conditions, allowing you to engage with your surroundings in a way that you haven't really envisioned before. And sorry, I'm using this here for my notes because I threw this presentation together a little bit last minute. So bear with me because I want to make sure that I get the right message across to you. So as we stand on the brink of a new era of urban development, we actually need to understand what actually led us here. What did technology do that helped to shape the world that we live in today? And this begins in the late 1800s with the advent of the telephone. And this groundbreaking invention really revolutionized communication. It enabled long distance conversations. Imagine the vibe that would have been at the time when all of a sudden city dwellers, people in cities can start to talk to one another, right? And then make quicker decisions, and they're feeling more connected. And this telephone really laid the foundation for a more interconnected society, which is essential for the future growth of cities. And then we fast forward to the 1990s, so the internet, right? That emerged, that became a game changer for urban life, because cities then started connecting globally. And this new digital landscape really redefined resource management, allowing city planners to analyze data in real time, enhancing efficiency and responsiveness. And then in the 2010s, so I always like to, so 2010s means from 2010 to 2019, right? Because I feel like that's not really in everyone's head yet, because it still feels so recent. We witnessed the rise of smart cities. Driven by the integration of the Internet of Things and sensors and data analytics really becoming the backbone of urban management, right? But I don't need to tell you all too much about this. But now, we're actually, in my opinion, entering this new phase now, then that's characterized by blending these digital and these physical worlds. So through AR, through VR, through digital twins, through all of this, our cities are becoming more dynamic and interactive. And so this technological fusion is not just about convenience anymore, or yeah, it's flashy, it's cool. It actually enhances urban planning, making it more efficient and more inclusive. So as we move deeper into the era of smart cities, and we already saw a similar diagram to what I'm going to show today in Jose Antonio's talk earlier this morning, but as we move deeper into the era of smart cities and intelligent infrastructure, obviously one of the most transformative concepts here is the digital twin. So the journey of a digital twin maturity cycle, it starts with these visual models, but then it quickly accelerates towards a future where these digital representations are not only predicting outcomes, but they're also helping to make decisions autonomously, right? So it grows smarter, we integrate real-time data from countless sources, we create this living, breathing model, we're able to simulate complex scenarios and outcomes, we're able to foresee challenges, optimize processes, and also plan with precision. And then when the system becomes truly autonomous, that means it has the ability to self-learn, to adapt, and to operate independently. So that then means, right, that a city can manage itself from optimizing things like traffic flows, reducing energy consumption, and even ensuring that critical infrastructure remains resilient in the face of change. So I'm going to show you now a digital twin in action for the city of Zurich. So again, that's where I live, and I feel like, of course, I'm going to show something about where I live, but I feel like Zurich is also one of those cities that's really trying to push the boundaries a little bit with technology. So hopefully this plays. Yes. So first of all, we can actually integrate lots of different data types. It's what I was mentioning, Sandra, before, right? We can bring in all of these different data types to help to actually make this an interesting and true space. We can add interior spaces to this as well, right? So we can look at interiors of buildings. We can add BIM models. And then we can even manipulate the data straight in the digital twin. So you can see here we remove some of the context, and that then gets saved back into the system of record. We can go inside the building and we can look at the as-built and how it compares with the BIM, right? What was supposed to be built, what was actually built. We can also go underground, so in this case under the lake, and we can look at the bathymetry of the lake. We can check soil depth and soil type. And then time is also a very important component here with digital twins. We can use time to explore the past. So how did a city develop over time? But also we can look at how it's going in the future. We can simulate things like this person paid a lot of money for their waterfront views. What happens when these trees grow over time, right? And we can look at things that are in the present. So in real time, we can see how many parking spaces are available, how many charging stations are available. But we can also go into the present. So somebody mentioned it before too, like motion sensors, like how is a building filled with people going to evacuate if fire happens? We can improve accessibility with indoor-outdoor wayfinding. So in this case, we're trying to find a route for somebody who's in a wheelchair, right? So they're challenged in that way, in a mobility way. We can go inside the walls. We can look at the interior pipes. We can connect it to a third-party database where we can actually update the asset in this database, and it reflects back into our digital twin. So I'm not seeing it here anymore, so I'm gonna come back down here, and that's why I have this, right? We can also look at urban planning. So we can plan the cities like this. We can look at developments. We can add new buildings with existing constraints. And we can really design and plan the city of the future. We can add architectural elements. We can do all of this. It's going to reflect back into what we're calling the digital twin of Zurich. So that's like a very, very quick overview of this Zurich digital twin. And we can see that that's super powerful, right? There's a lot of potential that can happen there. But as we look at the future of urban planning, digital twins don't just exist in isolation, right? There's things like AR, VR. So when it's paired with these immersive technologies, that's when they can become truly transformative. And they can really offer an unprecedented level of interaction and of insight into these urban environments. These digital twins don't only allow us to observe, but also to step inside. Hopefully it plays. This is a video. Hello, there we go. There we go. You've seen it over there before as well, but you can step inside these cities as well, these virtual worlds. So planners, developers, citizens can all engage and look at city infrastructure even before a single brick is laid. And then with the help of immersive technologies, we can walk through new developments and engage with real-time simulations. But one of the biggest things is we're able to do it collectively, collaboratively, right? We can do this together. And that's a key part to all of this. We need to be able to shape these cities together. And these cities are not just limited to future planning. Where do I need to point so this goes? There we go. They also help us to manage cities in real time. So IoT sensor data feeding into these digital twins, immersive technology then allowing us to monitor and to respond to real world issues like traffic congestion, infrastructure strain, and also environmental concerns. And then, in my opinion, one of the more exciting aspects as well of immersive technologies is being able to democratize urban planning. So residents can now participate in city development, and this is a real product, right? This is using Esri Tech, but this is one of our partners as well, in situ, that help residents then actually see what is going to be built in this spot in your city. Comment about it, add information to it, and really help to shape the city that you're going to live in. So we've seen some benefits and some examples of virtual worlds, but let's break this down also into some numbers. So what does this mean in numbers? And I'm looking at some key smart city metrics here taken from the United for Smart Sustainable Cities KPIs. So starting with community engagement, city planning, citizen participation, all of this within city planning is generally, to date, a bit of a slow process, right? Like things take time. And then according to these studies, smart cities actually with citizen engagement initiatives, they report a 20 to 40% increase in community participation through digital tools. So that is a huge number that we have access to with our tools that we can help to change. Efficiency is another major advantage. Cities that adopt digital twins report a 25 to 35% reduction in project completion time, and actually up to a 20% decrease in project costs due to more accurate simulations. So we can actually save money as well. But these opportunities are also coming with its fair share of challenges. We've discussed them over the last day and a half here as well. So 40 to 50% of cities identified data privacy as a major obstacle, with some reporting data breaches impacting trust, here's that word again, in smart city initiatives. And then, sorry, there's literally nothing on this screen, so I keep having to, so I don't know, that doesn't work, just FYI. And studies indicate that 30-40% of citizens with advanced digital infrastructures actually still face barriers in accessing smart city services. So this is this digital divide that you've probably heard of as well. And this happens particularly in lower income areas. And then finally, regulatory frameworks. These need to evolve as well, and this is also a topic that we've had the last few days, but these need to evolve as well to keep pace with these technological advancements because things are happening really fast. So over 60% of smart city projects report a delay or a slowdown of implementation due to outdated or insufficient regulatory frameworks. So we've got a few things that we can tweak here to kind of make this all work a little bit better for everybody. This looks scary in red, but it's not actually meant to look like that. There we go. I want to highlight one more important thing as well, and that's sustainability, right? This topic of sustainability. We should be building these urban worlds not just because we can, right, but because we must. We have to do this. So as cities continue to expand and face mounting environmental challenges, the integration of virtual urban worlds with sustainability practices hasn't become just an option, but a necessity. And so one of the more pressing issues that you see here is sea level rise. We've seen the devastating impacts that it has on coastal communities, on infrastructure, and on critical resources. And this is where virtual technologies can really come into play, giving city planners, government, whoever needs to have it, the tools to actually take proactive, data-driven action to safeguard the future of their cities. But it actually doesn't stop at rising sea levels, because these technologies also help us to optimize things like energy use, right? By supporting the development of things like smart buildings. So look at a city, energy use is continuously monitored, it's adjusted, it's optimized, it's based on real-time data. And that really ensures that buildings only consume what they need to consume and nothing more, which then in turn reduces the amount of carbon emissions, making our cities more sustainable in the long term. And then transportation's another one, another big contributor to urban carbon footprints, and that stands to benefit as well. So integrating green transportation networks into virtual urban worlds help planners simulate new transit systems and to optimize existing routes as well to make them more efficient. And so, I'm nearly done. Where do we go from here, right? Because we've seen that there's a lot of potential, and we've talked about it the last 2 days. There's so much potential here with these virtual urban worlds. But to realize this future, I think it comes down to a key couple of things. Governments and private enterprises, we have to collaborate, right? Technology companies, we need to collaborate. Government, private, just everybody, you, me, everyone. We all need to collaborate. Investments in digital infrastructure are critical, so that needs to continue to happen. Public and private partnerships can bridge gaps, ensuring that these underserved areas that I mentioned before have access to the tools and technologies that will define the future of urban living. Schools and training programs and community initiatives need to teach residents how to engage with these environments, ensuring that everybody benefits from the digital advancements. There we go. And by planning and educating for the future, we can actually ensure that virtual urban worlds redefine not just how we live, but also how we build stronger, more resilient communities. And then finally, I want to close this talk with a quote from Jane Jacobs. You might have read the book, the author of The Death and the Life of Great American Cities. And it's, cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they're created by everybody. And so as we stand now in this pivotal moment in urban development, it's clear that virtual urban worlds offer a remarkable opportunity to reshape how we experience, how we interact with our cities. And the blending of these physical and the digital realms promise to make cities more adaptable, more engaging, and more responsive to the needs of its inhabitants. There we go, so us. And this future isn't far off, which is very cool, but also very scary because it's being built today. And we need to advocate for inclusive policies. We need to foster collaboration between government and private sector. And then we can really build these cities that thrive and sustain and connect. So that's where I'm going to leave this. Thanks a lot for listening to me today.
Thank you so much. I can allow one question. Yes? Or can we? To Luisa.
Thank you. I had two questions, so I'll just keep it to one, don't you worry. I'll catch you afterwards.
Sure.
But I'm interested, you showed the digital twin platform and fascinating to see what is happening in Zurich, but just interested to see how you see the metaverse meshing in to this space.
Right.
I guess the vision going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I had that other slide there too, right, where it was kind of like the digital twin is at the bottom, and then you've got this additional layer. And I feel like when you sort of add this component of, I don't know, XR, so in some way, shape, or form, to this digital twin, I think that's when the metaverse can help to shape our communities, because obviously, and it goes into this collaborative aspect then as well, right? Like that way we can all start being in one place together and talking about the things together and actually understanding what is happening around us. And I think it also goes, I mean, this is I'm trying to keep it short, but it also goes into this issue of transparency, right, as well, that we had yesterday as a topic. But the metaverse offers an opportunity for a more transparent way of working together, of creating cities, of building cities. And that's, that's how I see it. But I'm also super interested to hear your take on it, because that I feel like is also where your background is in, right? So thanks for the question.
Okay. Is it a short one? One more short, yes.
Thank you. Hello? Yes. You mentioned that citizens can opine in different aspects of urbanism, but one thing is to create or that exists a tool to do this, and another thing is how do you process the citizens' opinion? Do you have some process to process? Or?
I mean, so from an Esri perspective, or an Esri technological perspective, the way that, so again, a question that I could talk a lot about. So the way that we see it is these digital twins live from something called a system of record, right? Or a system of record. Like there's these systems that are on top of systems, blah, blah, blah. And so then if you're a citizen giving input about something that's happening, your input goes back into this system of record that is feeding your digital twin. And so that is going into the digital twin. We can absolutely talk more about that as well.
Happen later, I'm afraid. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Cheers. Thanks. Now I would like to invite, I already see Vanessa is ready, Vanessa Borkman, representing Fraunhofer Institute. She's a director of research department, urban systems engineering. So we invite you. Yes, of course.
In every city, we have hotels. There's no city without a hotel. Imagine a metaverse without hospitality. This would be a really, really sad place. And this is why today, oh, I hope this is working. Not yet. I want to bring in the perspective of the hoteliers and of the hospitality world for the metaverse. It's not working. I'm not so sure.
We should have slides, but it's coming. So we'll have to be
But I
patient.
can already find a starting point. Why am I talking about hotels? I am a researcher, a passionate researcher at the Fraunhofer Institute, a colleague from Stefan, but I'm also a professor teaching in the field of tourism and hotel management. So I bring both worlds together. At the Fraunhofer Institute, here we go, here we are. Yeah, it's, thank you. Now everything is working, everything is on place. Hotel communities are entering immersive spaces. I called it immersive spaces because is it the metaverse or is it a virtual space that we are talking about? Is it a digital twin? We have to be clear with the definitions. I want to show you that there are spaces relevant for hotels in immersive worlds, and there's also a lot of business potential. At our institute, we are researching with, in the whole Fraunhofer Society, 30,000 researchers. We are the biggest institute worldwide doing application-oriented research. This also explains that I, fortunately, don't have to know everything. There are so many of us, and I can share my knowledge and bring in knowledge from the colleagues' side. We envision the future in different industries. We do technology management, we support the digital transformation with companies, and together with companies, we bring these visions of the future to life, into reality. That's our mission. And I'm really happy that since the year 2008 already, I am leading one research innovation network. It's called Future Hotel, and it's a globally unique think tank and research initiative from Fraunhofer, where we work together with hoteliers to bring ideas for the hotels to life. We do a lot of foresight in the beginning in different fields of research, technology, community, service design, spatial design, all these different topics that are relevant for a hotel as a business that functions and works. We build use cases. We work in our laboratories to bring them to life. And at the end, together with the hoteliers, we are piloting ideas as well. So it's a whole 360 world of research we are doing. And you can see starting in 2008, we are working now in research phase number 7, which is going to end in December. We are already preparing the next research phase starting in January, research phase number 8. And in the past 3 years, it was one of my tasks to introduce the really futuristic topic of the metaverse to the hoteliers, to business people asking me, why should I listen to you? Why should I get to know the metaverse? It has nothing to do with hotels, because hotels, this is clear, is a people's business. It's only about interaction of people. So in virtual reality, this is not real. This is not the world of hospitality. Fortunately, in the past years, I could convince at least some of them that it's worth to look in the solutions of the future. And to give you an idea, who are we working with? Maybe the most prominent name internationally is the TUI Group, who is part of our research group. Design Hotels, also located in the US. Who else? Novum is the biggest hotel chain from Germany. We have a Greek hotel group with us. It's a mixture of hoteliers and solution providers, also technology providers who bring in their knowledge, their ideas, because one thing is sure, if we want to tackle solutions for the future and bring it to life, We need an ecosystem of businesses who bring together these solutions. It's not only the hoteliers, and it's not only the scientists, and it's not only the technology builders. Future Hotel, this is how it looks like when I am inviting the group to a metaverse journey, a metaverse workshop. It was a lot of effort to prepare this because we sent these goggles to our participants. Some of them gave us their home address, some of them have been in a hotel while being on a business trip, so it was tough to prepare. And this is not really a sexy solution. If you show people these pictures, I don't know how is your reaction, you think, oh my God, these poor ones, they are sitting there with the tough goggles on their heads, maybe for hours, and what do they do? In this case, we invited the group of hoteliers to join us into virtual worlds, into spaces where we could meet and have a seminar. You can see it. We showed a presentation at that time introducing the metaverse. We invited some experts who helped us bringing over the message. And we had the chance to really offer many different metaverse worlds, event spaces, creative, interactive, conference spaces. We've been into worlds created by very well-known artists, prize-winning artists creating very crazy metaverse worlds. We've been on different planets and in the universe. It was really a journey. We played basketball and we grilled marshmallows on a fireside. It was an experience, a great experience that gave all the participants a very clear idea how it feels like and what could be possible. And this is what we work with since many, many years. It's the hotel's guest journey. It's a model that is very common, very used. You look at the hotel's guest journey right from the beginning, a guest in a situation ready to book the next trip and prepare for travel. You look at the guest in different situations, the travel time, arrival at destination, arrival at the hotel, staying at the hotel, leaving, paying, all these different steps. And what we learned in the past 15 years was that each of these steps and the touch points with the hotel have been dramatically changed by digitalization. Digital tools and the internet changed all these processes. They disrupted them in some parts. We don't need a reception anymore, just to give you an example. And now we overlay this guest journey process with immersive technology and metaverse solutions. Where does it lead us to? That's still an unanswered question. But we can already imagine there will be no new services available, completely new services. Most of them we probably cannot imagine today. There will be completely new environments for tourism, for destination exploration, heritage sites, information and meetings, events, conferences. Health, well-being. Imagine a hotel where you don't go in the real pool anymore in order to relax. No, you enter a metaverse space created by neuroscientists and developers who can really support the relaxation process. These are new worlds of hospitality. And we started to enter such worlds with a real project some years ago. It was the World Expo in Dubai, where we were quite lucky together with the state where our institute is located, Baden-Württemberg. We could build the Baden-Württemberg house in real life in Dubai. And that's nothing special. But we also developed a digital twin besides of this, right at the beginning of the planning procedure. On the left side, you can see how the digital twin experience looked like. With the help of QR codes, people could experience different heritage sites, different companies, different products created or located in Baden-Württemberg, while they have been in Dubai. The lucky ones who could manage to travel to Dubai in person. But what about everyone else? Staying at home, being in a completely different country, being somewhere in another time zone. They could not attend Expo Dubai. So with the help of our digital twin, we offered different entry points to experience this place and the insights we offered. Some people could enter sitting on their couch at home just by entering with a link and walking through the digital twin. Some of them we invited, and that's the picture on the right side, into our cave, into our virtual environment laboratory at our institute, where small groups could experience this digital twin with all the insights, guided by one of my colleagues, giving recommendations, telling them about all the insights and the process and everything behind the knowledge from behind the project. And we installed a drone in Dubai in this house, and we could steer the drone through the building. So I could figure out who's walking there. I saw my colleagues over there. I saw, oh, they are busy, they are talking, and I could interact with people over there. Really interesting. This was a project for us to better learn and understand what is possible and how can we realize it. What we also learned is that not only the hotel guest journeys are changing, the whole world of experiences is dramatically influenced by these technologies. We have the physical services on site, but we also have remote locations, virtual services. Some people are wearing glasses, others are entering these worlds with their smartphone, more with augmented reality. People decide, depending on the tools they use, if they stay for hours in these virtual worlds, or if they just jump in to get some information or have a small conversation with someone for a few minutes. If and how we can monetize these experiences, we don't know yet. How much can you ask for? But there is business potential in the future. There are already places, and not only for guests. Very interesting. Here, this example from PwC. B2B spaces. Spaces where employees of a company come together to mingle around, to exchange, share knowledge. It's not only about the guest. It's not only about the customer. It's about the world of work as well. And we have to have new solutions for this. And what I would like to introduce you to is one survey that we just conducted. I'm really, really happy that we could figure out what are the ideas and thoughts of hoteliers when it comes to the metaverse and immersive spaces in general for their employees at work. And finally, we reached 385 people, which is already tough because it's such a complex topic. And I'd like to present here we go. Just some of the insights, just some of the insights of the survey. We ask, how do they react on certain use cases? Are they interesting? Do they think that they are important for the whole industry? The blue one is the importance, and in green you can see the interest. And on the top level, very and rather, you see the really high-ranked impressions, the good ones, those people who are into the subject and what we offered. Company events in the metaverse with selected expert contributions on how to approach applicants. This is at least an offer where almost 45% agreed that this is an interesting offer. And looking at the next one, here we go. The employee search. There's almost no company, almost no hotel not searching for new employees. There's a high fluctuation and there's a lack of talents in this industry. So I think this could be a reach out for many, many people to be attracted by hotels that they would not even know if this technology is not opening the doors. So here, how many people agreed? Let's see, it's approximately more than 50% that decided that this is an interesting case. And just that I have said that once, it's not about substituting the recruitment process that we already have. It's about extending it, bringing some new opportunities in it. The application procedures in the metaverse with the support of artificial intelligence is a topic where, again, almost 45% agreed that this is an interesting one. And I think this is almost the last one. A tour of the company about the brand experience with the help of a digital twin in this case. This was voted higher than the other ones. We are already at almost 60% agreement. So these are some use cases where we think there's really potential to implement it in the world of hotels and bring it to many, many hotels in this world. The metaverse is a place for onboarding itself, people who maybe come to a hotel from another country, who don't want to travel immediately or are not allowed to travel immediately. You can already onboard, start this process, and let them interact with their colleagues and their future work environments before they even start to travel to the future employer. Training and further education in the metaverse. Hotels, big hotel chains worldwide, they need to train their employees every day, every time. Further training is really important. So this is a space where this can happen in the future. Let's talk about business. Hotels, as we know them, they have one issue. It's the uno actu principle. Probably heard about that. They can sell a hotel room once for the night. And if they miss to sell it, they cannot sell it twice the next day. They only have this one product and they can only sell it at a certain time once. They cannot scale. That's the point. But with digital business, you can bring in the scale-up world to the hotels. They can offer services that can be scaled, no matter where they are located. And this is crazy. There is so much potential, untapped potential. Yeah. I'm not so sure about the time, but I think I just quickly go through these examples. There's one example from Disney, and we all know there's nothing better, probably so far, than the real-world experience. But there are so many new potentials, and if we see what happens already following this example from Disney, that they offer a virtual platform for experiences. This can be accessible from everywhere, at any time. There are no closer times. People can access. And what I really liked is that they brought in something special from the gaming industry. They brought together some real-life experiences and virtual experiences. So people in the virtual environment could make phone calls to people sitting in real life, again, in their kitchen, on their couch, at their workplace, in their car. They received a call while someone was right in the metaverse space of Disney experiencing a crazy fun park, whatever situation. There's so much potential for hotels and tourism to bring these experiences to life. If we look, and I think this is a very common example, at companies like Adidas, can name many other companies already, who worked with NFTs. This is a great potential because you can work with digital assets that hasn't been sold before. So what can be a digital asset for a hotel? What can they sell? You cannot sleep in a virtual room while being somewhere outside on the street. But you can maybe pay for a walk with the hotel's director. You can pay for a party in the hotel together with the staff to get background information, whatever, or just with the whole hotel community of like-minded people. There are so many options, and the world of Web3 offers access how you can bring this into monetization processes. You know about the first steps of different cities and countries into the metaverse: Singapore, London, and Seoul. So also hotels will be able in the future to offer services. They can create their own touristic tours in the environment, working together in their ecosystem of suppliers and experts, and create curated specific tours for their guests, only available for their guests and for no one else if they book a room for maybe more than one night. Subscription models as well. Many hotels already have stuff with their own podcast. They are very present on social media. But how about bringing the subscription model to hotels and inviting the guests or the larger community of interested people to learn a bit more about the history of the hotel, what they can tell about the local community, about the destination. There's so much to learn. Hotels are the actors and the players of their environment. And this is an overview. Metaverse opportunities. There are many, many opportunities from my point of view in the field of community building. They can expand their target group. Co-branding and social services. Yes, what other companies already do in metaverse worlds, also hotels can do that. They can bring in advertisements, they can bring in their suppliers and supporters and give them a stage into their very own metaverse world. Hotel staff, what I already mentioned, they can use it for recruiting, onboarding, training. There are so many possibilities. And offer additional hotel services. Expand the world of service as we know it today. So, to come to an end, the metaverse has great potential, and especially for hotel businesses, extended realities can promote efficiency, quality, creativity as well, sustainability, and social interaction. And I really invite all the companies from this industry to start exploring it right now. Don't wait for the future to come one day. We all have to create our future. We know that. And hotels, they will know soon. That's my mission, yeah. And feel invited. You can check this out or write me a message. We have the Extended Worlds Forum ongoing in Stuttgart in February next year. Next week, we we have the celebration to introduce our newly created Extended Environments Lab in Stuttgart. So yeah, follow these events and read our studies if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? Okay, but I will ask for short answer, okay? Because we are already quite tight.
That was great, Vanessa. In terms of uptake and support for the kind of extension into virtual reality with hotels and hospitality,
Can you?
I'll be a bit closer. Okay. In terms of support and potential financing and funding for this kind of metaverse hotel and hospitality activity, has Fraunhofer looked into local area engagement? There's been a lot of centralization of tourist activities around kind of closed shopped, full service hotel experiences, to the detriment frequently of the local area. And virtual reality lends itself quite... What?
Can you repeat it? The engagement of?
Engagement of local areas outside of the hotel, because a lot of them give like full service, all you can eat buffets and whatever. So nobody goes to the local restaurants, nobody goes to the local, they just stay in the hotel complex. But with virtual reality, it can show people what's outside of the hotel grounds and encourage them to engage more broadly in the area. Have you found this from your research, or that this might help with that?
Yeah. First of all, this is another part of our research and a really complex survey that we just conducted. How do hotels see themselves as an important player in their local ecosystem? This is also very relevant in terms of sustainability. We all know about the ESG, and the social sustainability brings this demand that hotels open up into their destination. They are not in the future anymore these closed shop institutions where people check in, stay there for 2 weeks, have lunch, dinner, and breakfast, everything in one hotel, and never see anything else than the beach of the hotel. This is, I think, something that is going to diminish a bit. And then those two trends and developments come together. We have this demand that hotels become more sustainable, also in the local environment, that they interact with the local communities and also bring services to them. And bringing services to the local community means also engaging and interacting with local actors, experts, with companies. And then they need a metaverse. Then they need the virtual space where they can all interact, come together, and bring this to life. This is what I think. And is there a funding? This was the first part of your question, right? No. Support, yeah. Is there support? My personal viewpoint, this topic is not seen yet in the full amount of drama, because it's really urgent that we do that. We have inner city centers that are ghost cities due to online trading and everything. And hotels located in the inner city centers, they can bring in the life again. There's so much potential. And the virtual services, they can use as an additional driver. Yeah, but it's not seen yet, in my opinion. If you have different, yeah.
The hotel guests experience ghost city.
Yes, if they walk out of the hotel, yes, they do. With their suitcases, walking through the streets, they see everything is closed. There's no restaurant open. There's no shop where I can buy something nice. Show me this metaverse and I will be there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much,
thank you.
Vanessa. Great speech. Okay, Joe, long time no see. And for you, now is the time for all of the questions.
Okay, is my microphone up?
No, not yet.
It's not.
Oh, yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay, we had a plan for a panel discussion right now about urban innovations and sustainability at the same time, and I had questions prepared, but a lot of them are being answered as we're going. And I've realized that as you've seen me rush around trying to keep this on schedule, and as you'll know, I'm failing quite badly, I've decided to invite my guests to the stage to mainly take questions directly from you. So let's use this unique opportunity. Right now, we have Eva Holzova from the city of Brno coming up to join us on the stage. At the same time, we have Yulia Chufistova from the Mayor's Club of Ukraine, representing the mayors of Ukraine. And finally, we have Segun Williams, who's the special advisor to the mayor of Lagos in Nigeria. So, while I just wait for you to get on stage, I'd like to just start with a broad question just to set the scene for everybody so we know what questions to ask. So, Ukraine is very much in the news right now. So I'd like to just ask, what are some of the biggest challenges facing Ukraine right now in terms of sustainability? I'm not asking for solutions directly, but let's sort of outline what these challenges are, apart from the obvious elephant in the room.
Yeah, is it working? I don't. Yeah.
There you go.
Yes. So I think from the news, you can understand that we have quite a lot of challenges now in Ukraine. And today I will not talk about any war horrible things.
Mhm.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here.
Of course.
It's just very inspiring for me. Is this event? I would like to talk only about a nice future for Ukraine. So if we talk about sustainability, smart cities, all these new technologies, which I am lucky to hear about this during these 2 days, I can say that in Ukraine, unfortunately, we don't have strategies and systems for this. So I can hear some pieces in Ukraine if we talk about success stories. Just small examples. You can hear maybe before the war, Kyiv was 91, I think, city, smart city all over the world. And because of a lot of new technologies, just example, I'm like a user of car. When I leave my car in wrong place and it was evacuated, I don't know the word, I just go to app. And all this process was very quickly. I paid online, I had location, I just go to my car and I just take my car.
Perfect.
So it was very quickly. And few years before, 5 years before, it was a few days process. So all these technologies, different apps, different payment systems, etc., internet connections, it's great for Ukraine, but it's all unsystemized. So it's like initiatives from different companies who would like to bring something to Ukraine, and they call it smart city, very nice name, and then it's just a piece of technology in some parts of Ukraine. But for sure, what we need to understand, that everybody need to understand, I would like to explain it to all the companies. Unfortunately, war, it's a very bad reason now, but it's a huge opportunity for companies to come now in Ukraine, because you can hear about a lot of financing to Ukraine, to rebuild Ukraine, to help to for economic development projects, etc. And this all money are green, they are sustainable. Anybody will invest or help to Ukraine to build coal production and to burn waste. All waste management projects are sustainable, so it's about sorting waste, trash, about recycling, etc. So for now, it's a great opportunity to come to Ukraine for all these high-tech and the best technology companies who can bring all of the best from the world. And I think in few years, because we are very clever people in Ukraine, we are growing in technologies.
Just example, drone productions. It's a huge industry now in
Yes.
Ukraine, and we already started to share our experience and technologies all over the world. And I think in few years, 5 years, we will start to share our experience with the world. So now we are happy to invite everybody to Ukraine. By the way, we organize all the time trade missions. We bring Ukraine to countries and again to Ukraine. Next one will be in November. Just a few minutes
Sure,
of
yeah, no
promotion.
problem. Please, please.
Thank you. And next year it will be 6 missions abroad. So if everybody would like to have Ukraine in your city, I am welcome to do it, and in Ukraine also. And when we do it, it's a very fruitful cooperation and matchmaking on projects.
Okay.
So, is it long answer?
It was a little bit longer than I expected, but I'm okay with that. Absolutely.
You can stop me.
No,
because
no, no.
I can talk
It was
about Ukraine
interesting.
hours.
It's fine. So, Eva, I'm going to ask you a question first. What is the population of Brno, by the way?
400,000.
Okay, so that's a significant sized city, I would say.
Well, I would say medium-sized city
Well,
for European level.
compared to Lagos, perhaps.
Second biggest in
Yeah.
second biggest in Czech Republic, but I would say we call it like the biggest village in Czech Republic. You know, it's like
The
the capital,
biggest-
and then there is the biggest village.
Well, why do you call it that? We're talking about sustainability. What makes it a biggest village?
Well, because still, as we discuss it, it's a walkable city, you know, it's a really 15-minute city, and we have indeed functional public transport. So as an example that my family and me, I've never had a car in my life, you know, so
Wow.
as comfortable as it is, that really like you can live all your life without a car. And we have Uber or Bolt also. So yeah, it's still, you can walk it, you can somehow absorb the city. It's not overwhelming as some metropoles or another capitals.
Perfect. So talking of overwhelming metropoles, Lagos. Segun, could you tell us what the biggest challenges are for a mega city like Lagos? It's, as I recall, it's the fastest growing city in Africa?
Yes, it is. Hello.
I said, give us a bit of volume.
So, it's not working.
It's not working? Olga, could you pass the handheld microphone
Yeah,
for the
but-
moment? That might be easier.
Or is it working now?
Hello? No.
No? It will be less constant.
Keep talking into it, and it should come on.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
there we go. Better.
So, Lagos rises as the fastest mega cities because the population presently today is about 22 million, which grows at an average of 3.2% yearly. The challenges we're having pretty much is infrastructure, environmental challenges, and urban planning. So because at the speed at which it is going, it's a bit cumbersome for the state government.
Sure.
So we are trying to find solutions on how to plan and manage the population as it grows, because we have an indication by 2050 we'll be hitting there between 50 to 70 million in Lagos. So we have opened up an enterprise geographic information system, EGIS, which is trying to map out the whole city, try to get informations that's been created in the past, because we need water management, we need waste management done, energy efficiency. So there's a lot of work going on. We currently in talks with Esri to come on board for us for the GIS, for LiDAR mapping and all. So once we're able to gather data, because the biggest problem also is data. Without data, we can't really plan. We can only project, but we can't really plan. So pretty much all those major indices for the state to grow and make the citizens comfortable are the challenges we have, because we are not as big as America, but we act like Americans. Everybody drives a car, and the carbon emission is high. And as we're trying to initiate green efficiency to reduce the carbon footprint, we've been able to successfully bring up 2 rail systems online, which is not enough, but at least we're getting to reduce people from using their cars by providing efficient transport systems for them.
And how has it been hard to make people adopt public transport rather than private car use?
It's not difficult because the people have been yearning for proper transportation system, but because of cost of funding to carry out those infrastructural development projects, it's huge. So we have to look for models that will be able to fund those kind of projects, which for the rail system is done through public-private partnership, which we have got investors to come and invest on the rail line. So we've got 2 working now, which they've just 2 days ago, the second line was just commissioned, which is the red line. So that's how we've been. So we go around seeking for people to come in and invest in infrastructure, and if it is worth their while, they hump on it. So that's how we're trying to develop Lagos, because the infrastructural cost is huge. The state can't fund it, so we have to look for means, and we have to develop because people are coming in daily.
Okay, so there we have 3 regions with 3 very different challenges, and this is where I'd like to open the floor up directly now to allow people to ask you guys on-the-spot questions about the challenges and solutions you're having within your municipalities. So do we have any questions? There's one. Henry.
I think the question is obviously for Julia, and the question is very simple. Compared to Nigeria, where it is a very big city, how do we organize a small cities in Ukraine to be attractive for the foreign strategic partner or investor?
Okay, that's a good point. So just to sort of summarize there, we've just talked about the need for public and private partnerships in Lagos, a giant city, and now for the smaller ones in Ukraine. How would you go about managing something like that?
Actually, our main goal for us is to help especially small cities, because big cities in Ukraine, they very often, we can say, rich. They have institutes of development. They have people to support. But small cities, it's not 5 cities, big cities in Ukraine. It's 465 cities. And if we talk about structure of Ukraine, we have communities, municipalities. It's 1,472. It's not Kharkiv, Kiev, Lviv, and Odessa. You know, it's all over the world. People discuss this, invite them all the time. For example, in trade missions, we limit numbers of these cities. 3 cities big and other 20, 30 cities small, village size, because we want to bring them this opportunity to show themselves. And what we do with them, because it's very challenged, yes, to involve investors in small municipalities, village-sized municipalities, and we are bringing our partners this information that it's more easy to work with them first. It's less bureaucratic when you can have direct access to mayor and quickly decisions. You know, it's 2 weeks and everything done.
Oh wow!
It's not so big machine as a Kiev, Kharkiv, etc. A lot of people in this process, so it's more quickly. First of all, then what we do, we unite them in economic unions. So we have already 22 signed economic unions, and we create something like partnership or network between municipalities and businesses, because economic development without private sector is impossible. And this kind of committee, Commerce Department, works on economic development of region. So if we talk, for example, with a company of waste management project, and you can share, for example, project in village municipality, it's not so big, so interesting because not so many trash.
Yeah.
If we talk about economic union of 13 municipalities, and this is a sub-region, and this is 100 tons of waste, and this is already interesting for investor. That's why we are creating such as simple instruments, I can say, but very productive, very fruitful for cooperation. And private-public partnership, by the way, it's for us, it's one more great instrument. Unfortunately, we didn't have good law on this, and these partnerships, in fact, didn't work. But now Verkhovna Rada is changing this, so we will have new law, and it's more quickly, more flexible. And I hope this instrument will help to grow our economy. And bottom up is most important thing.
I just wanted to say, because Eva, I know that you work very much in, we discussed not so much the actual execution of smart city projects, but more the preparing the groundwork for them. What's your strategy with something like that? Is it similar to what we're doing here in Ukraine?
Somehow, yes. Basically, that's how I see my role within the city as a smart city manager. It's not me executing the smart city, you know, building smart city, but we as a city are in a good option, not making obstacles to people can do the smart city or companies, or in a best option, I would say we like simplified, you know. So we exactly prepare the ground, and this year we are celebrating 15 years of innovation policies. So we already settle like, and we were talking about it here also about how branding the city. So we have like 4 key sectors, which is game industry, space industry, IT, but more concretely cybersecurity, and electron microscopy, which is like 1/3 of the world electron microscope are made in Brno. So those are highly technical industries that we are trying to focus, and it kind of like help you to keep the direction within the political changes. So it's somehow strategies and the programs. And I would add one last thing, and it's ability. It's a mindset, but also ability to take risks. You know, that's what we are working lately. You know, to change the mindset and to allow us to make mistakes within the public administration, which is challenging.
Segun, similarly, I'd like to sort of. Oh, sorry. Do you have a question, Sandra? Jump in.
Well, it's switching gears a bit, but regarding Legos, you mentioned the problems with transportation, which, am I on?
Yeah, is this mic on? Yep.
Oh, good. Thank you. You mentioned the transportation problems, which I'm aware of are severe. I'm curious about regarding climate. Transportation emissions is a part of that. Also, sea level rise on the coast. I mean, also waste disposition. So I'm thinking the metaverse should be able to help you somehow with some of these problems. But how are you dealing with sort of these incredibly big climate challenges and with the increasing population to add on to that? Thank you.
Okay. So sea level rise, waste are serious issues that we are dealing with, but fortunately for us, we have a proactive unit, which is the environment sector, which they just signed 2 MOUs with a Dutch company and a Ghanaian company, which they're going to waste to energy, because we have lots of waste. So they're going to waste to energy to try to reduce that. Then a lot of errors have been done infrastructurally, which affect water flow into the lagoon based on. So all those are put into consideration. Also, by the seaside, which has been built over the years, we've set them up for redevelopment. So we are at the stage of paying compensation to the inhabitants there to move out, to redevelop the coast, because it's below sea level right now. So we are doing that. That's ongoing. Then we have an hospital, which is the first project, which is ongoing now, a 7-story pediatric center, which will be the first development have thought to showcase that the place is above sea level now, and they can start additional construction within that axis. So we're in talks with people all over the world, and those that are interested to invest in those ventures, we take them on board to assist, and we proceed because the population there is available for us to be able to generate the income to pay back whatever investments that has come in.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. Any more questions? No, you had so many questions for everyone else. Okay.
Listen, I'm wondering, and that may be a question to all of you, how do you, like, is it possible to measure the voice of residents, how like much they really understand what's going on with innovations and sustainability in a city, and how do they understand it, and is it like how city is developing according to them? You know what I mean? Like, do you have any reflections about that?
Okay, I can answer. So we do a lot of community engagement. It's never easy. It's always a battle and we need to put the government trust in them that it's not as if we want to gentrify you, but this is bad and we need to replace this place. So what we do is we make them stakeholders in whatever project that is going to take up in that axis. So if we have to create new areas for them to live, we'll provide that and we'll put them there pending the time the construction time will be delivered. Once it's delivered, there's always a portion given back to them, which they go back to, so they see that they are part of the whole circle. Because if they don't come back, there's going to be an outburst that the government took them away from their homestead in a funny manner by talking to them and appeasing them to leave, not so that they won't come back. So we've done a project that was successful, that we asked them to leave and we created a new environment for them. So we have sawmillers who provide woods for us to do construction, which is a huge community. They stay on water, but we need to clear up the water area. So we now created a new settlement for them in town, which is about 4,000 hectares. So we provided infrastructure, light, water, everything, housing, and we moved them there. So that's one of the first success they've had with the government, and their mind is a bit at rest. And that's why Lagos is at peace, because they see that once the government has said we will provide this, they've kept to their words to a certain extent by providing for them.
To answer your question?
Yeah, I think there's no right answer. It's a continuous process of trying and failing. And I suppose there are research about this topic that nobody will like 100% engagement is impossible. Still you have even bubbles of people who are interested to what the city is doing. So even making like workshops or strategy was making collaboratively or connecting stakeholders, still it's some kind of part of society that is active. And the majority, I would say, it's majority, it's just not so much interested or engaged. But yeah, you are like, I think it's actually a role of the city, to try to put the stakeholders together, or at least some of them. And I think there's no like one recipe. But I'm seeing all the time the metaverse now, so it gives me some ideas about how to promote, for example, these 4 key sectors, which are highly technical. So it seems like perfect to use metaverse to promote it somehow, like gaming industry, space industry. It's like almost perfect game. So maybe this would be kind of new communication tool.
When for people it's a game, it's always more engaged.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're learning by playing,
Yes.
So
Maybe yes. Yeah, and in Ukraine, I totally agree with colleagues that it's very difficult, yes, to engage people in such as conversations. And what I see, it's a real lack of trust. If just small example, one building, 10 floors, 100 apartments, yes, small community, private management company. If people trust to this management company, just one message in WhatsApp group, and everybody is discussing, and they are making decision. If they hate this guy, they can say, "I will not do it." It's the same in cities, small cities. One mayor is very good. Our vice president from small city, Trostenets, from Sumy region, Yuri Bova, you can hear he's all over the world traveler, 6-time mayor of the city. And people trust him. And investors are coming, big investors, even now, during the war, 50 kilometers to Russia. They still in this city, they produce products, etc. So they believe, they trust to this mayor. And when he says, "I need your support, we need discussion," everybody is happy to help. So it's, I think
So
this
it actually
is,
works. Yeah.
But I think as a journalist, you know it, bad news like spread quickly,
Oh, yes.
and if everything is okay, so nobody's saying nothing.
It's like Facebook likes. If you post an article or something like that about something negative, it gets more engagement than something positive because people prefer to to be outraged than pleased with something.
So yeah.
Yeah. There we go, guys. Thank you very much to the panel. And I just want to highlight that these people, my panel, are around and they're representing a diverse sort of audience, but it seems like, many different challenges, but one goal. So thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thanks a lot. And now, Jennifer, are you ready? Okay, very nice to see you again on the stage. Yeah.
It's working.
We can see.
Hi again. So my name's Jen Loy. I'm Professor of Digital Business Innovation at Griffith University. I teach into the MBA and the Master of Business, and my research work is working with businesses on technology adoption. So I'm not a metaverse specialist. I'm not a smart city specialist. And one of the reasons I was keen to come is to hear the sort of body of knowledge that's being created around here. And so it's been very interesting. It's been an interesting experience. So in terms of where I'd like to just use my time for with this group really is to couple of things. One is to bring it down to the user again. There was some discussion in the panel just there about the kind of unanticipated behaviors of people and how that human connection is really important. And then also bring it up again on a sort of larger scale to look at the future of work and the future of living in some of these smart cities and some of these kind of metaverses. Because some of the discussion at the moment in the group was, there was a lot of emphasis around efficiencies and things like that, which is, I've worked for the WASH project in Oxfam. I understand how important that efficiencies are, but at the same time, when we're talking about individuals and people, we really need to make sure that we're living in the future that we want to live in. No, a lot of my work is with, I'd say it's with companies, but it's always large organizations that are established, and we're trying to bring in digital technology, or else we're looking at a sector, an ecosystem, a supply chain, something like that. And we do, anybody who works in sustainability, we do transition research, we kind of like do backcasting, which is essentially where I would invite you as a group to work on creating a shared vision of what it is you're trying to achieve. Now, 2035, if you've got all this happening, this has all been built, what would it look like? Right? I'd be really interested to do that with this group, to see where the alignments are and where there might be some contradictions. And people have different priorities and different things that they're interested in. Because when we're kind of looking at the sort of the future of things and digital technology, and I say I've always worked in digital technology and digital technology adoption, and people think, oh, well, she's in that, she must be like, let's employ digital technology in everything. If there's one thing I've learned over the last, oh my God, 35 years, is that actually anything to do with technology adoption needs to be slowed down. We need to actually be really sure of what we're doing and how we bring people along on that journey, because it can create a complete mess. It can create a mess for people and also actually for businesses as well. And then we have to unpack that. Talking about backcasting and that future, I'll give you an example of what normally happens in these things. Not that long ago, I did an event, a workshop with a group of us where we had a hospital. It was an overseas hospital. It wasn't here. Oh, I'm not in Australia now, am I? It wasn't in Australia. It's overseas. And we do it a bit like, I don't know if you've ever seen there's Jeffrey Robinson's debates where he brings in people from governments and people from different areas. That's what we try and do. So we have an ecosystem there. We have everyone we think who might be affected by whatever it is we're discussing. In this particular case, we were saying, well, digital technology adoption, how do you all feel about it? And I know yesterday was mentioned the idea of, we're going to hospitals and we're wearing T-shirts and we've got sensors in it and everybody knows what our pulse is doing. Everyone knows all the internal organs. As my daughter keeps telling me how much sleep she had last night based on her app and stressing over whether she had enough, it really, it's a bit of a thing for me. But having said that, what invariably happens with a group like this and a group like that hospital case is in there they come up with, they want automation. They want everything automated. They want digital sensors and everything. They want all the information. They want everything transparent. They want to share. Right? This is the future. So we write that all up. We draw it all around the walls. And then we're going to have a cup of tea and then come back. And then we start to think, well, okay, you're living in that reality. What is that actually like? How would that feel? Let's do some scenarios. This is what's happened. There's something, going on, and how would that work through this? And invariably, we end up having to revisit our scenario, our sort of framing. So we're looking back. The way this happens, essentially, you look back at sort of key changes that are going to happen in order to get there. Okay, so when you're looking at those key changes, if you're thinking about smart cities and living in an urban metaverse, and we've got all these digital twins happening, and we've got all this data, and everyone can tell where you are at any point in time, and there's the temperature of the room, we can tell where you're moving around, all that kind of thing. How would it actually feel? And what are the key changes that would have to happen from our behaviors, our attitudes, our ideas, and everything now in order to get there? Yeah? It's an interesting question, isn't it? As a group, this is the sort of thing where the community of practice, where the gatekeepers, where the people who are building this future, do we know what future it is we're trying to build? I love the example, the Fraunhofer example, around tourism and around hotels, and the idea about the hotels, there was sort of ghost ghost towns, and so the metaverse would help you to enable the business to survive during those times. Interesting, isn't it? But if you think about the implications of that in terms of how we want our society to develop, what are we doing with the metaverse? Is it the right thing to do? We have a distinguished professor who works in tourism as well, and he built some digital experiences, VR experiences, in order to help prevent too many people going to places that were fragile. So he built digital twins of them in order to stop people feeling they had to go and experience them. The idea was, from a sustainability point of view, well, you can guess what happened, can't you? Tourism went up, yeah? Similarly, we talk about AR in training, things like that. So AR, and it's training, it's gonna be fantastic. People don't need to learn anything in advance. They can learn on the spot, on demand. Gosh, we don't need to learn anything. We're all going to end up like those jellyfish sea squirts that just sit there with their mouths open. But anyway, that aside, all right, I went to a company a couple of weeks ago who told me they were bringing AR in, right, into their production line. Okay, what does that actually look like? They talked to me about efficiencies. They talked to me about how this is going to make their business so much more profitable, right? On the production line, you've got projectors essentially coming down, and their workers were wearing quite heavy goggles, really, and they were assembling parts. They wanted to bring these in because they couldn't get enough workers to stay in that role, because it's such a tedious job anyway. Yeah, so they're bringing this AR in order to be able to not have to train anyone. You just put this thing on. Okay, right. They were proposing that people would wear these from like 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, 30 seconds in assembly, and then it moves on. Yeah, they see no problem with that, and it's coming in. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, it's going to be awful, right? So when we're thinking about the metaverse, and when we're thinking about smart cities, the urban metaverse, that connection to the future that we want to have is so vital. And so I know we haven't got much time, Joe, so I'm going to give you your time back. I'm not going to talk for too long, but I really just want to propose to you that as a group, in order to develop a body of knowledge and a community of practice that is not disconnected from the future that we're creating, that events like this need to have more involvement of psychologists, of different factors. We did a COVID, it was a piece of technology that tested for COVID at the height of the pandemic. And we had a team that had chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, industrial designers, but it also had an anthropologist, a sociologist, and a bioethicist. Yeah? Our conversation needs to be richer, in my view, in order for us to be taking the responsibility of creating a metaverse, urban metaverse, whatever that looks like, smart cities for future generations. The foundations that we lay now will shape how they interact with our world. So I'm really looking forward to what you do. But please, please keep the individual in mind, and the different generations that are coming, who are all, by the way, it's a whole other story, but if we look at how different they all are, that's going to be interesting in itself. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. That's another thing I kept thinking the last 2 days. It's not one-size-fits-all. This isn't going to suit everyone. This needs to be a whole multiple of solutions. No, not enjoying that bit at all. Yeah. So we just need to, in my view, as a community, make sure that we've got that sort of richness and depth of thinking and engagement, and we challenge ourselves and we don't let the commercial side of it drive it so hard that we lose the humanity along the way. Thanks very much.
Would anyone like to reflect? Yes, okay.
Thank you. It's working? Okay,
Yes.
right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I believe strongly that nobody here having a son of, let's say, 10 years old would leave him alone in the street of a city. And we should understand that when we give him access to the world through an headset from his room, then we need to watch even more on him than if it was alone in a city. This is something that definitely is to be engaged into the education to use this technology, and I strongly believe that you're right. I mean, we should take care about it. And I wanted to ask you if do you have any specific measure connected with the digital technology that we could, for example, at the practical level, put in place? For example, it comes to my mind the use of moderators within metaverse spaces, or the possibility to ban people which do not behave properly, or the tracking of different type of attitudes or words even. Do you have in mind anything like this?
There's a whole lot in there. Fantastic.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. One of the key things there that you brought up, I thought, is that we're talking about education over training. Yeah, a lot of the time I hear training when we talk about digital technology. Training, that's down the education. It's that very, very different kind of engagement. Education of parents, education of society, education of future generations. And all that kind of thing. In terms of moderation and data security, I'm as scared as you are over some of these things. Particularly, we're working at the moment. We've scanned some of our environments at Griffith University, and we've created a metaverse environment, and we're looking at cognitive engagement and behavioral engagement and emotional engagement of the students in order to do that, and connection to place and connection to peers and connection to academics and what that future should look like. And all I can say is I have so many questions and no answers. So I would, be very grateful anybody who's working in the same area, any ideas on how to do. I mean, I do have ideas, but they're no good. I need help with that. But fantastic question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, time for another panel session, and our host and moderator will be Barry, who I would like to invite for stage already. Yes, ready? Great. And he will be joined by, or you would like to invite your guest, or should I?
I need Olaf and Chris up here, please. And then we are connecting Carlton from E3S over Zoom. And guys, you're going to want to stay for this. I know it's getting late in the day. Trust me, at the end, it's going to make you really happy to see this great video I've got. Not to mention that these two gentlemen and Carlton are well worth the wait. All right, I'm waiting for Carlton, guys. On Zoom, Ms. Steph.
Oh.
Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's good to see you again.
It's,
I can't
it's
see you
there.
on the. I can't see you on the. Oh, there he is. All right, guys. It's the coffee that Francisco keeps giving me that's made me hyper. All right, well, let's get going. Good afternoon. Buenos tardes. Did I say that correctly? All right. Guten Tag. Guten Tag?
Yeah.
All right. And bon après-midi. Very good. This panel is about fostering public-private partnerships for smart cities. I think, if I can just say P3s from now on, I think the P3s typically have become part of the local government and even country toolkit, as our friend from Lagos talked about, for infrastructure. I think that some of the key asset points that we want to talk about today probably include combined strengths, collaboration, access to expertise, scalability, and risk and reward, shared risk and reward, I should probably say. And then some examples that I thought about, Carlton, Chris, Olaf, might be smart grid, smart mobility, some of the things we've talked about already, data analytics, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you mostly. So let me introduce Olaf Gerard-Gemein. He is an impact architect, entrepreneur, and digital strategist, as well as a co-founder of the Smart Cities Lab in Hamburg in Germany. We're also pleased to have Mr. Chris Cook here. He's the founder and CEO of Smart Cities World, has done that for almost 10 years now.
That's right.
And is based in London, works with thousands of cities, particularly in terms of how do we do financing for these projects that don't perhaps pay for themselves. And then joining us over Zoom is Carlton Harris, Senior VP and Growth at E3S, which is based in, or he's based in Washington, D.C. He's also a former Navy veteran and security officer, correct? Did I get that right, Carlton?
Yes, former
NSA security officer. Okay, very good. E3S is an end-to-end enterprise solution provider, but they do a lot more than that. But let's get started. I'd like to ask each of you, and then Carlton, I'll start with you, please. Just one or two sentences about what P3 or public-private partnerships mean to you in terms of helping your customers achieve their objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, let me start by saying thank you. I really appreciate you being as part of the panel today. To directly answer your question, at least for us at yes, whenever I think about 3P and what it means for us, our direct target is in the federal and state arena here to answer complex problems. So what it means to me is being able to directly partner with the citizens who have issues that need to and bringing those problems. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, it's just not as clear as I think all of us would have liked it to be. And I will just have to rely on our technical team to help with that, but keep going.
Okay. So it's how do we bring out the answer, solutions that we're able to bring to market and to answer those complex problems that citizens have that may be coming up in the public sector at these state and local municipalities. That's what I directly think of. Is if you first mentioned, how do you bring the dollars in order to answer to some of these projects and ensure that the problems that the citizens are having?
All right. Thank you, Carlton. One or two sentences, Chris, please.
Sure. So public-private partnerships, necessary evil, or the answer to the problem? Well, it all starts with the fact that there is a problem and no one can solve it on their own. So collaboration is absolutely vital. Bringing together of expertise is absolutely vital. And obviously a key component is financing the projects. But what I think we should be focused on with this is value. What value is this delivering across the public and the private sector? Because it's that, and most importantly for the citizens, for the community that it's going to serve. So for me, that's what it's about.
Okay, thank you, excellent. Olaf, 1 or 2 sentences, please,
Yeah.
before we get to the slide.
Yeah,
Just
I
an
would say
overview.
when I have prepared, thank you all, first of all. So when we started our briefing discussion, and you come up with the 3 Ps, the public-private partnership, as you know, I was already insisting. So when I come up with a couple of slides now, I have to say that the wording or the perspective we have at the moment, how we implement projects, may be different when we change the perspective and the wording about. So that's why my statement will be in the 3 slides.
It's like
will come up later.
All right, it's like the NFTs. We can invest in you for a soon-to-be-known experience.
Oh, I hope
Perfect.
so. So as soon as the slides come up, we can just pick it up.
So, a couple of questions. Carlton, starting with you, how do you determine in your company if your project is a good candidate for a public-private partnership? And part B to that is, do you have a specific assessment that you perform?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we actually look at in order to determine if a project fits and whether our solutions answer to the problem that we're trying to answer. Not only do we look at the technical capability, but we also look at are we the right match between us and the customer. You know, when we partner with our customers, it's truly a partnership. We want to bring our expertise to bear in order to problems that they may have. So throughout the engagement, as we're initially talking about what it is that we're able to do, we're also engaging whether the relationship is something that we mutually work to make sure that we're answering the problems that come with the partnership. We do perform an assessment whenever we first meet customers. The purpose of these is to make sure that we understand what the rules are as we start to executing the project.
So working with them as a true partner, articulating what it is that you have to accomplish with them in terms of a true partnership, and then sort of vetting what the rules of engagement are there going forward is sort of what I pulled from that. Does that summarize? Okay, thank you. Chris, how is this type of partnership put together? As you mentioned when we were talking, what is the construct of a P3?
Well, that's a big question because there are so many different types. I mean, we could be talking about a concession agreement, a leasing agreement. We could be talking about, a management contract. There's so many different types of partnerships that could be put together, utilizing city assets and private sector. But actually, I think the other thing to consider here is that the best collaborations are when you bring several stakeholders together that are adding really different perspectives and expertise, not just from the private sector and the public sector, but when you bring in universities, research universities, and indeed you work with multiple cities. I mean, the EU Horizon projects are a great example of that. There's one that's being done at the moment, the community city project with 14 cities and NGOs, including Manchester and London. We still get to have a go, even though we're outside. But yeah, that's a fantastic one, and that's been focused around building the expertise of all those cities, and it's focused around citizen outcomes. It's focused around disadvantaged communities and how the learnings from those cities and the community are opening up the challenges to private sector organizations to solve those specific areas. So bringing in that innovation. That's just one example, but there's so many different examples of different types of public-private partnerships. I think the key is understanding the problem you're trying to solve to apply the right methodology.
Right. Yeah, may I can elaborate on what you just said, because you're referring to a Horizon Europe project.
That's right.
Community
Yeah.
City.
Yes.
Maybe you know I was also on the advisory board of this. You
Yes,
remember, right?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So the European Commission and the tax money we spend for this enforces a public-private partnership. And the rules around are also clear. So you mentioned already the academic part, the public part, you have the cities as the front runners and they are followers and so on. So this is a very established and very successful, very, very bureaucratic, and a lot of administrative burden, but you spend in this sense about 100% funding plus 25% overhead. So you get more than 100% funding for this to implement. So which is very good. Another project was running in parallel. Maybe you remember also, it was the Future Internet with Public-Private Partnership.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I was a co-chair at that time for a couple of years, and it was a partnership about 516 entities with a couple of thousands, of course, people involvement, and spent 600 million on building technologies for cities in Europe, it's now known as Gaia X and international data spaces and so on, but this was setting the ground with all this context brokering, which you have implemented in Community City as well, in the cities and so on. And it was a lot of money. And it's a beehive, right? If you have 516 entities with their objectives, it will not work out, right? So there was, most of the time, it was managing the interests of the people, mitigation and so on. So, but I know this because I signed these documents. The documents have their size just for implementation of the partnership, right? And it have taken 2 years just to discuss how this partnership should work and how we spend the 600 million promised by the European Commission over a timeline of 7 years. So I would say there is ups and downs. So there is not always you get the money, but you have to follow a lot of rules. But at the end, it have worked out. We have the data spaces now. We have Gaia X interoperability implementation, so which is an enabler. You heard this from our former speaker. It's an enabler for the Metaverse now.
All right, thanks. No, that's great. What you shared on top of what Chris had already talked about. Carlton, you work with a lot of different entities, especially in the federal government. So as Chris pointed out, and Olaf as well, P3 is not always the best funding model. So you must look at a variety of funding models. But for a smart city in particular, is there a particular model that works best, or does it just depend on, as they were sharing, ups and downs of the market or ups and downs of where we are? How do you feel about P3, and does it pave the way currently around the globe for smart cities?
Yeah, I believe that there's a lot of dependency on whatever looking at funding models. I know here in the States, talking to local, how we want to partner when we execute the project. There's multiple ways. It's not only looking at the project over long-term vision. It's also how do they move forward so that everything is aligned to actually looking. So public-private partnership is one way that we're able to make sure that we can be carried out from entities, but other ways that we look at public contractors as well. How do we the right contract in order to execute that grant to help someone?
All right. Thank you again, Carlton. I mean, I think we're not able to pick up all of the value and your knowledge because of the connection, but we got most of that, and I appreciate your response. So we have just a little bit of time left, about 8, 9, 10 minutes. I want to ask one question of Chris and then ask you to go through some slides that you've prepared.
Just fine.
Chris, you work with thousands of cities, right? Or city stakeholders anyway. How can P3 help cities or even countries who are in financial distress?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, the biggest challenge that all cities are facing is the climate challenge, and that's a huge financial investment required. And we're all aware that a lot of the biggest problems are in developed nations because for everything that we do here in Europe or in the US, we've got to make sure that the cities in Southeast Asia, in South America, are also getting the investment. But the impact, a small amount of investment in those environments can actually make quite a big impact. And I think then you can build the case around that. So I think it's about laddering your investment and proving the concept. There's a really good organization called the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, which is a collective of financial institutions and organizations that are trying to find innovative models for cities to tap into to fund climate and resilience projects across the world. Many stakeholders, probably some of them in the room, are involved. And I think working with organizations like that, they can make it work in those environments and have a huge impact.
I like that. That's a great answer. And I'm assuming you have resources in your organization for entities to go to see what some different options might be, or do you have anything like that?
We will have people in our community that can help with that. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. So Olaf, please, you have a few slides, and I think it actually is going to be, if you guys could pull the slides up that I sent you for Olaf, please.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, just saying that one of the challenges is to convince the stakeholders to give the money where the highest impact is.
Exactly.
You're right, because they will claim it for their own courtyard.
Yeah.
Because it's my money, my place. But if you invest the same money in the broad countries like Africa and so on, you have maybe 5 or 10 times more impact.
Yeah.
Why we don't do this? I don't know. I have never understood this.
No,
so.
You're absolutely right.
All right. Can you guys see on the screens? Great.
Yeah. So when we have a talk a couple of days ago, and there was one advice you gave me, say, hey, Olaf, we have to make sure that in the first 5 minutes or in the first 3 minutes, you bring the most important issue on the table, which will be carried and sought after by the audience. Don't waste your time on all the other things. Just come up with something which will be remembered.
Did I say that?
So, and this triggered me, as you know, right? 20 minutes later, I sent you some slides.
You did.
Say, hey, we have to do this first. So, and this is, of course, not the slide I want to show. This will be the next one. And I want to prepare you that it's a mind shift. So when we are talking today about 3P, right? I have a public-private partnership, right? So it's a starting point. And when you look at this and humans, user centricity, citizen centricity, and all these things, I think that this, of course, is a starting point, but it gears us in the wrong direction, because this is our customer. It is not the environment in which we're living. It's not the mayor. It's not the business. It's the planet. And that's why all our decisions and how we behave in this environment have to take care of Mother Earthship and nothing else. And that's why the wording about public-private partnership have to be extended to the 5 Ps. Public, private, people, planet partnership. And if we start to talk in this way, we will we will have an impact. And this is also the other thing which you asked me in our discussion, is that, hey, Olaf, why you named yourself an impact architect, right? So I changed this a couple of years ago. I founded a company called Impact Funding Europe. And when we framed this, it was, okay, we want to collect money and give this money to the most impactful projects we can find. And then, of course, what you can see here on the screen is the quintuple helix model. And it's still wrong because it starts with a triple helix in the middle. So which gives also this centricity about the humans and the citizens. No, we have to redraw this picture and see, okay, we are running out of humanity when we don't care about the situation in which we are living. It will be then a distinction. And the only thing what we then have left over is the metaverse on an USB stick, which have to be bought maybe to Mars by Elon Musk or somewhere to space, which will then survive humanity at least in an avatar or on an USB stick. But if we don't change the perspective from human or citizen-centric to planet-centric, we will be distinct. So that's why I hope this message comes across. This is what I want to say, nothing more. I think also the slides will be shared. There will be a lot of examples and use cases we are working on. I have the chance, I get another funding, as you know, as a funding organizations. We have a 6 million funding for the next 30 months, and we will bring a lot of metaverse concepts to life. And you're all invited because it's, of course, openly designed. It will be an open source software. We have an open advisory board. We have a follow-up sitters. We have a procurement scheme behind procurement and all the other things which open up all the technology to others to replicate, to have the impact we all were seeking for. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to thank our panel. Carlton, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry that the connection was not as good as it needed to be, but we appreciate your wisdom, your experience, and you jumping on. What time is it there in Washington, D.C.?
Oh, I'm early this morning. It is 10:50 for us.
Man, I'm still trying to get used to this. All right.
Olaf,
thank you, sir.
For
I got it. I got
questions,
it.
if you
That was great. That was great. Thank you for
Pleasure.
jumping in at the last minute. No, we're not leaving. We're not leaving.
Any questions?
you're not leaving. Okay, very good.
I do want to allow a few minutes for questions, and then I want to play that video, guys, if you don't mind
Perfect.
getting that queued up, okay?
Perfect.
Any questions?
Everything under control.
Everything
You
out of order.
surprised me here. Yes, I didn't know.
I'm trying to
Film,
make the day
video.
go. You can sit down. We're gonna. Anyone have any questions for Carlton, Olaf, or Chris?
Sandra, oh my God, you're Vitor. I don't know.
I tried. I didn't see she put a hand. Probably it's the same question.
Could be next.
Hi, everyone. My question for the panel, or some of you who can answer. What is wrong with the PPPs? In some places work very good, some places work lousy, bad. So how to solve this, especially in Europe, where PPPs are not so shiny fashion as usual?
Did you hear that, Carlton?
I'll just add on to that question. So, won't I? So, I think PPP has been passé for a long time, even though I know it's a mechanism at Smart Cities World and many other places around the world. But the idea being that it's so much more than public and private. It's all these other pieces. When you said PPP, I didn't know what you were going to name, but you know, it's so many other sources of interaction with the community. So I think that's, to me, that's why it's sort of about the money. And if the money results in, you know, action and, you know, activities that are meaningful, then it's okay. But I think, I mean, back to your question, I think we should, you know, why does it work somewhere and other places not at all? It's fascinating how it's evolving.
But Sandra, when it comes to the money, just to remember, so in Europe, we have a scheme, maybe you heard about it, called the Green Deal. And we have an implementation partner, which is the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund. And in their strategy paper, it's clearly said you can only get the money if you're following the Green Deal objectives, which are the planet, nothing else. So you only get the money when. So anyway, and I'm also believing that the metaphor, when these people start talking about things and put humans in the centric, everything follows based on this. If you change this mind, as all the native Indians all over the world have always framed in the word Mother Earthship, right? So if you frame it differently, then you also have other stakeholder discussions and maybe other money flowing in and so on. So you have a lot of impact if you change this mindset. So this is just what I want to make.
I also think that it is about that stakeholder engagement, and I think it's about partnering, but that's co-creating, not dictating. So you don't want to be in a situation where one side or the other is a dominant player. They have to come into it with aligned objectives, with accountability, transparency, and with incentives and fines for not meeting the objectives. But I think it is key that we collaborate, and PPP is just one example of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I get a chance to speak in English. I was like suffering for that. It's the only reason actually I'm asking, just to show that I can speak English.
Very well.
What percentage of all this public partnership thing goes to consulting companies, and what percentage actually goes to small businesses in the city to actually execute? Because I have the sense that, that we're talking about thousands of millions, if not billions, that have been spent. And by experience, I find out that in a city, there is a small project, and here comes a massive, big consulting company with a big, massive telephone company and a big, massive production and materials and stuff. And I do not get to see any even thousands of euros of that money staying in the community, either in training for people to actually look after it. Normally, what the result is a massive maintenance contract that has to be paid by the city and eventually being cancelled, and all the lights go off because there's nobody after, if you don't pay. Or IoT trash that doesn't work because the contract can be paid to the IoT company. And at the end of the day, how much of this is a con?
Yeah, I can give you a quick answer, but
you go ahead.
Community City have also
Yes.
numbers behind. So
Yes.
just I will give it.
Carlton, did you hear that question?
The interesting thing is that in a call for delivering this European money, you have to follow the rules, right? In this case, where I'm talking, I was a co-chair from, which is 2013, 2016, it was already clear that 80% of the money have to be delivered to local communities. 20% was for the consortium, and 80% have to be delivered to other communities. And the others were 80% of 600 million, which means it was 996 startups with 3,900 entrepreneurs who are receiving the money and implemented thousands, and because some of them have done more, solutions for smart cities. So it was in the call, it was a precondition. You can only apply to be an accelerator, we call it an accelerator, if you're following the rules. Today, it's called cascade funding. So this is also the implementation rule, how the tax money will be given to a consortium, which of course, they are also like Deloitte and KPMG and all the others, and maybe also cities and so on, but they are just instrumental to bring this to the local communities to be implemented. Now we call it cascade funding. It's not a subcontractor because they get a direct beneficiary contract and so on. But in community it was similar, right?
Yeah, it is. You know, I think they had 60 different pilot projects across Europe that were, you know, in the communities of the cities involved. And if you go back a bit further in time, because if you're talking about outcomes, you want to see what's happened in the past. And I mean, you've got to look at Barcelona and what they've done, and also Bristol is open in the UK. I'm harking back to what Jose was saying earlier about the cities are in competition for talent and for bringing in. So if you look at what some of the smart city projects have done for those cities, Bristol is now one of the most popular places to live in the UK. It's a thriving tech hub. and creative hub. And Barcelona, we're all going to be there in a few weeks' time, and we know that's a great city, and the mobility's improved, and they've reduced their energy usage by 30%, and the local community have benefited from all that. So I think when it's done well, it works. And you're right, there is obviously corporate interests, and some of the money has to go into that to get their expertise in. But as long as it's structured well, like the community city. And the impact fund that we're talking here.
Without us, just a general question.
It was a general question.
Yeah.
There are obviously examples, and I'm expecting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another.
Talking about the other hundreds.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. If you're just interested, then you look at the city of Ghent. The city of Ghent was capable to build the digital twin and all the digital technology with more than 500 startups over 10 years. So there was only sourcing locally talent and building this, and this was completely interoperable because it was in their hand and they geared it right and so on. So look at Ghent. Ghent is a perfect example.
Why not totally forbid consulting companies to join?
then I'm out of the game because I'm a consultant.
All right.
No, seven.
I'm a one-man show. And obviously, I'd love to have people employed for me, working on my city. But I can't compete because I've never built the government over $200 million.
Well,
to be able to.
I would love to meet and talk with you about my thoughts on that as well. And I've been told by numerous people that we're way over our time. So I am so sorry to cut you off, but I am. No, you brought up a very fair point. Chris, thank you so much for being a part of this panel. Olaf, enjoyed your perspective on things. And Carlton, thank you very much for this. So we're going to adjourn this panel, but I just wanted to share that Jason mentioned yesterday the Montgomery Metaverse project, okay? And I'm going to steal a little bit from Professor Jen over here. That Metaverse project is a big deal in our country. And if you didn't know this, it also spilled over to the UK from a civil rights perspective, okay? So the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights March is coming. But we've been talking for 2 days about teamwork, working with each other, using each person's expertise to accomplish a higher goal, have we not? And so one of the things that kept coming up was, what is a citizen-centric type of project for smart cities or the metaverse? And I think the ability to involve everyone around the world with all of this amazing knowledge and tech in this room, and this is where I'm stealing from you, Jen, without losing the human side, I think is extremely important. With that, the Metaverse in Montgomery, we're working with a group called Playing for Change. If you're not familiar with them, check them out. They're in 80 countries. It's a Grammy award-winning producer, Mark Johnson in LA. And I'd like to play a little bit of a song that's going to be a part of our Metaverse project. Would you do that, please, while we get the next speaker up? And this will get everybody excited, I hope.
Right.
I'm not singing. You have to dance when you come on.
No one started dancing, although I saw gentlemen here. Okay. Our next speaker, I would like to invite Charles Christie, SDG Manager, Sustainability and Development Director at Worsley. The floor is yours. And please keep in mind, if you would like to have many questions, we have to keep it on time.
Okay, thank you. Let's test this. By the moment, it's not working.
It is,
yes,
I guess,
now.
yes.
Excuse me. Okay. During these 2 days, we are talking about technology, metaverse, and also some tips about sustainability. This afternoon, we move more to sustainability, and definitively, I balance this green tech space to green with this speech. Sustainability is SDG. We ask us, or in our companies, how to implement these sustainability strategies, which KPIs in my sector, in my technology. Maybe it's confused. It's not so confused. We have SDGs, 17 big objectives that come from governance, with governance language. If you became someday mayor of your city and you have to create a government, you can follow these 17 ministries, for example. Not exactly all, maybe 14 if you don't have seen your city have no sense. But this is a governance guide also. 17 objectives and 169 goals inside. It's a very big and success creation about United Nations. Not easy and not quickly. More than 20 years, more than 200 nations working for an agreement. And finally, we had agreement in 2012 and in 2015 finally approved it. This guide allows you to implement this sustainability strategy. I have no time to explain how. This is for another conference, but we can see some things. Very quick, some tips about sustainability. Climate change is the change in atmospheric conditions produced by human activity. This is the key. The Earth, from exists, have different increasing and decreasing of temperatures. But the difference now is that this climate change is provoked by human activity. And this is new, and this is the dangerous thing. Greenhouse effect. Some people don't know that greenhouse effect is a natural and good effect of the Earth. The problem is when we emit more than normal CO2 and other gases. Then we create some wall in the sky that reflect this radiation more than normal and increase the temperature of the planet. CO2 emission, industrial revolution. Industrial revolution is the key when begin the CO2, they increase the amount exponentially of emission of CO2, as you can see. I skipped some slides for economize time. And which about the benefits? Why we have to implement sustainability strategies? Obviously, for a moral reason, because we have to take care about the planet, okay. But if we speak companies' language, why? Because we improve our brands. People, society, believe in sustainability, give value to sustainability. So if we have sustainability strategy, image, communication, brands, we improve our position as a company, especially with our competitors. Reputation, the same. competence. If your competence have no sustainability image strategy and you yes, you sell more. You have a better image. Derivative obligation or legal obligation. If you are a big company, you have legal obligations to accomplish with sustainability strategy, in different aspects. If you are a small or medium company, maybe you have no legal obligations, but yes, derivative obligations. Customers, your value chains, ask every day more you about sustainability certification, sustainability strategy, some technical aspects. If you want to do collaboration with other companies, or if you want to present to some public concourse or different things, every day more they demand this strategy of sustainability, this sustainability inside your company. So derivative obligation or legal obligation. Finally, CSR. We create CSR departments 15, 20 years ago, corporate sustainability responsibility, and maybe these departments go down, and now we have the opportunity with social SDG to recover this CSR policy. Flexibility and facility of SDGs, which is the success of SDGs that arrive to all the world. How many things, how many projects of United Nations you identify now? Maybe some peace actions over the world, sure, very important, this function of United Nations, but projects, SDG is one. And SDG, everybody knows. Why? Because land to our countries, land from United Nations to continental governance to countries, even to municipalities, even to the individual. All these organizations, even the individual, can implement SDGs. This is the success, the flexibility in interpretation of the goals, and the facility to land to all realities, public and private realities. All kind of organization can apply SDGs. Sorry. I say in the individual. Maybe some of you are asking, I can apply as myself SDGs? Yes. Some of the 169 goals, approximately 15, 20, can you apply at your home? So from United Nations to you, all the sense, all these spaces. Sustainability trends and recommendations as a summary to economize. Which are now sustainability trends? From practicity to legal obligation. This is not a good trend, in my opinion. The success, as I mentioned before, the success of SDG is the practicity, the easy implementation. If we go to different laws, lot of laws that obligate you, and we pass the responsibility of sustainability from innovation of different parts of the company to legal department, we go in a trouble because we lost this practicity of SDG implementation. Another trend is ESG, the implementation, the evolution of SDG for companies, environmental, social, government obligations. Carbon footprint. Here we can listen these days about carbon footprint, and it's obviously not only a trend, an obligation, especially in industrial sector. Certifications. Maybe B Corp is the generalist more known, but there are a lot of certification of processes of different things. Transversality. Very important that if we adopt sustainability in our company, that will be transversal, not an experiment of one department. We need to apply transversally because affect to all company.
governance. We have, is a very important strategy. Maybe we have to reorder the governance of our company. And finally, communication, the dialogue between greenwashing and silent green that we can see after. And recommendations. If you want to adopt one sustainability strategy, this is the recommendations. I read these ones. Benchmark, SDG real alignment, we can see now, a strategy, defined strategy, governance, certification, positioning, communication, CSR, training, and sensitization. This is the guide that you have to follow to adopt, to apply sustainability strategies. What is, I mentioned before, real SDG alignment, but what is this? How to implement? A tip about this. Some companies, a lot of people, companies, municipalities, governments, are explaining that they are aligned with SDGs. But they are in greenwashing because they are not really aligned. To do things with SDG is really important. Maybe you organize, your company organize an event, give some money to an NGO, and maybe collaborate with one event in the municipality where you are based. This is really important. This is good. You can communicate it. It's good and a benefit for your company, but it's not real alignment with SDG. What is SDG alignment? You have to identify your mandatory goals. There are 169 goals. Not all affect all companies, of course. It depends on your company, your sector, your mission, your vision, your values, what are you selling. You affect some amount of these 169. The average is 30-40 for a normal company. Okay, you have to analyze how many of these mandatory goals you impact, and finally close sustainable gap. What is sustainable gap? Is the mandatory goals that you are not impacting. The things that you have to do in sustainability and your company, are not doing. Finally, when you impact in all mandatory identified goals, you are aligned with SDG. And of course, you have to communicate because it's a value. Some tips about governance and communication. I mentioned before that you have maybe to move to reorganize the governance of your company. It depends on the size of the company, of course. If we go to big companies, sure, you have to create the CSO position, Chief Sustainability Officer. In small, medium companies, this responsibility can go with other. Maybe the same person is responsible of innovation and sustainability, etc. In big companies, it's recommendable that CSO have only this responsibility. The CSO should be in direction committee of the company because the strategy is important and is transversal and affect to all company. And internalize the strategy. It's not only for directive committee, it's not only for CSO, it's for all company, and it's really important. So all your employees have to be involved in the strategy. You have to sensitive base your employees, explain the strategy, and incorporate them to the strategy, to these objectives. Communication, I mentioned before, greenwashing, silent green, is really difficult to be in the middle. That is the okay situation. Greenwashing is explaining that you are really not doing, lying. It's lying, conscious or unconscious, but you are lying. And silent green is not communicate what you are doing, what you have in the value, in sustainable value that you have in the company. More than 90% of companies are or in greenwashing or in silent green. It's really difficult to achieve the balance in the middle. SDGs, maybe you can say, but SDGs finish at 2030. Yes, but not climate change, not sustainability. Don't worry, appear a new SDGs, sure. Maybe call it different. Maybe there are not 17, there are 20, but it was a success that United Nations are working in a new kind of white, call it SDG, call it whatever you want. And finally, apply it to this Congress, apply it to this issue, apply it to Metaverse. Maybe you can say, but if we work in Metaverse, it's not a physical issue. Sustainability is for physical companies, for physical strategies. No. Some data. A company have an average of mandatory goals about 30, 40. A municipality have an average of obligation between 100, 140. In Metaverse, as we can see these days, we develop urban planning. We, as we can see in the presentation, Tasia, for example, really cities in the Metaverse. We are thinking or rethinking the cities of the future, the sustainability cities. This affect a lot of these 169 goals. Urban planning, innovation, of course, sensitization is an opportunity, the Metaverse, to sensibilize the people that goes in. Social inclusion. The problem is the price of the tools, but if we develop, as BizTech, different ways to go and to participate in Metaverse, we achieve that more and more people, even people of excluded people or in way to be excluded, to go to the Metaverse and take benefits about education, about training, about experiences, good experiences that maybe is impossible that they have. So it's an inclusion tool also, if we think in this sense. Obviously, technology, innovation, there are between 10, 15 goals that speak about innovation and technology to develop for us, to develop for the countries, and to develop for the world. And finally, knowledge management, collaboration, citizen participation. We talk a lot these days about this collaboration on knowledge management. I came from public sector, and I am really critical with citizen participation of public sector. They really don't believe in it. Create tools, but it's really difficult than politicians, governments, incorporate the value that citizens, the opinions that citizens say. I think that private sector is more developed in citizen participation than public sector. In what? In tools, for example, we can see now in previous presentations, tools to collect citizens' opinion and use them to improve our projects, our urban planification, our cities. So in tools, but also in sensibility, private sector can provide public sector that improvements necessary to improve this citizen participation that I prefer call knowledge management, because all community, this room, our neighborhood, one WhatsApp group, every group have a value, have a knowledge, is gold. that we have to take profit of it. This is knowledge management. This is the sensitivization that we need, and we can help as a companies to public sector to have. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. We have time for little tiny questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask something, or you would like to leave it for later? Yeah? Okay, so they know who to catch later for questions. Thank you so much one more time.
Thank you.
Okay, and yes, to bring it to the end and to close the show, I would like to invite George Saraiva for final speech. No pressure. Here. Do you need slides?
Can you hear me? I need slides here. Well, being final, there is always a good point of it. First, everybody listen. So can you have my slides? Or maybe not. But being the final is good because everything was said already. So whatever I say doesn't add much, right? By the other way, it's also everybody's already sleeping, so it doesn't matter what I can say. So the only thing I have is just to stand here around trying to say a couple of jokes while my slides are not working, which is going to be even better. I can do it without slides because I'm a data scientist. I only use graphics and data and those kinds of things, but you can always believe in me. That's my expectations. Never worked, actually. Joe? No, that's okay. I can even do it. Huh? Can we tell jokes now? Better not. Not on stage. Three guys and one is German, and you want that to be a joke. Since when you have a German and that's a joke? A German in a bar, that's something that never happened, right? Sorry, guys. I have to say I lived too long in the Netherlands, so that's Germans and the Dutch. This thing. I live in Amsterdam. All the Germans come in the weekends, and I'm not going to tell you why. Not on the stage. Is there a problem?
Your file wasn't working. Can we do it straight from your laptop?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it around the room.
Okay, so we have a computer problem, and I'm an IT guy, so this is not going to work, for sure. But that was good. Huh?
See you next year.
I hope my battery is still on. I need to put my...
Some boys kiss me, some boys hug me, I think they're okay. If they don't give me proper credit, I just walk away. They can beg and they complete, but they can see the light. 'Cause a boy with a cold hair, gosh, is always Mr. Right.
You still hear me?
Yep.
So, okay, good news for the last act is that I'm pretty sure my battery is not going to last because, I mean, so probably I'll make it faster. So it's going to be running away. Now I completely lost my ticket.
My pocket. I knew it. It's always been here. Oh, it's working. Okay, so that's it. I only had one slide. Now, hi everybody. Before even I start presenting myself or introducing myself, I need to tell one story. The first time I was announced to come this event, there is a well-known for most of us person that start making jokes about if it is in Tenerife, then the presentation house should be in shorts, right? And well, it challenged me, but you know, yeah. So I got help from Joe that said, forget it, everything is possible on the metaverse. Right? So I accept the challenge. Here I am in shorts on the metaverse. So Vitor, don't try to challenge me anyway again. So just quick intro by myself. And as you can see, he's much thinner than me, so everything is possible in Metaverse. I am just a data scientist. I'm working in smart cities most of the time. I have this stupid idea that you can do whatever, because if you are data science, you always have data to back you up, so you are always right. I was involved in the European Union on smart cities and communities. I was part of the communities part. That's a minus for a data scientist. I was involved in the project called Smart.London a few years ago. I was also involved in Amsterdam project, and I set it up something called the European Union on network of policy labs or city policy labs. So I know you don't care about that, right? So what you're wondering is, why not in shorts? I'll be honest with you. It was like this when I landed. That was yesterday. There were like 2 days of rain in the islands where we are now. And that was the day I landed here. So that explains my luck and why presentations never work. That's my daily attitude. So this was pretty much the weather in there. And it's strange because we are in Tenerife, and we need to have just a quick intro about Tenerife. Tenerife actually is one of the regions in Spain most in danger about the climate change. And it's a big mess of all disasters that can be combined in this island. I hope you're enjoying it. Probably it's not going to be so fun for most of people in a few decades from now. So what happens is the sea level makes points that Tenerife is one out of the 3 regions from Spain that has higher risks of suffering from sea level. And by the other side, one of the main problems of Tenerife is water shortage. The other thing you can see there is that desertification is happening. So this island will be some kind of extension of the Sahara Desert. And the Sahara Desert is already taking bad effects. What you see there in the picture is something called Kalima, which is something strange. That is the particles from the desert Sahara goes into the atmosphere, and the wind pushes it, and sometimes it's like this. The big problems of this is very hard to breathe. And when you have very problems like this, health gets in the problem, and probably your life expectancy in this island it tends to reduce. So what I'm saying is, it's all about fantastic what we're saying, what we have, but we do have huge challenge ahead of us. And this is not only cities, this is the entire country. And what's happening here, and this is just a small list, it's nothing much, is that it's warming, right? So if you take the 1850, I will always come with data, sorry guys. So if you take the 1850 as the temperature of this year, you can see that that was the industrialization start, when pretty much during the Industrial Revolution. And what's happening is, since the World War II, we become much warmer and warmer. And this means we are going 1 degree warmer already. We cannot afford to go over than 2 degrees, which, by the way, is planned to happen in 2050. And if we go higher, like, well, we are on the way of 3 degrees, actually, but if it goes higher than 4 and 5, we cannot tell. There is no data that tell you that you may be on risk of extinction, or at least some regions. And this is important because we are probably one of those regions. So, point is, I'm a smart cities guy. So what are cities doing here, right? From one side, cities are growing like hell. The population is really exploding, and we are becoming cities of the sizes that we cannot even imagine today. Some of them will be 3 times bigger than they were in the beginning of the century. And if you live, for example, in New Delhi, that is coming up now, just the pollution at the end of the day, just breathing on those times is like you're smoking 40 cigarettes in 1 day. That's the level of pollution that you have on your health. So by pollution itself, it's already a big problem. But still, we are trying to say, not everything is going to be great. We have AI, and we have data, right? So we're going to combine this, we're going to make cities smarter, right? Actually, and this is important to say, this is a city visualization, right? That's what most of us are doing. This is a digital twin. So we start putting pressure points and explain how much the data is creating bottlenecks in the city organization. But we're talking about AI, and this is important when we deal with data. This is what data we show in cities and in the digital twins. But let's talk about AI, and I hope the video now works. This is how AI interprets pretty much the same data. You know what's the difference there? AI is trying to perceive the data we have to understand the behaviors, what we do. So we have in the middle the troubles that make all the pressures, but what they are trying to see is what really citizens, why they are traveling, where to they are traveling, and that's the reason. So it's creating patterns of our behaviors. Why this is important? Well, the thing is, if we always say, let's build all the cities based on AI, and let's create great systems, and let's make AI to support the way we live in cities, we are coming to a point like this. I really like this, by the way, yeah? But you do have highly efficient city here. And this is my favorite part. The guy is talking to the other guy on the Metaverse and says, long time I don't see you. And the guy says, just look left, my brother. But still. But this is exactly the point where we're getting when we are working on AI. If our assumption is, let's use data, and I'm a data scientist, that's what I'm doing actually. I'm also doing a digital twin. But this is exactly, all the traffic is handled there. See the needs that he had? He was just served. It just waved. I mean, he was thinking about it, and it was served by the drinks. So this is the level of AI. Why I'm putting 2 points here? Because we are coming to the point that they come one. From one side, we have a dramatic climate change threatening our world. From the other side, we have all the technology to do. There are only 2 possible ways. This one is what I call the eco-authoritarianism, eco-dictatorship. Because the ecological and the climate change and all the problems will need to have some kind of leaders that will lead the technology and say, I know what's best for you. This is possibly one scenario. I know a lot of cities and I know a lot of places that people are already pushing for that. Even Greta was saying we should stop everything, cancel, damn the economy, and let's push everyone to accept that we are in the extinction level. That's all sizes are coming from this. So this is really one of potential futures that we're going to live is something called eco-dictatorship. When we say resilience, but when you have storms and fires and floods and water shortage on a regular basis, when it becomes more expensive to correct than really to prevent, then someone will come here and says, I know what's the best for you, and I have the technology, so you just follow. And then I can impose my laws. Right? It's not the only way, but this is also one possible way. Of course, this reminds me my project in London. And this is a simple one. When I got into London, in Smart London, oh, this is good, it's in Portuguese, so I'll translate it. When I got into London, everybody wanted to know what kind of tech we would do. This is just a documentary you can find on the internet. It's Making London Smart, Making London Small, or Making London Smart is Making London Small. So the point here is, when I landed there, everybody was expecting anyone that could do anything with tons of data that the city had. And they wanted to say, let's create a strategy because, yeah, just paying for the, I'm going to move this out, sorry. Just paying for the maintenance of this IO trash, it's a big deal, so we need to do something out of the data because we don't know what to do it. And that was my first meetings in the GLA. Right? The funny part is, they say, we really need to do something smart. And I start saying, what is smart? And the first thing that we did is we hired the university near the Greenwich, and we asked them to make a study to see what people think about smart. And this was the result. 98.4 could not identify one single thing that was a single smart action on that city. The funny thing, and that's why we pick up Greenwich, or Greenwich, depends on what your accent has, is that Greenwich just bought, that was 7 years ago, right? So Greenwich was launching these self-driving buses. That was 7, 8 years ago. So we were making interviews of people, and on their back, there was these buses there. And Greenwich was very proud of how smart, how digital they were coming, right? The funny thing is, after this question, we just asked people and says, what about that bus? So they just look around and says, oh, that's a tourist trap. It was not a smart city. When we continue, by the way, I don't want to mention names, but most of the cities now are spending millions, or big cities, made in the US, they are spending millions on preparing the city for autonomous driving. And if we might say so by the experience in London is, I mean, if you want to know what's the best for people, just ask them. It's a simple thing. And I'm a data scientist. I should be the last one to make that question. But when we ask them, funny part, it's the same study, so we just pay once. It's 66% of people, they wanted to be happy in the city. Simple question, isn't it? It's a very simple answer. But the question is, what makes people happy? I don't know. Is it chocolate? Sex? Chocolate with sex? Well, frankly, the reason why our brain, or the point where our brain release more serotonin, which is responsible for happiness, it's a simple thing. It's when people meet people. The highest point on our brain, the highest point of happiness in our brain is when I meet you. As simple as this. So, so the point here is, yeah, this is how people meet nowadays. I don't know if you've seen this. This is across the years. This is how people find their partner. Right? Everybody knows where it's going to end. So, but still, let's enjoy the 50s, when the friends were introducing to other friends, and then they get married. Huh? Now bars come up. That was the 80s, right? Bars and discos. Huh? Yeah. So the point here is how much digital are we doing on social connections? Because that's the critical point. So now we have internet, and now we have internet, and now we have internet, and now we have internet. And guess what? 3, 2 out of 3. So meaning what? Meaning that table, I mean, one of you may marry Sandra, but not here. But not here. You just are in the wrong place and wrong time. You should be in internet. You should be online. That's as simple as it is. So what I'm saying is, actually, the online is gaining a big point, and that's how the metaverse can play a big role, right? So in one way, what I mean, I'm working on building a digital twin, but I know already, and I can tell you already, that digital twin will never be the right tool for the right thing. Why? Because the digital twin is still missing, is still too much focus on something called the KPIs. So it's too much focus on providing the performance indicators. And I'm doing one. So I do have pretty much great performance indicators. But if you are focused on building a better world, if you are focused on fighting and being resilient because the climate change is already a fact, then we need to have another thing that's not a KPI, it's not a performance. It's not even a resilience indicator. It's something called a KBI, which means what? It's a key behavior indicator. We need to have behaviors, and we need to manage behaviors if we really want to make a change. I'm not talking about just the right thing to have citizens involved, which, by the way, it is the right thing. But what I'm talking is you can only make a change if you can start a real take into consideration the behavior and constructing the behavior. And the difference between this and the focus on developing a systems based on behaviors or taking in the accountability of the behavioral change that is required, or doing the other one, is as simple as the system of having an ecocracy, which is everybody involved to fix the problems, or having, of course, and what is, sorry, this is one slide. That's my last slide, by the way. So my question is always the same answer. I mean, we are sponsored by a metaverse company, right? So BizTech, my point, what is the best use case that we can have for a metaverse, for me, is to be a pillar, a foundational point to make more an ecocracy. So that's where, yeah, of course, this is my advertising, but that's where the policy labs on the metaverse should work. And this is a very fantastic point. In policy labs, what we do is just urban in a city. We involve the quadruple helix. The other one is already, should always be there. We are part of the planet anyway, but we really engage, and we do have tools for co-creation. That's something called Sustainable Innovation Canvas. So the most important there is that we do have all people, also one of the stakeholders, because if you don't have a behavior change, you don't have a success. And it's as simple as this. Uber is probably one of the best systems or most successful systems in smart cities, like it or not. And what Uber did, before Uber, many of you don't remember, we go to the streets and say, taxi! And then Sandra passes by and she always gets a taxi in front of me. I don't know why. But now I have an app and I can call, and it only takes 3 minutes and I see the car and I say, Sandra. So that's the difference. That's a behavior change. We don't ask for taxis anymore, waving. And if you don't have a behavior change, you don't have a change. So system maintains the way it is. So that's why having a Policy Labs metaverse and using the people and placement metaverse for trainings, and this is serious when we're talking about big, deep societal change. Sometimes we need to have conversations with Martin Luther King, like someone did, for understand what we're talking about. And it's not that difficult to create an AI bot with all the knowledge of a Martin Luther King to support you in one training just because this is the way you should have. So that is possible, and it's not just big deal on imagination, it's just data, right? The other part, of course, is a cognitive city. We can always, I'm very critical about cognitive cities because we always focus still, I'm an IT guy, and we're always very proud when we just say something like, hey, it's real time. Huh? You are stopped in a traffic jam, and you look to the app and tells you, this is gonna take 2 hours. But I know now that it's gonna take 2 hours. It's a fantastic thing. This is not a cognitive city. And we are moving to a cognitive city. A cognitive city is someone that tells you, that already sees that it's going to happen, and already redirects you if it is an eco-dictatorship, or combines you and your peers and everyone that you are going to meet and into just a simple conversation, say, what shall we do? Because I got a traffic jam, I'm heading to a traffic jam. Right? So give all the scenarios, let everybody vote, and everybody decides on the spot. These two different systems makes a hell of a difference in the world we are building on this tomorrow. But this is also very important to know, is that, yeah, Metaverse is of course an excellent tool. But the future, we build the future. And this is the main take. Thank you. When I have to say thank you and you applaud, that means you were not taking advantage. But I'm going to ask Vitor on stage. Just for the simple reason, huh? Vitor challenged me, but he's not wearing shorts. You see?
Yes,
this is what happens with most people. Huh? They just challenge you to do something that they will never do.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, som. Okay, here I am. What do you want?
Nah, I wanted you in shorts just to show that you have some dignity, but that's the only time gone.
This is a total surprise. I was not expecting, obviously.
What, the shorts?
I was expecting a panel, which is my mission here. But unfortunately, you took so much time that they have to cut it off. So basically, I'm here to make questions. Yeah, I will make questions.
So they are the
now.
panel.
Yeah, you are the panel now. And the challenge is, because, you know, I arrived here in the morning. I arrived yesterday, but for a long trip. But I arrived here in the morning, and I saw something that impacted me. Yeah, you are an IT guy. I am a feelings guy. That's the difference between IT and an artist, musician, journalist, and whatever. But I'm also IT. And I also observe. And observing that's why one of the qualities I love in Joe is like an observer. That's why he's our tough leader for in Smart Cities Council for urban narratives. I went to the toilet and one faucet was running water. I don't have a clue for how many hours or how many days. Is one faucet running water? Yeah, you mentioned water scarcity is one of the biggest problems in the world.
In the iron of water
So
scarcity.
probably we are in the best hotel in Tenerife or something, and there's no system, there's no technology, there's nothing. So what exactly are we inventing to make smart cities or smart resorts or smart this or smart that? In practice, in the action, in the real life, I think we are all observing things that makes us doubt about sometimes where we're heading to. That's my first. I took it from Vanessa.
That's your slide.
Yeah, I took it from Vanessa. Where are we heading to? And then it's curious. You have the future is made today. No, future is made today is also Vanessa. Yeah, I was paying attention, Vanessa. And you are future is.
We build it, so that's okay. We're gonna build it. So we have a pretty good audience.
So I'm always challenged to ask questions in some panels. I was not prepared, nothing special for this event. I'm amazed with the organization. BizTech is really amazed. Dirk, Joe, Rosie, and all the people from BizTech. They are doing great. It's very brave what they did, actually. Organizing an event is not easy. It takes a lot of complexity, a lot of things that we need to drain our strength and drain our patience. But actually, the better thing is to gather people, right? Put people on a room. That's where I made my best friends, basically, in events. Why? Because I was not keynoting like some people do, you know, and then go to the bus, to the shuttle, to
And
the beach,
and he calls
to the
me a
swimming
friend, you
pool.
see?
Traveling business class. Hey, you come here, do a keynote. They come to stage and they leave. No, actually, there's a big difference. Everyone is staying. Everyone is really paying attention to what everyone is saying, and I found this so amazing that was make us really human. Otherwise, we just go and then see the videos tomorrow, or we don't even see the videos anymore. We see shortcuts in TikTok or something, probably dancing or doing something on these
Not that
shorts.
good.
So my challenge to close this event, I have this responsibility. Is that it, Joe? We close. We are closing.
So can I go, right?
We are closing,
questions
right?
for me, so
We
I
are
can-
close to closing, right? So
So
because
can slowly
people
leave.
say I make some hard questions. So who's the first volunteer for my hard question? I do the questions, not you, right? You want to be the first? Okay, one hard question there. Let's see.
So that's
Hello,
for
my
you, right?
friend.
You can go.
What's your name?
My name is Abdul Hamid.
Where you come from?
From Egypt, working in Qatar.
Two hard questions already.
Yeah.
So number 3.
I'm good.
What is your favorite place in the world?
Qatar.
Qatar.
Really? Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Which city?
Doha.
Okay, that was easy question. The next one is why?
I feel that the whole city is my home. This is how I feel. I lived there for 13 years now, and this is my feeling. One of my friends in Vienna, he asked me this question: if you have the option to live in any city in the world, I said I shall live in Doha. He was very amazed, but I believe this is my answer.
I'll get your suggestion. I need to visit Doha. It's one of the cities I've never been. Who's next? Amazing. There we go. There you go. Let's see. So, my friend, a hard question for you.
Okay.
Where was your first date?
Oh, Houston, Texas.
That's the city.
That's a
where?
city, yeah. Oh, I think it was something stupid like a dinner and a movie. Something that 16-year-old boys are like, yeah, this will be a great date. Now. Well, since I'm married 15 years, so dates look very different. It's oh, the kids are out of the house. Okay, let's take a nap. That's good.
I have the same problem also. Amazing, amazing. A big applause. He remembers the place. At least is the name of the bar. Forget about it, right? Probably already closed. Who's next? A woman, maybe. I have another question for a woman. For a lady. Oh, Sandra. Oh, let's go, Sandra.
I didn't volunteer.
Yes. Yes, you are a volunteer. Forcefully, a volunteer. My dear friend.
Yes.
This question is about food. What is your favorite meal?
Breakfast.
What do you eat in breakfast?
Eggs.
Only eggs?
It depends.
Do you have a special place?
To eat breakfast?
Yeah. Favorite?
Yeah, at what time? Yeah, I have a bunch, but Cafe Leopold in Washington, D.C.
Okay, amazing. You suggest everyone to go visit?
Boulangerie Christophe in Washington, D.C. or Maman in Washington. I have a lot.
Everyone knows it, but Sandra recommends it. It's valued, and we should visit all the time.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you, Sandra. If each time I ask these questions to each one of you will say something totally different, but personal, individual thoughts. That's what makes us human, actually, and that's what makes us share information. You give me restaurants from Washington, I give you a bunch of restaurants from Lisbon. She will give me from Poznan, Brno, and that guy from Braga, whatever it is.
Both of you laugh because that's a social connection, and you are laughing because you're releasing serotonin, because you are happier, because you are having a conversation.
Do you want me to make a question for you? Let's laugh a little bit then. Let's go. I know. So, George, what is your favorite bar?
Hard Rock Cafe.
Where?
Porto.
Okay. Why?
It's close to my house.
Okay. Okay, we could continue here over and over and over and over, and each one of us will know a little bit piece of everyone. Oh, my friend, we met in 2018. Remember in Istanbul? Amazing. You want to make a question, or you want me to make you a question?
I will not allow you to embarrass me. I just wanted to say, because you asked about favorite spot, and I thought you would like that too. It's Cascais in Portugal.
I love it.
Yeah, so it's like the best place in the world. I would never forget when I got in Cascais and I saw the beauty, the natural beauty. I mean, clearly Tenerife is very beautiful, but it must be everything Spanish I like, because same thing with Andalusia, Lanjaron, all these places in. I feel connected, but I mean, every time I go to Spain to learn Spanish, I end up dancing flamenco and eating tapas and gaining weight, and still I only learn hola. That's it.
Y las cañas son tremendas. Então, so I believe if someone else doesn't want me to ask something else, Carlos, I will ask you one for you. You are the sustainable guy, SDGs. Tell me, what do you love most in China?
In China, Yinchuan, no?
But what did you love most?
The wall, the China's wall.
You have the chance to visit. I think you are the only one visiting that. I know it was not with me. No, I was sleeping. I was not there. Someone else? Joe, I think Joe has Joe. I have a question to Joe. It's like he's feeling worried a little bit recently. Joe, do you have a headache right now?
A what?
Headache?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you need a pill?
What kind of pill?
Headache pill, my friend.
Sure. You got one?
Yeah, because I have headaches also. A lot of them. Where are you based right now?
Poland.
But I believe you live also in Berlin.
That is true.
How you manage and how you do it, and what is your feeling about it?
I like a sustainable guy. I take the train
all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, very good. I was hoping you ride a bike or something, because that's a sustainable guy. We have one sustainable guy, only rides bikes, and he has this amazing experience to share also, which is Boyd Cohen, right? Now he has a car, I think. He bought a car finally. My friends, I think this event is amazing. What BizTech brought here, Joe organized everything with the speakers, and you are amazing MC. I will hire you for my next event. You will do like on stage keynote, and a keynote in stage, and then the MC in the background. And I think the biggest message, we are watching a lot of events recently. A lot of events all based on something right now is AI, artificial intelligence, coming from BizTech. It's the biggest event in the world. A bunch of technology there, companies doing a lot of nice things. But I think they need guidance. Guidance is much important than innovation and technological advanced disruptions. Guidance, sometimes we invented something, but we don't know exactly what it's for, because we still don't have a problem to solve with that solution. Probably we are creating more problems with that solution. And most of the problems we create are for mayors and government, because they are not so in the fast track as the innovators and disruptors. So I think there's some kind of dissonance, cognitive dissonance between the real world, the technological world, and the citizens. They need their problems to be solved. And this is dangerous right now, because not exactly in this moment. We are experiencing this for a long time. That's why I used my t-shirt, The Clash, because we are clashing in a lot of ways. Make sure we clash, the business don't clash, the governments don't clash, the cities don't clash, and the individuals don't clash. We need more humanity and more individuals to be together and party like in this event. And so glad to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Wow. That was a great surprise. Even I didn't know. Well, in that case, I think we should just leave it with that. That was amazing. Seriously, thank you, Victor. Well done. Yes, one more time. So I think now, and thank you all. Thank you all of our amazing speakers and all of our guests. Rosie, come join me.
Olá.
Yes, hola. Yes. Oh. Just so, thank you all so much, right?
Muchísimas gracias a todos. La verdad que es un placer muy grande tenerlos aquí. Infelizmente no hablo inglés, pero agradezco a todos por estar presente. Ha sido algo para mí muy satisfactorio conocerlos a todos. Muchísimas gracias. Y me gustaría invitar al equipo de Bistec para que venga aquí, para que pueda despedir de vosotros.
So, saying that,
Antoinette, Belry, Joe.
Yes. Thomas, yes.
Falta Miquel, que não la veo. Bueno.
Francisco,
Okay.
were you mentioned? Yes.
Okay.
Subimos. On the stage.
Sem vosotros, isso não seria possível e sem eles, jamais estaríamos aqui. Muitíssimas graças, de verdade.
Bravo, yes, bravo. Anyway, like a British queen. So like... You can all go home now. I don't know if anyone would like to add something or just speechless now.
I really appreciate it. And yes, I'm not the best event organizer, but I never said I was. I never said I was, and I'm just glad that we managed to get some real insights from everyone today. And I think, although it was quite data heavy, we learned a lot, and I saw a lot of people making notes, and that's the main thing.
That was beautiful.
Thank you very much from me. Would anyone else like to add? Oh, and of course, see you in Barcelona.
Yes.
Woo! Foto! Isso, foto a todos.
Okay, let's all come together for a group photo. Let's get everybody here.
Let's go.
Let's make a photo.
Take